Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am going to be doing our topic on Tech Talk. This is going to be a good one too because hopefully we'll get Tan in here. I believe he just came into the room, I'm not sure.
No, I just came in the room and said
he
they
did?
could come for a bit. No, it's me.
Well, we're trying to get Tan into the room so that we can give him the proper whooping he deserves.
Oh boy, what he done did now?
We're going to discuss with him the cloud versus freaking servers.
Okay.
Today we're going to go over. We're going to finish up on content management systems first. And then we're going to talk about cloud computing services, finish up on that, because it kind of gave me a headache the last time I was reading it. And after we do that, we're going to discuss the differences between using a server versus a cloud computing service for a content management system. Now, after that, I want to get into what they've been popularly referring to as alt-tech platforms, which is like Odyssey, and it's like Rumble and BitChute and platforms like that. So we'll be discussing the SEC versus library lawsuit, and then discuss Rumble and what they're going through concerning the UK. And like I said in my post, if these discussions aren't covered today all together, we'll follow up with them later on. So they're not going to go away, you know what I mean? We'll come back to it and do it again. It's just, that's kind of the direction that I want to go with this, because I think that it's pretty cool. It's something that...
What? I was just tuning in to listen, so I'm not even really going to comment. I just would like to
it is fine. You just made it easier for me to put my introduction into play. I mean, so, and Dan said he'd show up, but I have yet to see him show up yet, so let me see if he says anything in the comment section. If he doesn't, I'm gonna call him a chicken. He's just sitting there too. He's seen the post. He's just sitting. I bet you he's on there watching, so.
I think he's still off work after but
yeah, he said that he gets well, I don't know, it's 5 o'clock here. It's 6 o'clock with him. Now this would be different if it was in the morning, like at 12 o'clock like it was before, but I should probably tag him because he's fussy. He's fussy like that. Okay, now...
is he coming now? Oh, I thought he was letting know.
No. He's not coming yet. Now, let me just go ahead and get on with the topic. Oh, I ain't gonna wait on him. Okay, so let me read this to you, and then we'll be done with the reading, and you guys can say whatever you want during the time and have me stop, okay? If you want me to. But this is content management system according to this article. Content management system, CMS, is a computer software used to manage the creation and modification of digital content, which means digital or content management. Okay. A CMS is typically used for enterprise content management, ECM, and web content management, WCM. ECM typically supports multiple users in a collaborative environment by integrating document management, digital asset management, and record retention. Alternatively, WCM is the collaboration authoring for websites and may include text and embed graphics, photos, videos, audio, maps, and program code that display content and interact with the user. ECM typically includes a WCM function. Now it goes, a CMS typically has two major components. A content management application, CMA, has the front-end user interface that allows a user, even with limited expertise, to add, modify, and remove content from a website without the intervention of a webmaster. Oh my God, was that Tan? What the heck was that?
Your guess is as good as mine. I thought you did something.
That was crazy. Wow. Okay. Okay. Limited expertise, the webmaster, and a content delivery application, CDA, that compiles the content and updates the website. Now, installation type. There are two types of CMS installation, and this is the part for Tan, okay? On-premises and cloud-based. On-premises installation means that the CMS software can be installed on the server. This approach is usually taken by businesses that want flexibility in their setup, notably CMSs which can be installed on premises are WordPress.org, Drupal, Jomia, Grav, ModX, and others. The cloud-based CMS is hosted on the vendor environment. With this approach, the CMS software cannot be modified by the customer. Examples of notable cloud-based CMS are Squarespace, Contentful, WordPress.com, Webflow, Ghost, and Wix. And then they come down here and they have what is it? The CMS features are, and then they have the index, the retrieval, the format management, revision control, and management. And then features, they talk about that with intuitive indexing, search, and retrieval features, things of that nature. And then they have other types of content management systems. There's digital asset management systems are another type of CMS. They manage content with clearly defined author and ownership, such as documents, movies, pictures, phone numbers, and scientific data. Companies also use CMSs to store, control, revise, and publish documentation. There is also component content management systems, which is CCMS, which are CCMSs that manage content at a module level rather than as pages or articles. CCMSs are often used in technical communication where many publications reuse the same content. And then the widely used CMS is based on a survey. The most widely used content management system is WordPress, used by 42.8% of the top 10 million websites as of October 2021. Although, per definition, it is a blog system website generator, not a fully fledged content management system. followed by Spotify and Jumia, or Shopify. Shopify. I never even heard of those two. So,
It's a store site. Shopify is a place to where you can sell online product, and you kind of usually go through like Alibaba and something else, Dropshare, and they you upload their stuff and you kind of sell it for whatever price you'd like to sell it for. The Shopify. Well, I had a Shopify store.
Shopify. Can you guys hear me okay?
yes.
My micro?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone.
Now,
Shopify is it's like a storefront where if you have a business, when you create your own website and create your own with your own store, they have the framework in there for you to build that quickly.
that's pretty cool. Now, I've dealt
So
with
it's-
e-commerce.
Yeah, it's like an e-commerce website hosting site.
Cool. So, I read that last part for content management systems, and we were talking about infrastructures, and that was the one that Mark had mentioned yesterday that these websites are set up on, basically. So I'm gonna open it up and let Mark say something because he's the one that brought it up.
Content management systems per se. Well, there's two types. There's the content management systems where you can just create anything you want using products like Joomla, Drupal, and WordPress. Interestingly enough, I spent approximately 7 years in 2000 to 2007 creating content management systems and mainly e-commerce systems using Joomla for various clients. I must have created about, I don't know, I reckon about 8 separate projects for various clients, just using Joomla and mainly for the purpose of e-commerce. All steps, I want to say self-hosted, hosted on hosting providers, servers, but and the majority of them were being the e-commerce side was actually being managed by the companies themselves rather than a third party. So rather than using eBay or Shopify, the companies themselves would be managing all the payments systems and delivery systems. As far as general content management systems are concerned, you could consider that any social media platform these days is a content management system in the form of end users being able to publish content on a social media platform, so mine, so Facebook or Twitter, and being able to upload and publish their own videos and images on those platforms. So yeah, social media platforms per se are content management systems.
I like how they broke it down too, to where they were even mentioned CCMs. You know, CCM. What was it? I just read it too. CCMS.
More modular sort of processes. So you might have a overarching content management system, and you may have separate modules within that, in which you've got various users being able to use those modules to publish content.
Okay. Now, this is where I wanted to kind of go over what we were talking about earlier when it comes to the rivalry with Tan in the cloud. Okay, so
I'm in the cloud.
In the cloud. So, did
I
I
am in the cloud.
get rid of that article that I was just reading or something? Yeah, on the part that it was mentioning, they were bringing references to content management. They were bringing up the part where it says here that there are two separate type of installations: the cloud-based CMS, which is hosted on a vendor environment. Now, with this approach, the CMS software cannot be modified by the customer. Now, on the other hand, the other one, there are two examples, which one is the cloud-based, and the other one is the on-premises. On-premises installation, that means that the CMS software can be installed on the server, and this approach is usually taken by businessmen that want flexibility in their setup. And notable CMSs which can be installed on premises are WordPress.org, and I noticed they have a difference between WordPress.org and WordPress.com, and then Drupal, and then Joma.
Drupal, yeah. Joomla.
And, how do you say that again? Joomla?
Joomla. Yeah.
Then Grab and ModX. Now, what do you guys? And then down here on the cloud one, I noticed Wix. I do know Wix and I do know Squarespace. So, like, in the functionality though, when it comes to the flexibility and everything, I noticed that you have more flexibility in your setup if you go with the on-premise installation rather than the cloud. So
Personally, I don't like the term cloud because I consider it just to be a marketing term. In reality, all it means is that either you've got control over the deployment of the software or the platform, or a third party's got the control over that, and you're just a user of that third party host.
Now,
That makes sense.
before we had conversations about the Minds Pro, and we were talking about websites. Now, would that fall more in line with that category when it comes to CMSs?
Yeah, that would be, as you define it, cloud-based, because that's being controlled by Mindtech. And as a user, you are purchasing an access to that service.
Okay, so that
rather than you taking full control over that service.
all right. That's kind of what caught my mind, and I wanted to kind of get a clearer look at that. You know what I mean? Because, well, not even.
So in the case of Minds, we using Minds Pro subscription hosted by Minds Inc. is the cloud solution, but we can take their source code, build it, and host it on our own server. That's our own, what do you call it? On-premise installation of mine. and run our own like RogerHanson.com, that could be running an instance of mine, right?
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
how does that work?
That would work.
And then-
But I'm wondering if anybody has done that in the history of mine. It's totally possible.
I know Minds Gaming did test this out, and I did have a look at it in the early stages back in 2018, 2019.
You did?
Minds Gaming.
You
that's
couldn't get away
I-
from Minds Gaming back then.
I-
I mean, he was.
I'd
everywhere.
imagine if you run it on your own server, you would have very limited functionalities because of the crypto stuff, the crypto integration that you do not have. Right?
Theory, it's all there. It's just a matter of linking it into various.
Well, yeah, it's all there,
infrastructure.
but you have to have partner relationships with those providers, right? You have to subscribe to them. You have to get an API key from them so that you can integrate your Minds instance with them. So it would cost a lot if you want to run your own Minds instance.
And obviously, depending on which country you're doing it from, you could land up with a lot of legal issues as well.
Yeah.
Crypto tokens, the entire crypto ecosystem, regulatory system.
Now, give me a moment. I will be right back. I want you guys to talk that over too, because that's a good thing that you.
If I remember rightly, and I'm just trying to look for it here, there was, if not there is, something in the terms of service, in Minds terms of service, saying that you cannot replicate services unless it falls under the AGPL license. So, in theory, you wouldn't be able to replicate Minds Pro.
Right.
In theory.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a legal issue rather than a technical issue.
What license is Minds in? Mark?
AGPL and MIT.
MIT, right? Oh, why both?
Because some of the original source code was AGPL and some of the original source code that they thought was MIT or is MIT. And of course you can't, once you are forking code, you can't really change the license agreements in most cases.
You see the license file right up of their code repo is AGPL.
Yeah. But there are a few things with the MIT and possibly FG license as well.
Yeah.
Not the MIT and not very similar.
Alright, I'm back. Had to go see a man about
Well,
a
then
horse.
wasn't that one of the selling points of Minds, though, that because it is open source, you can just take it and roll your own instance?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. As long as you keep the original licenses
Right.
and keep the original sort of license comments within the code.
In practice, do we know of anybody who has done that commercially?
I remember back in, I think, 2020, there was a charity, somebody that was in control of some charity thinking about doing this, but at the time, myself and a few other people advised that it was not in the most, it would not have been that practical because of all various issues.
Like legal
in
issues or
fact-
technical?
technical. In fact, I think on the developers side, the developers or documentation, docmines.com,
Okay.
it states this software is not shouldn't be used for production use.
Seriously?
Man, we're in trouble.
I could be wrong with what it means, though, but it did for a long time. Well, I'll check.
So
On stock.
I have some distressing news here. In the challenge, it seems that Tan has turned the tide with a sucker punch, like freaking
What?
when Muhammad Ali knocked out dude with his freaking pinky.
What are you talking about,
So
man?
so Tan's taking the lead.
How are you keeping score anyway?
I'm
Jeez,
trying
bogus.
not to. I'm trying not to, but it sounds like to me that there
Sounds
are
fishy to me.
advantages
Sorry,
and
I
disadvantages.
I just found it. In the developersstockmines.com site, there's a statement saying, at this time, it is not advisable to run mines in production. However, it is possible so long as you are aware of the risks.
When
Hey,
was that?
So, yeah.
What is that, though?
See if I can give you a screen share. I can do on there.
Send a link to Roger's chat room.
Yeah, I can do it right there in that chat on the side. I can put it in mine if you want me to.
Hang on.
All right,
Yeah, I've stuck in the sidebar chat.
that's pretty cool. All right.
And it's near the bottom of the page.
Yeah, I know. I have to figure out where it is. Okay.
Which section?
Installation. Is that it? Developers mine.
At the bottom, he said.
Yeah, there's a big heading saying production system requirements.
Wait, yeah, I've got it. I'm looking right at it.
All right, good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's get that on there. There we go.
Yeah, because you need to deploy this Kubernetes nodes. You have to have this Kubernetes infrastructure to be able to deploy it in.
If you want to, I can read this off. It's up to you guys.
I've just read it. It's just that's 1 line at the bottom.
9 at the bottom.
Yeah, there's a heading production system requirements.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right here. No. Production system requirements. At this time, it is not available. 3 Cassandra nodes, minimum 30 gigabytes RAM, 1 terabyte SSD, and 8 CPU. So, 1 Elasticsearch node. And what's an Elasticsearch node?
It's a search engine, just like
Okay.
like Google. It's made by Apache, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2 nodes are recommended for failover. And then 1 Docker machine.
I thought they stopped using Docker. I think this documentation's a bit out of date. Because, I'm pretty sure that they've been migrating from Cassandra to
Oracle.
something else, and I think they've also stopped using Docker as well. I'm not absolutely sure on that one.
Well, either one of you guys want to explain a little bit for everybody what a Docker machine is?
Docker.
Docker. It's
So let me give a crack, Mark, and then you can go. Because you usually top up the stuff with your full details. So virtual machines. You were talking about virtual machines before, Roger, right?
Right.
So you have VMs there where you have a full OS environment inside that VM to install or do whatever you want on the OS. It's basically a full OS. Okay. Then we have this technology called similar to virtualization. It's called containerization, and that's what Docker or Kubernetes and these other technologies is. It's like a scaled down VM, except it doesn't have the full OS. It's running on a host operating system, but it's isolated from the operating system, so that it just has enough of the machine resources to do its stuff. So it's inside its own container. It's inside a container on the physical machines, which is like a mini virtual machine that it does its stuff, but it's not a real virtual machine. It's called a container.
Okay. So
as an example, rather than having let's say you want to deploy a website, a Joomla or WordPress website. So rather than having an entire operating system within a virtual machine, you've got a small container containing the database framework, the web host framework, and the actual Joomla or WordPress framework itself, and that's it.
Yeah.
So that would basically, that's kind of sounding like what we were talking about last week was, remember me talking about VirtualBox?
Yeah, VirtualBox is a virtual machine.
Okay.
But Docker is like it's not a virtual machine container. Or it's not a virtual machine thing. It's a container provider.
Okay.
And it runs like a service on the operating system, and it manages different containers that are all isolated in its own. Like if you create a Docker container and you put mines on it, mines will run on its own environment, and it won't know anything about the operating system that it's running on. Similar to a virtual machine, right? That's what a virtual machine is. But the Docker, the container, it has very small payload, very small memory footprint. It doesn't take as much resource as a full virtual machine does. It's very lightweight, and that's the benefit of the Docker.
Another example of a container is you might have heard of Flatpak and Snap, where you've got individual end user applications in their own containers that are separated from the rest of the operating system. So you might run Chrome or Firefox in its own container that it hasn't got any access to any of the other parts of the operating system.
Okay. So, this is where it all gets pretty interesting right here. So, now let me go through what you wrote in your Mind's computing or cloud computing service blog, okay? And we'll go from
Mark
here.
wrote a blog. Let's put it up on
Oh, you want to see it?
put it up on the stream.
Give them a fighting chance.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, let me.
Oh, I see. You have it on the stream. It's just not on Jitsi. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to give you guys the spotlight because you're the stars of the show. But
No, you're the star.
no, I'm just the host. You're the You're the announcer, and now you're the expert.
Wait, I'm not the announcer, man.
Oh wait,
I
yeah,
only,
that's for just
yeah, it's for a round table.
yeah, for the round table. You're the cool guy then, dude, that knows what you're talking about. Is that better? Yeah.
That's like a pitchfork right there, man.
All right, let me find this document. I just had it. Okay, cloud must be one of the most overused words within computing and society. Today, people expect to read their emails using online mail services, i.e., Gmail, Hotmail, and Yahoo. Share their files and documents using Google Drive or Dropbox. Chat and share ideas whilst using Twitter, Facebook, and Minds. Create documents using Google Docs, Microsoft Office 365, or Zoho Docs, or Zoho, however it's pronounced. And communicating with other via face-to-face video calls using services like Skype and Google Hangouts. Most users consider cloud computing as being a collection of online services that can be accessed using a web browser or other client applications. However, cloud computing is a misunderstood and overly misused term. In essence, the cloud computing concept is a concept that is made up of a variety of layered elements or tiers. Whilst there is a number of tiers, there are three fundamental tiers that are differentiated by the level of abstraction that is presented to the user, developer, and administrator. Each of these tiers, often referring using the suffix as a server, provides separate elements to the overall architecture of cloud-based services.
You gotta zoom up on your browser. Your viewers can't read. It's all blur. There, better.
You got it? Did it actually?
That was better.
No, that right there. Oh, you're talking about my browser. Okay.
Yeah, your browser. Yeah,
Okay.
you're reading us. Okay, so you just zoomed up, right?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Seems better now.
That's because I forgot what
Oh, I see.
happened.
Okay, now this one's really. You know how to zoom on the Chrome, right?
Well, yeah, I can't.
There's a plus. Yeah.
I know. I just really don't like doing it.
Yeah, I know. But for if you're reading through stuff and you want your viewers to follow, there, much better. And then you
Okay.
can reset it when you're done.
See, that's the part that sucks.
That sucks on your side. It's
Resetting it. Okay.
It's one click.
Well, I forget sometimes. Okay, so infrastructure as a service. Wait, let me make sure.
Wait, so do we? Let's talk a little bit more about that cloud thing, just to make sure we're clear, all right? Because Mark's
Okay.
saying that it might be a marketing or it might be a misleading term, but the whole thing is that, remember, if you were like, let's just think about your photos that you take on your camera. Before cloud computing, you would just take pictures on your camera, and you take it home and you transfer it to your computer, right? And you save it on your local storage, right? So that's an on-premise hosting right there, in a simplistic term. But now we have cloud solution. And so all my pictures are not saved permanently on my local computers anymore because I don't have enough space on there. I offload it to the cloud. Somewhere on the cloud, the computing cloud, that are holding on to those pictures. I don't know where, It is, but I don't care. So long as I can just go to the browser, go to that to their site, and access it.
Question for you, Dan. You call it a cloud. I just call it a host.
What do you call
would
it?
you have called let's say 10 years ago, would you have called an FTP server a cloud service?
Yeah, I guess. But an FTP server would be hosting on my company's, or be hosting on my basement server somewhere. So that wouldn't be a cloud service. But I can access.
If let's say you bought third party hosting from a
Right. Okay, let's say I'm accessing. Yeah, but you see, an FTP server is somebody hosting files for me to access. It's like a university network. Has a note on the internet.
Web service provide commercial web hosts provide commercial FTP access.
Yeah, for all we care, this cloud service that's hosting the photos that I have could be they could be underneath the cover, hosting it on an FTP somewhere. some Weasley sleight of hands trick. They're calling it a cloud, but they are in fact hosting it on a secured FTP server.
Now, let me add something in here. Last week, okay, I actually tried to freaking do the challenge of reading the information for cloud service, and by the time I was done, my freaking head hurt. I didn't want to do it no more. And all the stuff I read described to me how the cloud is nothing more than a really, really cool freaking server. But
yes,
nothing more.
It's a cool marketing term. Mark's right.
There is no freaking invisible cloud where freaking everything disappears into it. That's you look at some network diagram, you see, stuff sitting on a cloud. They have a cloud shape picture representing stuff that is stored off-site. It's basically off-site storage.
Yeah, I remember learning network typologies back 30 odd years ago, and we were still using images of clouds to demonstrate off-site.
Yeah, maybe that's where they get the cloud terminology from.
Now, all I gotta ask is another important question. Now, all those cool sci-fi movies where they show the freaking robotic arm pulling out the hard drives and then moving to another area and putting the hard drive in, and is that a cloud? Is that what the cloud service is?
You're still confused about the cloud service.
And programmers have to sit back there and make sure that the robotic arm moves to the right location and pull the freaking hard drive out and put it in another
days,
spot.
you don't have to pull out anything. Data can be transferred from one drive to another drive without...
Oh, I see. You're talking about the man behind the curtain running the cloud service?
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, Mark's right. These days they have all virtual. They call it infrastructure by code or something, or code as infrastructure as code.
So you don't need
so they
programmers.
They have script that spins up virtual machines. They have like drives. I guess so. The script could those all hidden inside.
If you purchase a contract with a private server host, all they will do is they just press a few buttons and a script will just create a host for you, depending on your requirements, and a couple of minutes later you'll have a host for your purposes.
Right on. So my big question is so programmers aren't needed for this, right? Like
programmers are needed to set it up, or administrators are needed to set it up, rather than programmers per se.
That's what I mean by infrastructure as code. The programmers have built this infrastructure already, so that network administrator or somebody on the service provider end, they would just touch a couple of buttons and they'll spin up a server for you.
So that
it's all automated.
So there ain't gonna be literally no robotic
There's
arm.
no robot running or moving your hardwares around, man. They're probably running. I wonder, if the Amazons have robots moving their storage servers or adding new drives, but
no, it's mainly people, system administrators actually, or engineers actually sticking drives in and sticking servers in when
it's you never know. Like Amazon have started researching technology to have drone delivery drones to deliver the packages, right? So they could have something in there automating their hardware movement.
Not on a sort of commercial scale at the moment. I'm aware of at least one server administrator for Amazon, and it's all done manually. Or manually, as in the deployment of the hardware.
Okay, so there's another important thing that is mentioned that Mark says here, and I'm gonna read a little bit of it because I don't want to get too much into these stuff he's talking about, like descriptions and stuff, but there's cool stuff that he does mention. So I'm gonna read this to you. Okay, the usage of the word cloud is a fairly recent term that was first used to represent network computing in 1993 when General Magic, a company that started as a project which was backed by Apple Inc. and AT&T, used this term to describe their telescript and personal link technologies. Back in April 1994, Wired magazine featured an article entitled Bill and Andy's Excellent Adventure, in which Andy Hertzfeld, a member of the original Apple Macintosh design team, a primary software developer for the Macintosh operating system, provided the following comment. The beauties of Telescript is that now, instead of just having a device to program, we now have the entire cloud out there, where a single program can go and travel to many different sources of information and create sort of a virtual service. No one had conceived that before. And then Mark goes on to say, however, I partially disagree with the above statement and consider cloud computing as an evolutionary step in what was already a growing market. Since the early interpretation of multi-user computer workstations, many online distributed services were providing a mainframe and network computing infrastructures. Right there, what I was talking about with infrastructures. Many users were using these infrastructures to access emails and communications with others, as well as to interact with remote services such as bulletin board systems, BBS, and to access other systems such as Prestel and ViewData, video text services, precursors to the British Oracle and CFAX teletext services that were provided by BBC and ITV television companies. So I'm going to end it right there and see what you guys have to say about that.
I just sent a link there. I thought I just read an article that says Eric Smith, CEO of Google, was the one who actually coined the term cloud computing.
Yeah, this is an arguable then. It's the old sort of who was the first person to actually use the term, and a lot of people just want to
Claim it.
claim that they were. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as my research is concerned, it was there was no we have specified there. Andy, what's his face? But yeah, it's arguable. And you've got to remember, 93 was a year before the World Wide Web became a thing.
Mhm.
The web as we know it now wasn't a thing until 1994.
Well, it was available before then to the universities.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I say as we know it now.
Yeah.
As a
Because
commercial.
I was in university starting in '91, and we started using the Netscape browser. The really very crude Netscape navigator
No,
back
the,
then, right?
the statement that you make down there below that, I didn't read it out loud, but the one thing you also have to consider too when it comes to especially government agencies, okay, and a lot of people get a misconception about the internet. The internet wasn't something that a couple of buddies sitting in their basement came up with. It was actually given to the public by the government. You know what I mean?
I disagree with that. The World Wide Web, remember there's a difference between the internet and the World Wide Web. The internet has been around since the 60s. ARPANET and stuff. But the World Wide Web, the HTML...
The HTML rendering, hypertext viewer engine.
Yeah, and
that makes
that
the
we use
internet
now.
accessible.
Was actually developed by CERN using UK and European or EU EC at the time taxpayers' money.
Yeah, you don't think CERN's a government organization?
It's a state. There is a difference there.
Yeah. We'll just call it a state.
A state. Man. I remember governments come and go.
But the
5
state
years.
is forever.
Yeah.
But the state will always live on.
I really dislike when people use things like terms like government money, because there's no such thing as government money. The only money that governments have are for electioneering purposes.
Yeah.
The rest of it is state money.
Well, the
Taxpayers' money, public money.
taxpayers' money, yeah.
But that's one thing I do want. I don't care if it's state money or whatever. The original internet came out by the government, so these guys had freaking like 30 years ahead of us. So trust me when I say freaking. I guarantee it.
The original internet was came out by the U.S. military and universities.
Now, the universities probably had their fingers in it all along doing the research, because the military's not smart enough to do that on their own.
And remember, technically speaking, universities are private corporations.
Yeah.
Private entities. So yeah, again, I disagree with all government sort of argument.
Well, I mean, I remember whenever they came on the TV, I was still young when they were talking about where they were going to frickin', allow a lot of newer technologies to be introduced into the public, and a lot of people, even our age, don't remember that. They don't remember when it actually came out on the news where they said that you're going to see big changes within the next 20 to 30 years. And that happened in like the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, but we're just talking about the sort of Moore's law concept.
Yeah, and
where
the internet was
a bit progressive because of demand and supply sort of points.
Yeah. Now, the internet, let me make that clear, was a lot more earlier than what I was just talking about. So that's
1966, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Was initial development of ARPANET.
And I mean, I could go through and read a lot more of this stuff. You had some really great stuff on here and everything. I want to hear what Tan has to say about most of the stuff that you wrote on this blog, because
there's too much. Too much to read. I get busy.
Man.
Wait, so when did he publish this?
He published.
Not 2019. Yeah. So a lot of references at the bottom were a bit old, but
he's had a few years of experience since then. It's like he starts backing off. He's like, "Oh shit, did I really put that in there?"
Wait, is this? Did you say when did you post this, Mark?
I've got the date.
December 2019.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it took me from like if I remember right, this was quite quick. It took me about a week and a half to.
No, I think.
Write,
I mean, we've gone through most part of it. And I agree with most of what I've heard. So, yeah.
Now it says in November of 2007, it was confirmed that Google was using algorithms to analyze users' documents stored within Google Drive services. And whilst Google claimed that the issue was a glitch, this doesn't stop Google from temporarily blocking users from accessing their documents due to claims of violating Google terms of service. So, you want to elaborate on that?
No, did they find that some users are putting illegal documents on their drive?
Yeah, there was the sort of idea that Google LLC wasn't reviewing and use the documents that the users were uploading to Google Drive, but it was found out that Google was actually banning or removing accounts because of the contents of those documents. So some of those documents may have violated the terms of services, and Google was actually reviewing those documents and actually enacting on those reviews.
That's so. What is the problem with that? They're within their means, their rights.
I think at the time, it was Google actually. I'm pretty sure that Google actually stated that they weren't reviewing.
Let's see, and he also wanted to use that as an example to show that Microsoft and Apple had been analyzing their users' content, as well as being suggested to have provided various government agencies with private user information. and that's without agencies
Yeah.
providing correct authorization and legal documents. So
But
So
that was a shocking thing back then. But now it's like a normal practice, isn't it? That
it's the good days. We
The
got
host-
all
Well,
this.
at least you've got terms of services saying we will amend, we can, the documents are, we own. As soon as you upload them to our services, we own those documents in effect. And we can share it with our trusted partners, quote unquote.
Oh yeah. I think I remember seeing some of those, not with Google or anything, but some other providers. They might have something.
Well, say if you think about, let's say you're a company, and you've got private, or sensitive, I don't know, let's say financial accounts or something, patents, pending patents or something, all uploaded to Google Drive, then in theory, Google could actually to take ownership and claim that those patents are theirs.
Well, see, you guys
Or
are
those
caught up into
patents are theirs.
you're caught up into the good times of today and everything, but back when you were writing this, okay, you got to remember what you were talking about here, because it's right here at the end. You say throughout 2016 and 2017, there were a number of data breaches of some well-known organizations and websites and infrastructures. Affected companies included Verizon, Yahoo, Tesco Bank, Uber, and Equifax. While some of these branches were insignificant, other branches were found to have had customers and user data stolen. With the increase in cloud service, it is inevitable that there will be many new data breaches and security incidents which will affect millions of users. Cloud computing is
We
poor.
see,
Oh,
we
go
see
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
So we see that all the time. How many times have you heard of databases being hacked and duplicated, and security issues like customers' contact information or customers' payment information is being distributed
Exactly.
beyond the company?
It's your turn, Tan. What you got to say?
Oh, what? This is not a debate. This is not a back and forth. This is not a fight. At least I didn't think so. I mean,
And
I don't see anything that Mark wrote there to be, anything. Sure, Mark's done extensive research.
Now,
So,
what's your
the
take?
other thing you've got, the other thing you've got to think about is consumer regulations in the US. We all know that consumer regulations are extremely weak. So if, let's say, your data is being compromised and let's say your customers, they contact information is off in the dark web, being distributed illegally, you as a consumer have very little recourse. Whereas in Europe, in the EU and in EEA countries, we've got much more stronger consumer legislation. So we could have those companies that have failed to maintain their security prosecuted fairly easily.
So this you're talking about users using the like a Google service or something like that, and if it gets lost, then the users is out of luck. But that was, I think, that was when I guess that for users who are using the free Google services. But what about those people who paid, who use the paid services? There's got to be some accountability for.
There might be stronger contracts,
Right.
but still, if you consider U.S. consumer legislation, again, extremely weak. So the only recourse that most companies or most individuals would have is a breach of contract.
Yeah.
In which case they could be sued by a class action, right? With,
Yeah,
right.
if they can be proven to be a breach of contract. So if the contract states that the company has to keep a certain amount of security precautions, procedures in place.
That reminds me so much of PayPal whenever they had that breach of information and everybody's data bled out of their programs. Wasn't that PayPal?
I don't know. Again, I
like-
hear about these things on a sort of monthly basis.
It happened like 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
You got too much on your mind.
Have you hacks since then?
It's like
Security
Roger,
breaches?
be up to date. Okay, so I wanna move on because we got good stuff here, and I found something, and it's about writing your own virtual machine. I want to read it to you and see what you think. Okay, it's a tutorial. It says, in this tutorial, I will teach you how to write your own virtual machine (VM) that can run assembly language programs such as my friend's 2008 or 2048 on my roguelike or my roguelike. If you know how to program but would like to gain if you know how to program but would like to gain a deeper understanding what is going on inside a computer and better understand how programming languages work, then this project is for you. Write your own VM may sound a little scary, but I promise you will not be too surprising. But I promise you that you will find it to be surprisingly simple and enlightening. And then down here it comes to what is a virtual machine. A VM is a program that acts like a computer. It simulates a CPU along with a few other hardware components, allowing it to perform arithmetic, read and write to memory, and interact with I/O devices, just like a physical computer. Most importantly, it can understand a machine language which you can use to program it. The amount of computer hardware the VM attempts to simulate depends on its purpose. Some VMs are designed to reproduce the behavior of some particular computer, such as video game emulators. Most people don't have an NES laying around anymore, but we can still play NES games by simulating the NES hardware on a program. These emulators must faithfully receive every detail and major hardware component of the original device. Other VMs don't act like any real computer. Other VMs don't act like any real computer and are entirely made up. This is primarily done to make software development easier. Imagine you wanted to create a program that ran on multiple computer architectures. A VM could offer a standard platform which provided portability for all of them. instead of rewriting a program in direct dialects of assembly for each CPU architecture. You'd only need to write the small VM program in each assembly language. Each program would then be written only once in the VM's assembly language. And then it talks about porting without a VM and porting with a VM, and goes that like that. So, what are your guys' take on that? Just on virtual machines.
Reading that
You
reminds
covered-
me.
Go ahead.
Reminds me
You
so
covered-
much about Java.
Java.
You covered two different things there. You covered virtual machines and emulation. Virtual machines are a technique where certain amount of the host computer hard resources are taken, so the hardware is taken. So generally speaking, things like I don't know, graphics cards can be taken or reused or direct access to memory or something. Whereas emulation is just a sort of layer on top of the host machine that will just emulate a separate machine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that actually does.
But the VM is doing kind of the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but certain resources can be used, can be shared between both the host and the.
Yeah, it's kind of blurred as to what the separator
Yeah,
is because they have on the Android platforms, they have Android emulators that you use on Windows when you're doing development for the Android devices, right?
Hmm.
So you can just test your application without having to run it on a real phone. You have an Android emulator, like a Google Pixel emulator or a Nexus 9 emulator running on Windows that you can just load the application into, and it behaves pretty much the same as the real Android device, but a lot of the features, all of the features are simulated, right?
Yeah.
So then, how is that different from a VM? I'm wondering, right?
There are two different types of VM, isn't it? There's the much more emulated variant, in which
I don't know how well this would be to as an example, but like now I have a game for Black Ops, okay, Black Ops 3. That is an emulation, and not only is it an emulation, but they've taken it farther to where they've actually emulated servers to where multiple players can get on this emulation of the server and play one another, which isn't really a server, it's an emulation of the server. You know what I'm saying?
It's like a Black Ops clone.
Yeah.
Right?
If that makes sense to you. Okay.
But how is it an emulation? So can the game connect to a real Black Ops server the same way as it connects to this simulation
No,
server?
it's completely standalone on its
Completely
own.
different, right?
Yeah, it's
So more like a clone than an
Yeah.
emulator.
exactly. Well, I mean, when you make an emulation, isn't it basically a clone? I mean,
No, well, for it to be an emulator, it needs to. For it to be an emulator, it needs to be able to talk to the game, the clients that normally talk to the real Black Ops server, right?
mm-hmm.
right? So that though it's basically emulating all the features or the functions of the real server, but only to its own client. Then I consider that a clone. If it is a server that is able to talk to the game's users all over the world on the client that are so basically interoperable. It needs to interoperate with the real server, right? So if it's emulating, it's basically if you replace it, so you have the server and you have all these game players all over the world with a client running, connecting to the server, right? If your emulator, or if your emulation of the real server is a true emulation, then I can switch the real server, put your emulator in place of it, and the other game users will be able to connect it to your emulated server without knowing any better, right? Thinking that they will be connecting to the real Black Ops server. That would be an emulation.
That would, yeah. Now see, this one it goes by BO and then III for 3. But it's BO3 basically. And if you guys want to ever check it out and you see what I'm talking about, you literally go on here, man, and you're playing a server. You know what I mean? You're actually on a server with other people and everything, and in every aspect of the part, you're on a server. You're playing with other people, but it's a simulation. You know what I'm saying? It's not an actual server that's on the internet that can be freaking monitored. It's like VirtualBox, basically.
A problem with this, I wrote about this in the Linux chat room some time ago, in March. Things like VirtualBox are technically emulators because it's a Type 2 hypervisor. So it provides which means it provides its own sort of hardware emulation. Whereas you've got things like QEMU, KVM, and XN, which are Type 1 hypervisors that provides a bridge between the guest environment and the host hardware. So, like I said, with graphics card, VirtualBox will emulate a graphics, a GPU, a graphics processing unit, whereas a Type 1 hypervisor will actually can be configured to provide a bridge to the actual hardware's, to the physical hardware graphics processor unit.
Alright. So,
Wait, but back to your article. I was reading that and I was thinking that it's talking about more about having a VM that supports running your one application in many different architectures.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like you write once and it can run anywhere. Okay.
No,
So
I can pull that link up and post it on there if you want it.
So
but
what
how,
the software they sort of
It says write your own.
architecture
Mhm.
independent. So like a Java application would be.
Exactly. So Java is a programming language
Java virtual machine.
that has the virtual machine. That's right. That is like interpreting the bytecode that is intermediate. So people write Java program in source code and they compile using the Java compiler, and it compiles into this intermediate format where it gets run on different platforms. You have the Java virtual machine on each platform that are interpreting those bytecode and translate it into the machine architecture of the machine that is being hosted on. So the programmer will just write the code once on Java compile it once to bytecode, and it can run on a Mac, it can run on Linux, and it can run on a PC.
All right.
Before the marketing of smartphones, we used to see this with more classic mobile phones, where you had a sort of Java framework, and you could be able to run the same application on, let's say, your phone, your friend's phone, a calculator, and even I've seen Java runtimes on fridges. So in theory, you could run the same software on a fridge.
Yeah. I think Samsung refrigerators, they actually run Java. They have Java programs running inside them.
As a thing, I've seen some versions of Doom being compiled in Java. So in theory, you could run your latest game of Doom on your fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it says VM.
Good luck trying to control it with those tiny.
VM doesn't have to be large or pervasive to provide similar benefits. Old video games often use small VMs to provide simple scripting systems. VMs are also useful for executing code in a secure or isolated way. One application of this is garbage collection. There is no trivial way to implement automatic garbage collection on top of C or C++, since a program cannot see its own stack or variables. However, a VM is outside the program it is running and can observe all of the memory references on the stack. So,
do you understand what you just read?
Yeah, that's kind of like what I was talking about with the RAID systems, with the RAID 5.
It's a VM outside of the program because the program is internal of the VM. It's much like having a piece of software on a computer. The VM is acting as the computer in this case.
Yeah, it has to be separate. Yeah, it can't be a part of the actual program.
Yeah. So, but okay. So right, that Java is the old enterprise solution to run once, write one runs everywhere, kind of a coding VM, right? JavaScript, right? JavaScript is the current technology where the web applications are like JavaScript are like touting write one run anywhere now. It's like it's a new Java, right? But it's nothing like Java. It's just it's only like Java in name. But yeah, so so JavaScript. A lot of people are writing web applications in JavaScript, TypeScript, and all that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep. They're mentioning there's no trivial way to implement automatic garbage collection on top of C or C++, since a program cannot see its own stack or variables. So,
well, the runtime engine of the whatever virtual machine this program is running on, that one has to be the one that's responsible for doing the garbage collection. They have like a memory manager kind of thing that are looking at checking out all the programs that are running, and then it will occasionally check to see if certain chunk of memory is still referenced, right? It's not referenced anymore. So right, the program itself is It could do that, but it's like it is more effective for something else, like a manager, to be managing that kind of stuff rather than each program implementing its own garbage collection.
Think of a virtual machine as being a computer in itself. And like any computer, it needs an operating system, and the operating system will have its own kernel for its own that will control memory management, will control hardware, or in this case, pseudo hardware access.
Maybe it is hard for C++ to implement garbage collection because a lot of C++ program run into what's called memory leaks.
Yeah.
So it's the program eating up memory and not releasing it, and just eventually it just cripple the machine because it used up all of the available memories.
As anybody who's used Microsoft Windows and seen no.
Yeah.
Now, another example of this behavior is demonstrated by Ethereum smart contracts. Smart contracts are small programs which are executed by each validating node in the blockchain network. This requires the node operators to run programs on their machine that have been written by complete strangers without any opportunity to scrutinize them beforehand. To prevent a contract from doing malicious things, they are run outside a VM that has no access to the file system, network, disk, etc. Ethereum is also a good application for the portability features that result when using a VM, since Ethereum nodes can be run on many kinds of computers and operating systems. The use of a VM allows smart contracts to be written without any consideration of the many platforms they run on. So
Interesting.
yeah, I thought that stuck out to me while you guys were talking. I seen that. It was just below what?
Yeah. So Ethereum has their own virtual machine infrastructure.
That's
Right.
pretty cool.
And each smart contract is like a little script, isn't it?
It's pretty cool.
It's
Did not
script
know
that-
that.
Little script that execute on the virtual machine. But so they have to invent that kind of scripting language, right? So that the syntax of it is restrictive enough so that it will not do damage on the whatever environment it runs on. But it's like limited programming language.
Technically,
Specialized.
would you say a blockchain is its own, loosely speaking, virtual machine, its own environment?
That would be true.
A blockchain, a block on the blockchain.
Or a blockchain, the blockchain itself, because there's different blockchains for
Yeah.
different applications.
So you're saying it would be autonomous, basically.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That decentralization, it would make more sense because that's what everybody in cryptocurrency is always shouting about. It's like, even on Minds, everybody's talking about decentralization and freaking just shit like that.
Again, in the crypto environment, there's also centralized crypto
Yeah.
digital assets, as we see with lots of banks and countries starting to implement at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
An Ethereum virtual machine is a computation engine for Ethereum that manages the state of a blockchain and enables smart contracts.
Okay. So I want to put in some stuff that.
So so if you run a miner on Ethereum on your computer, right?
Not
Your miner machine is a node on the blockchain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I think of blockchains as being on virtual machines.
No. Each node has a virtual machine running inside it.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Well, the blockchain's the thing that's connecting these virtual machines.
It's a connected network of virtual machines of EVMs, Ethereum virtual machines.
It's really the sort of network infrastructure around virtual machines.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so now I want to show you guys something right here. This is my stuff that I like.
Back to RAID.
RAID 5.
Completed, yeah.
What is RAID 5? RAID 5 is a redundant array of independent disk configurations that use disk stripping with parity. Data and parity are striped evenly across all the disks, so no single disk is a bottleneck. Striping is also enables users to reconstruct data in case of a disk failure. RAID 5 evenly balances reads and writes and is currently one of the most commonly used RAID methods. It has more usable storage than RAID 1 and RAID 10 configurations and provides performance equivalents to RAID 0. RAID 5 groups have a minimum of 3 HDDs and no maximum, because the parity data is spread across all drives.
Minimum 3 and no maximum.
Right. RAID 5 is considered one of the most secure RAID configurations. Now, how does RAID 5 work? The benefit of RAID 5 primarily comes from its own combined use of disk striping and parity. Striping is the process of storing consecutive segments of data across different storage devices. It enables better throughput and performance. Disk striping alone does not make an array fault tolerant. However, disk striping combined with parity provides RAID 5 with redundancy and reliability. RAID 5 uses parity instead of mirroring for data redundancy. When data is written to a RAID 5 drive, the system calculates parity and writes that parity into the drive, while mirroring maintains multiple copies of data in each volume to use in case of failure. RAID 5 can rebuild a failed drive using the parity data, which is not kept on a fixed single drive. What do you think about that? Yeah. What up? What up, dog? What up?
The entire subject of RAID confuses me sometimes. There's so many different levels.
So what do you guys think about RAID 5? From what I just read there, what do you think about it?
Why RAID 5? Do they have all the way to RAID 10, yeah?
Yeah. You can go in and get a good description.
RAID 6 is the maximum. That's not.
Now, being fair, RAID 5 is probably the only one worth getting.
Double distributed.
Okay.
No, there's something called RAID 10. No.
RAID 0 is pretty good too.
Oh no, it's not RAID 10. It's RAID.
No, it's RAID 6. RAID 6 is the.
It's RAID 10. What? It's not RAID 10. It's RAID 10. It's a combination of RAID 1 and RAID 0.
Yeah, I'm using traditional sort of.
But
definitions.
What I've checked out of all of them, RAID 5 seems to be the best out of all of them. So it's
Again,
RAID.
depends on your requirements. They can be used. Each different can be used for different requirements. And then RAID 0 could be just used for duplicate. Oh, actually, RAID 1 could be used for just duplicating data from one drive to another drive. Whereas RAID 5 could be used for
This RAID 6.
pushing data throughout a number of different drives. So single bits on separate drives.
And see, the one thing I like about it is when they're talking about it here is like avoiding the whole mirror, you know what I mean? Forgetting about the whole mirroring and going the other route. I know I've heard it somewhere before where they were talking about that, how it's a better process, you know, instead of having to mirror and maintain multiple copies of data. It doesn't do that. And not only that, but it rebuilds a failed drive, you know what I'm saying? Because it has information on the other RAID drives.
Yeah. Again, it depends on requirements. If you just want to have a redundancy system, so let's say your main server dies because of a power outage or something, and you just want to pick up from where it's stopped on another server, then RAID 1 probably would be much more practical.
RAID 1? Yeah. Now, RAID 1, that one right there only has, what, 2 RAID drives? I believe it is.
A minimum number, so
Yeah.
in theory it can be, yeah, we're talking about minimum numbers, so in theory you could have 50 machine drives all just mirror and using RAID 1.
Yeah. I like freaking RAID 5 though, because it's just cool.
Do you have one?
That's what I've been trying to tell you, dude. I'm going to freaking build this from scratch on my own instead of going and buying one of those pretty little freaking chassis that you guys keep saying, oh, you can buy it. No, I can't.
Oh, you mean you're gonna take like
I can buy
three like 1980s discs and put them together and
No, I'm gonna use the RAID discs. RAID.
Okay,
has,
he's going to build himself a number of enterprise-style cabinets.
yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna
Maybe like IBM
I hope-
mainframe room, like from
I hope
19.
you've got enough money for the power bill.
I don't think it'd be that bad. I mean, it can't be that bad.
Again, depends on how big a server farm you want to build.
Now, we've gone through that. Now, my next one that I want you guys to look at is: have you guys ever heard of deep learning?
Mm-hmm. AI.
Okay. Now,
Machine learning, people learn.
They-
What is locally called artificial intelligence. I really do not like the term artificial intelligence.
deep learning
Might be another
GPU.
one.
Here we go again.
Deep learning
Okay.
GPU. Okay. Making the most of GPUs for your deep learning project. Graphics processing units, GPUs, originally developed for accelerating graphic processes, can dramatically speed up computational processes for deep learning. They
Yeah.
are an essential part of a modern artificial intelligence infrastructure, and new GPUs have been developed and optimized specifically for deep learning. Read on to understand the benefits of GPUs for deep learning projects, the difference.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there already.
Okay.
GPUs can be used for the purpose of artificial intelligence. They can act as what we used to call floating point units. In the old days of 386, 486s, you would have your main CPU, and then you would have another calculating chipset for the purpose of calculator for mathematical usage. So floating point units, and GPUs are in this example is being used for exactly the same purposes. But we've also got these days things like APIs, APUs, artificial intelligent processing units, FPUs.
FPU.
Yeah, which is a or FPUs is the old term, but
Yeah.
APUs, which is a another form of processing unit for the purpose of deep learning, machine learning.
APUs are like accelerated processing.
Now see, I knew this would get his attention because, like, he didn't even let me finish. You know what I'm saying? They're like, hold up, let me stop you there.
This gets you on his
Just so you can
band.
see where you go with this.
Gets you on his best side, like the cloud computing.
Okay,
But you know,
the GPU can be used as a secondary central processing unit if needed.
but
We
some-
see this
something-
in
something
sorry,
about
we-
floating point arithmetics there that are useful for intensive number crunching. Like the crypto miners, the crypto mining programs, they use GPUs to crunch their mining, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
So-
using same sort of principle as a floating point unit.
Yeah, so there might be something there. But this is the first time I heard of deep learning using GPUs to do its stuff. But yeah, I think I think it's a thing, right? I think it could be a thing.
Yeah. It's another form of central processing unit. So any PUs, any processing units
Can be used for deep learning.
NAPUs.
for calculations. Yeah.
PU.
FU too.
Oh,
PUs and FUs.
now, do you want me to read more?
What is this about deep learning that you want to talk about?
I just want to read the article. I've already
Yeah,
gotten a good
okay,
part.
yeah,
I've
go
already
on,
gotten
go
a
on.
good part of
Go
it.
on.
I don't have to talk about nothing. I've got some good
Yeah, man.
responses from it. This is good.
You just want to rile us up.
Okay, now artificial intelligent infrastructures. And we just went over infrastructures. The new GPUs have been developed and optimized specifically for deep learning. Read on to understand the benefits of GPUs for deep learning projects and the difference between consumer grade GPUs, data center GPUs, and GPU servers. Now, GPU servers, I've heard about them, and a lot of people have told me that, I mean, you really don't need GPUs in a server, but you can, you know what I mean? But I I really don't see a purpose in doing that when it comes to servers. And several ways that you can evaluate your GPU performance. This is part of the extensive series of guides about AI technology. In this article, you will learn the principles of GPU computing, benefits of using GPUs for deep learning, and GPU technology options for deep learning, then top metrics for deep learning GPU performances. And it goes on to the principles of GPU computing. Graphics.
Something else I just thought of, neural processing units as well, NPUs. I think GPUs wouldn't be all that great at this because GPUs tend to be more power hungry, not as power efficient as CPUs.
See, that's what I was thinking with the freaking GPU servers. Like, it would suck so much energy out of your system. It wouldn't even be worth it, just for that freaking extra bit.
Well, again, depends on your requirements. If you've got a, if you've got GPUs and you've got enough power, and you don't mind paying extremely high power bills, then yeah, go ahead.
What do you think?
Apparently, using a GPU for deep learning is like up to 3 times faster than running it on a CPU.
So
there's something there.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's cool. It's machine learning, right? It's deep learning thing is all about the machine crunching through a large number of samples and finding patterns out of it, right?
So do you think that would take me to the top as a freaking gamer when I do my videos and shit?
Well, yeah, you need a fast GPU if you wanna win out the other players on the internet.
Yeah,
what kind of GPUs you have now?
What kind of resolution could I put on my video games when I stream them? Like, how high?
No, it's you're not playing with you're just playing by yourself. You're not playing with the rest of the world.
Well, if I'm playing with myself or with the rest of the world, I mean, like.
So if you have a faster GPU, you would have your refresh rate will be faster, and you'll have smoother transition of the graphics, and you'll be able to react faster and do stuff faster, and you will have an advantage over other people with a slower GPU, right?
Now, what if I had my gaming hooked into a deep learning machine?
It's just
what would happen there?
You'll explode. Cannot compute Stack Overflow exception.
Also, remember when you talk about screen resolutions, that is your actual physical monitor partially determines the maximum screen resolution.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the frames per second that the graphic card is able to crunch out. Yeah.
Now, take the video gaming out of your mind.
I've heard of an argument to say that anything above 120 frames per second is not worth it and is perceivable by the human eye.
120?
I used to do 12
Yeah,
frames
so-
per second on my OBS. I don't get where people say that shit either. Like, I can actually freaking set up my OBS where I can run video at 12 frames per second. And
12 frames?
yeah. Everybody says that's, oh, you're ridiculous. I'm like, hell no, I can do it today. I can get on my OBS.
In theory, you could set up OBS to do 1 frame per second.
That'll be pretty laggy, isn't it? It's like one second Mark's head is on the top left corner, and the next second his head is on the bottom right corner.
Yeah, but you have to buffer. That's the secret. Like if you use
That
a
would be good
buffer,
for time-lapse videos.
if you use a buffer of like 400, it'll all come out all right. You'll be okay, man.
You want to watch a flower grow or something? Some pink dry or something, yeah?
All right, so we've gotten through a lot of the stuff that we've been reviewing and stuff that I think we should hold off until the next time.
You're just scratching the surface of deep learning. Maybe let's talk about that more next time.
Yeah. Now I do want to go over the SEC and library and all that. I think that's something that's pretty cool to do, but. Like you know all the stuff with library that me and Mark's been talking about, right?
What SEC?
SEC, the lawsuit.
Securities and Exchange, US
okay.
Securities Exchange Commission.
Okay.
And then the UK has been coming down on Rumble, and
Microsoft, yeah.
and well, for me personally, I mean, I've got one of those suspicious minds. I think that they're related, to be honest with you, because it seems to me like these governments, man, have it out for these freaking these alt tech platforms, man. It's just
I wrote about Library Inc. And the Securities and Exchange Commission issue about a week ago in the General's chat room. That is really just down to regulatory frameworks and library never actually pushing their crypto token through the correct regulations.
well, you know that guy that got in trouble. What was it, LXM or whatever that token was? They found him down in the Caribbeans with that 20-room mansion and like 200 buddies living with him. I forgot the name of them, but it hit the news. It caused a big problem with cryptocurrency. They finally sentenced him. He's got freaking like 100 years lined up. Not only him, but his girlfriend and all the buddies that was involved with it. They're going to prison, and all of that happened here during this time period. And now all of a sudden you got all these government agencies just coming in. I mean, how many years has freaking library been around? And all of a sudden they take interest, you know?
No, this has been an ongoing thing since officially 2019. I think 2022. I think it has been going on for at least 2019.
And how long has library been out? They've been out, shit. It's
Not
only.
that long.
They've been out longer than mines, haven't they?
Yeah, but only well, I mean, founded in May 2015.
2015.
So actually,
no,
it hasn't.
mine's fish.
Mine was founded in 2012.
Yeah. I went on link too. And I think freaking Bill's freaking listening to our videos because mysteriously his bio freaking vanished off a link. Okay, like I gotta rehook up. Let's see. Let me get on here again. And yeah, I'm back.
Disappeared.
Did he just disappear?
No, I'm back now. It
Oh,
knocked
what
me
happened,
off.
man?
But mysteriously, his
You would mysteriously disappear for a second.
I thought that was weird too. That might be Bill fucking with us.
Yeah.
Every time I mention his name, something fucked up
Some
happens.
like network accident happened.
Now, he took his bio off, okay, where I was talking about. I actually reddit it. He came up with the idea with his college buddies back when he was in college, and that's how they started it. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I know that this was he was still in university, and Mark Harden was also in university in the UK, and they were communicating with each other. And yeah, the project started in sometime in 2012.
And see, his brother needs to have his ass on there and freaking do an interview with Bill, because, being honest, that should have been the first person he had on there.
Jack actually joined the company himself a bit later, actually. I'm not sure, I think 2014, 2015. He was as far as I am aware, he was a business-to-business sales rep for IBM. Prior to mine.
Yeah. But I still say he should have had Bill on there first, because that only makes sense, because then he could go through and freaking talk about how he came up with the ideas for mines and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he probably is tired of saying it, but it's still, you know, it's supposed to be Mines Live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and he did, by the way, he took that freaking story down off of freaking LinkedIn, Linktree or LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn.
Yeah, LinkedIn.
No, he was forced to edit his Wikipedia page because Wikipedia took the view that his previous record entry was too much advertising rather than actually talking about himself.
Oh,
It was too much of a marketing page rather than a descriptive page.
so he was advertising mines more than he was talking about himself on it.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, man. I think the only reason why Jack's doing Mines Live is because, like, Bill has a freaking he's self-conscious about himself, and he knows that Jack's a pretty boy, so he lets Jack do it for him, you know, because he knows freaking that if he gets up there, he's gonna have a lot of people wanting to go on there and talk to him. So.
So Jack is actually quite a good marketeer.
Yeah.
Before Barshi and Ryan started the company, Jack was actually creating the majority of the official blog articles.
Really? Well, I know, like, a lot of the shows he's done 3 now? 3 or 4?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him 2 out of the 3 he's posted has been pretty good so far. You know, I haven't been able to see the first one, that's the only reason I'm saying
I've been fairly critical about some of, especially the most recent live festival because in my view, there was too much emphasis on American regulation and American creators and American concepts of free speech, and obviously mine is being promoted to an international audience.
Yeah. See, that's the one I haven't seen yet. So I seen the one with the writer, and then I seen one with the well, hold on, let me think. It was a writer on one of them, and then before that, there was it was do good.
Right, do good. Yes.
Yeah, which is the
Wait, the guy that was streaming from Korea, that was Jeffrey Ryder.
Oh,
That-
sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the festival. Yeah, you're talking about the
live stream.
recent. Yeah, Mine's Live.
Oh, he got caught up for something.
With Game Test Play. Is that the same guy?
Yeah, I only saw that interview earlier on today.
I don't know if Game Test Play is the same guy.
He's also from Korea.
It could be him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
China.
if he's willing to come on and humiliate himself like that, that's all up to him. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be embarrassed if I was on this show, dude. Seriously.
What are you talking about? You were going to be on there?
I mean, that's kind of. That was supposed to be funny. Thanks. But yeah.
But so far, Jack hasn't gotten back to you. So
He hasn't sent me a freaking email or nothing, and I told you already, the dude don't like me, man. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes when he talks. He's like,
You only mentioned this a couple of days ago.
yeah, I know.
it was last Friday. We did it last Friday.
Yeah, it was last Friday. I'm glad that you took off when you did. By the way.
Oh right, Mark wasn't there. Right.
Yeah, he was there in the beginning. He had to go.
Yeah,
He got hungry. He just
Right. And then we were all making fun of you, Mark, when you were away. That's just
And then-
rotten,
then-
rotten
then-
bastards that we are. Talking behind people's back.
He left because he was hungry, and then Do-Gooder came in and had to leave for the same exact thing, dude. And
Yeah.
You guys were hungry for fish. You know,
We got ruined by Karma.
Carl goes, now he understands what fish are, doesn't he? I mean, he know. And I was like, I don't know. So we basically covered that, all that stuff that we were going through. So if you guys want to, we can start off with the other stuff later on, and we can go back to what we were discussing on deep learning and stuff, because I like that too.
Let's do it next time.
Okay. That was the stuff that I was talking about, though. It didn't have to do with like the infrastructure. Like if you remember, whenever I said I wanted to discuss the stuff we were talking about, RAID and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And-
But like deep learning is a big topic. Let's talk about deep learning for the whole show next week. Machine learning, how's it used? Chat GPT, those kind of all the stuff that are out there now relating to deep learning.
We can do that. I mean, if you're serious about it, we could
Yeah.
do it. Yeah. All right, we can do that. That'd be a good call.
Mhm.
Did Mark run off on us?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. What do you think about that?
I don't mind talking about the principles of deep learning and the various products, but as far as the products themselves are concerned, I've got very little interest, because again, products come and go. GTP will be eventually taken over by another product. ChatGTP is only popular at the moment because it's got the sort of average person's imagination.
Now,
Apparently, high school and university kids are using it to do their homework.
But again, there are various other products like that.
okay. Now, before we end this, I do have a freaking question. I just want to know yes or no. Okay. And you both need to answer this because it's very important.
Oh, is it the survey question?
Yes.
Good God.
Does
Okay.
quantum computers exist? Yes or no?
Yes and no.
Yes, yeah, because quantum. Yes and no, I agree.
Okay. So let's go ahead and let you guys go so you can go to sleep and you guys can
I'm
enjoy.
not gonna go have some dinner.
It's like 11 or 12 o'clock at night for him now.
Yeah,
He's
No,
like
it's gone 1 a.m.
way more.
1
Way more than
a.m.
that. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. for me, so it's 1 a.m.
Poor guy.
It's more.
I appreciate you guys being here, and this is like one of the more civilized videos that we've ever done. So
Yeah. So it's like, so Karma just bailed on us. You guys are too boring.
she just can't handle us. Too hardcore.
Yeah, too boring. Not enough fish. Too much technologies and not enough fish.
So I will see you guys later if you want.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
want to say something real quick before we end this?
No.
Okay. Thanks for being here, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks. Bye, Sky.
Bye bye. That was good.
Wait.
Hello, everybody. This is Roger Hanson. Today we are back with another storyteller episode. Today I am going to do another life story. This time the story is going to be Karma Love is here to tell her life story, and we have old John as a guest, and he's going to listen to her story as well as me. Now, before we get this started, I just wanted to say, like I usually do in all these, Karma, you tell your story from beginning to end. Start wherever you want to in your life. It doesn't matter. You can start when you were a little kid. You can start at a certain point in your life. It's up to you, okay? And while you're speaking, me and John are going to be completely quiet. Afterwards, do you want any questions and answers? Or
Yeah,
are you comfortable with that?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
If there's that answer.
So if we're still around, because John has to go and do some stuff in about an hour and a half, I believe you said, didn't you, John?
Yeah.
To to pick up his son and everything. So if it's before then he can ask you questions and I can ask you questions, and that'd be it. But this is your time. Take as much time as you need to say your story, and do your best to say everything. Don't try not to leave anything out. And if it's really, really exciting and has a lot of sex and everything in it, freaking, you know.
I need more coffee, eh?
So, with all that being said, I'm going to ask that everybody remain silent during the story and give it to you and let you start wherever you want to start.
Oh, that was just so okay. I, so I'm Carmela, keep achieving respect, mastering aspirations, living openly by your endeavor. There is not the one born to me, the one affiliate associate with, because of my realization of us being a part of a system that properties us to where it sees us as being property. I created my own existence separate from that which was established for me without my consent. So the one I consent to is the one you see here present. And I let's see, I am a mom. I was a wife. I did the whole wife thing for like 10 years. That was interesting. Before that, so I grew up in New Jersey. My mom's, she's a doctor. I don't know too much about my dad. I I went to college for psychology. I started out at A&T. It's not a good school for psychology. Then I went to UNC Charlotte, and then I was just not a good student for school. And so I realized that I like to learn, but the way I learn is different from traditional learning. It's easier for me to do experience. I can do the book, obviously, but it's still more interesting and more retainable when it is through experience. I am extremely, we'll say, spiritually in tune. Some call it enlightened, some call it elevated. I've been like this consciously for about 14 years now, but the most conscious from 2011. But like I've been on my stride for this would be coming up onto my 14th year. I established my existence in understanding that we are gods, winning every day, realizing great opportunities do subsist. A lot of people read the Bible and they'll disagree with that statement, but I don't consider myself a religious person, though I am extremely spiritual and definitely in tune and connect to source. But Psalms 82 for the religious people, Psalms 82 verse 6 says we are gods. This comes from the notion that we create our existence, we manifest our reality, we manifest who we are, we manifest the lives that we either think of or we kind of release our life to the control of someone else, and that's the life that's manifested for us. So with this knowledge as well as awareness, I strive in a position to make sure that I'm strategic with what I say and what I do, understanding words are spells, and that the power of the tongue does hold an extreme amount of value. So, what we have been taught has been an illusion, and as a result of us having been taught an illusion, I strive to teach the truth, because we're in a mental bondage, we're in a physical bondage, we're thought of as incapable of being more than what we are, what we see. It's a dominant type of notion, and it's a dominant thought process in order for people to maintain a certain type of power. And obviously, the powerless are unaware of this. They have no idea where they're being controlled. And when I started learning the truth about who we are and where we come from, I felt it not an obligation, but my duty. Obligation is something you kind of feel like you have to do even if you don't want to. It was one of those things to where I felt like I had to do it. Not only I had to, but I wanted to. I would like to. So I started striving, and I had no idea what I was doing. I just knew that there was a message. So I started like with music, because I was like wanting to kind of just like get the message of, hey, we're gods, we're powerful. You guys can create your reality, everything like that. And people kind of thought I was kind of crazy. Some people, because it's like, oh no, that's blasphemy, blah 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 blah. You know, I'm getting ridiculed for such. But it was really just it was just an ultimate universal straining technique, a training technique, excuse me, strengthening technique, in order for me to help people develop their strength, develop their powers, develop themselves in a way to which is sustainable, not just for themselves, but for the generations to follow them. And so when I first began striving, I didn't know I was going to just knew that I was helping people. I was going to help people understand the truth. And the truth to me was that we're powerful and we're a lot more capable of things than we give ourselves credit for. And then I met my now ex-husband, and I remember one of the first questions he asked me, because of the way I speak and the way I carry myself. He said, "Do you strive?" And I didn't know what that meant at the time. And I was just like, "No, what do you mean?" And he was just like, "Are you God body?" And I'm like, "I'm God." Excuse me. That he was telling me, that's when I first learned about like 5%ers and stuff like that, but I never, excuse me, knew who they were. I was kind of myself before learning about others like me, excuse me, or outside of me or similar to me. It was just me becoming who I am. So we were together for a while, and then in December, so all right, let me just, when I was a kid, I was in tune to the spiritual world. Like I was very young and I could see, I don't like to say ghosts because they're not ghosts, but the spirits. And I could see multi dimensions. We'll say multi dimensions because that's more politically correct, because life is continuous. So even if you are not present in the 3D, you're most likely almost always present in 5D or some type of dimension, because we are living on multiple timelines simultaneously, which we're oblivious to because we're told that this is all there is. And so we accept that, but through experience, I've learned for that to be different. So when I was younger, though, it really scared me because these people, these existences, these other timelines would be communicating with me through my timeline. And I was intimidated. So when I told my family, like, they did something. Sometimes I remember it was my grandmother's, I think she's turning 86, 85, 86, 86. And it was her birthday. And when, or it was her 80th birthday, but when on her birthday, they had laid me on like a couch at her house and they gave me something, and they kind of did some weird stuff over me. And I stopped seeing the spirits for a while. But then when my grandmother passed away, she was the first spirit I started seeing again. She passed away, and before I even knew, like, we had not gone to a funeral. I did not know what she looked like for a funeral or anything like that. But she was at my door, and she just like had her hands open and like was just like floating, and she ultimately ended up having the white dress on that she was buried in. So like that happened on like a Thursday, and then that Saturday was her funeral, and that Saturday I saw that she was wearing the same dress she came and visited me in. And so after that, I started, because she was kind of my first kind of encounter to let me know, like, hey, you don't have to be afraid. This happens, but you don't have to be afraid. Because I knew my great grandmother was who raised me. My mom had me when she was 17. She went to college and medical school. No one knew about me when she was pregnant, and she attempted to dissolve the pregnancy without people knowing, but it ended up resulting in her passing out. She lost a lot of blood, and I still made it. So, type of thing. My great grandmother raised me. She went to college. She would come home like every other weekend and stuff like that. And I that kind of was like that until I was about 11, and that was when my grandmother started getting sick all of a sudden, and they moved her and they kind of separated us. But anyway, when she passed away, I was 14, and she came back. I was 13, and she came back, and like she started talking to me. She started telling me stuff. She started telling me stuff about my family. She started telling me stuff about just like who I am, where I come from, stuff like that. And I mean, at first you really don't, you're unsure of what's going on, so you kind of like write it off. So I did for like years, wrote it off, wasn't really paying attention, but I always had an urge to make people better. Like when I always loved music, so I always loved music, and I always really, like, catch me like freestyling something, making up something, dancing. I love to dance, and I just have fun, lightheartedness. And when I was making my music, my message was always, I'm not really worried about money, but I would like people to understand their power. And this is like in 2009, 2010-ish, like it was always the same message, like we're gods, like that's it. And it's been that consistently. So in 2011, like I said, I met my now ex-husband in October. Well, I met him in July of 2011, and we kind of locked in October 2011. And he was staying with me, and I went back to Jersey, and he stayed down where we were at my grandma's house. He was staying with me. At that time, I was staying at my grandma's house. And when I come back home from Jersey, there's a skull in the driveway. And it was like, at first I didn't know. I'm kind of looking at it like, so I'm kind of robotic with the things that I do in most cases. So basically, if I've been away for a long time, I kind of check stuff the same way. Like, no matter what, like I check my house the same way when I come home. And so I always like kind of know if something's been moved, if people have been present, stuff like that type of thing. No matter where I'm at, once I've been there for a little while, I kind of establish a routine in order for me to make sure that I'm safe and I feel safe. So I know when I came home in that driveway, there was no skull. But later on that evening, we went back out that night, and we were back outside, and I saw the skull by my uncle's Cadillac, and I was like, I'm telling my ex, I was like, that's a skull, and I'm freaking out, and I'm like, don't touch it, because I'm thinking it's a real skull. So I'm like, don't touch it, because this is like, you know what I mean? You're gonna get in trouble. It's dead bodies. You can't touch it. Like, you gotta call somebody type thing. And so he's like, we're gonna wait till tomorrow to see. Like, and the next day, I didn't really think too much of it, like, at all. I wasn't thinking about, let me find out if this skull is real. But I was sitting inside the living room on like the arm of the couch, and he was outside, and he comes and he brings it to the window, and he's like shaking it. He's like, look, it's fake. It's no big deal. And he has like his baseball cap on and everything, and I'm looking at it, and his skull is just like throwing me off. I'm like, no, something's not right, blah, blah, blah. I don't want the skull to touch me. It's a skull still. You can tell me it's fake. It does not matter. Something's not right about this. So we go outside. Then my uncle, who was incarcerated at the time, had a bunch of dogs, and my ex was feeding the dogs, and I'm sitting on the steps while he's feeding the dog. The skull is like kind of off. It's a big patio, and so the skull is kind of like off to the side. But it was almost like it was like pulling me, calling me, and I got up and said, I don't feel too good, and like I started walking in circles. And he was like, what do you mean? And like I said, he was feeding dogs. I was like, I don't know. I feel like I'm about to, excuse me. And before I said faint, excuse me, and before I hit the ground, because I'm fainting at the same time, I'm telling him, he catches me. And after he catches me, he sits me down in a chair, ironically enough, right in front of the skull. And I hear like this, it's like this loud, piercing white noise. It's like static, like if you're watching a TV that's not getting signal, or listening to a radio that's not getting signal. And I'm listening to it, and at the same time, my body's in the chair, like I'm sitting in this chair, but my spirit was like hovering over top of my body. And I'm looking down, and I can see myself. I see him over here in the corner. I see my body down here, but my body's not slumped or anything. Like, it's not like I'm absent of life, but it's definitely, I'm watching him. I'm like, am I dead? Am I dead? And I'm asking him. But I'm asking him for her down there. Like, I hear ambulances and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm dead. Oh my God, are they coming for me? And like I'm like freaking out. And I'm like, oh, they coming for me? What's happening? And he's like, how can you be dead? You're talking to me. And like he was saying a bunch of other stuff as well. But it was like blah 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 blah. No, you're not dead. Of course you're not dead. You would not be able to be dead if you're talking to me. If you're dead, I would not hear. Like it was almost like training day. When I think about it now, constantly every day, at least once or twice. But because I'm always attempting to figure out exactly what is going on with me and what goes on with me. And so learning self is very important to me. And so I highly encourage all to do the same. But anyway, I'm listening and he's telling me I'm not. And I'm like, look, I have to get up. And I have to get out of here. That's like I have to get out of here. So then now the soul reconnects and I'm attempting to walk, but every time I attempt to walk, I kind of like get ready to drop. So he has the skull. It's a skull. It's a skull. It's making me sick. It's like it's bothering me. It's a skull. And he's like, what this? But he would hold it close to me, like kind of like testing to see like what's even this. And every time he pulled the skull close to me, and I was just kind of like drop. I'm still conscious, still aware, but my body would just kind of like drop. And then he move it, and it would stand up. So I told him to get rid of it. He ends up throwing it, of course, in a place to where he could go relocate it again in the future. But I get in the car. He puts me in a car. I get in the car, and we start. I told him he'd have to go to the hospital. So he got to take to the hospital. Something's not right. So as we're driving further away from the house, I start feeling better. And I was like, oh, I start feeling better. And then he's like, you do? He's like, well, how do you feel? And like the white noise is subsiding. But during the white noise, the time that I'm hearing it, I'm hearing voices, not in my head, but I guess they were in my head because there was no other people around us. But they're telling me, and they're just like, there's signs everywhere. You have to pay attention to the signs. There's signs in everything. You create your life. You create your destiny. Like basically confirming that we are gods. Like these voices are telling me everything that I have been living for. So that was 2011. Almost 3 years at that time. It was like 2009. I got really heavy on that. And they're telling me pay attention to the signs. There's signs, and I remember specifically them saying street signs and license plates, and they said that there's always signs. So now people like they'll see me, and like if I see, let's say a license plate says GG7, well that's 777. And because G is a 7, there's the supreme mathematics and there's the supreme alphabet, and you correlate the numbers to it. And then with the supreme alphabet, there are meanings to each word. Like if you guys ever see me spell, I'll spell C-E-E. And most people think I'm just misspelling and have no idea what I'm writing, but to C-E-E is understanding. And so I never say I see, because I don't see, because these are those eyes. That's a receptor. But to see, I see with my third eye, so I see E, and I'll say that. And so he was asking me, like I said, well, how do you feel? And I was just like, enlightened. And he was like, okay, yeah. And like we kept, he said, you should have to go to the hospital. I was like, no, I'm fine now. And I was. But I wasn't really the same. I was fine. I was healthy. I wasn't passing out all over the place. But I started being everything. I mean, to the point to where it's just like I was like overactive. You know what I mean? Like I noticed stuff before it happened. I could tell people when it's gonna happen. I heard voices. I could hear people having conversations about, hey, this is about to happen on this day. You should handle it like this, and the third. And I'm like, hey, I think we should go blah blah blah. We should do this, blah blah blah. And I was always given information or access to information in a way to make sure that would better suit myself, better suit my family. Even now, like if I'm in a crunch and I'm like, how am I going to get this bill paid? And maybe because just going to a 9 to 5 right now is not an option for me. I stay at home with my children. I have my own businesses, but they are not lucrative in finances as of now, I'm still building. I've been building for a while, and my most important thing is raising children who are healthy and have a healthy mom, feel like they can express themselves. Because I never had that. I never had, my mom was never around. Like I said, she went to, not never, but I was very much older when she was. She went to school to become a physician. So that was her goal. That was what her focus was. It was not on her child. And when I initially started my family, I was a stay-at-home mom. And my ex-husband was the only person at work. And just the way my children are, it's necessary for our dynamics for that to be maintained. And so I live like I'll be in the market like I do forex, and I like right. I'm in a trade right now. Excuse me, I'm not gonna check it, but I'm in a trade right now. But I'm pretty sure I'm in a good position to not wipe myself out. But like that's kind of how it is. If I touch money, I usually end up flipping it in some way, shape, or form. I like stocks, but stocks are slow. So I have money in the stock market, but I focus more on forex trading. But my main focus is growing into my highest self and helping others to obtain the same. So I specifically like my hands. Like I already speak with my hands, but after I had this encounter with the skull, I started doing more with my hands, like deliberately, and it would be almost and I learned now that their mantras, and like I'm grounding and I'm building. Excuse me. I learned that I'm manifesting using my hands. Excuse me. Excuse me. I should not have had pizza. Excuse me. But I was I remember one of the main times, because they used to tell me you have to learn how to get control of that. Like my ex and his dad, they seemed to know a lot about what was going on with me, but no one being able to really fully explain it to me, like, or willing to. I don't want to say that they couldn't, they just weren't really willing. But it was allowing it to happen and kind of watching it happen. I remember my ex, he used to tell me, he's like, you're gonna have to get control of that. And I'm like, I don't even know how it started, to let alone get control of it. And so, I mean, it was something that I started focusing on. I speak Glacialia, which is in layman's terms usually known as tongues, but the tongues you hear in church is different than the direct divine connection of communication, in which spirits, sources, alternative existences are able to communicate through me. Some call it oracle, and some call it demonic and possessed, but I just see it as God. To where like if there's a message to be had, like it's like me attempting to kind of like not do it now is like I'm forcing myself, like, can I just have 1 second, and I don't want to talk to the spirits in front of you guys to be like, hey, can you give me a second? But usually, like, if I'm on my stream, I'll like honor their existence, and I'm like, but this is their help. Like, hey, this is what she means. But it's like, I think we get it. We don't need any demonstration. Confirmation, confirmation. Oh God, whatever. Anything for you. But okay, so in regards to, I'm able to communicate and give messages. Messages are passed to me, through me. I receive different instructions and basically notifications, downloads through our computer systems. As we know, our brain is our processor. And I receive different type of updates, different type of downloads. That's what I realized the white noises are. For a while, like at least once or twice a week, I'd hear the white noises and my body feels completely like just incapacitated. Like I'm unable to move, I'm unable to do anything. This was for a long time that it'd be like this, and I'd hear the white noise and I just have to lay down on the floor and kind of just like get back to myself. But as I started to actively focus on control, because instead of ignoring this, which I feel like a lot of people might go through similar experiences, but they have no clue what to do with it, so they go to the doctor. They'll go to the doctor, like, something's wrong, doc, and then like they get a medicine, it kind of suppresses their downloads, suppresses their elevation, suppresses their enlightenment. So they end up kind of becoming part of the 85%, which they call sheep, because they kind of just put it to sleep. Whereas me, I I act I actively strive towards becoming more of myself and more of who I'm supposed to be and who I hear myself to be, and I hearing the signs and focusing on the signs. So when like I said, the most specific time I can remember to where I knew something was up with me, especially with my hands, we had went to one of my ex's family members, like it was Aunt Sheila's friends type, her husband and stuff. Anyway, my ex was talking to the husband. Like, and if I'm not mistaken, the lady's name was Sheila as well. But like, names are neither here nor there. It's just a matter of events. And he was talking to this guy, and he had a Rottweiler. And I'm in the car with my father-in law, and my ex is outside talking to him. And all of a sudden, like, all of a sudden got this energy. Like, and I realized now it was a message. That guy was a very bad guy. He did a lot of very shady things. It was a form of protection, a form of acknowledgement for me to understand. I didn't know that then, though. And so my hands are going, and his dad, I only known him as daddy, so like, he's in the back, and he's like, oh man, he got you now, he sees you now. Like, he's basically talking like he knows what's going on with me. I still have no clue, but I'm learning. And the dog is like barking, like, he's going insane. And the guy is like, hey, what do you got in there? He's like, I ain't got nothing in there. Nah, you got something in there. He's like, no, I don't. It's just my dad and my girl. And, just looking in. He's like, yeah, man, she cool. Like, he ain't not thinking about it. But see, knowing who my ex is, knowing his involvement in the enlightenment, he probably did that on purpose because he already felt some type of way, and he was testing to see if what he felt was true. Because a lot of people have used my powers for their ultimate good. Like my mom, when they were suppressing them, I found out later, just through experience, that it was because they had control over my power. As a result of suppressing them within me, they were kind of growing them within themselves, being able to utilize them. And I had no control over it. I had no clue or acknowledgement. And no one was telling me, like, hey, this is who you are, this is what's going on. So my ex and I, we had a son. His name is Yahweh. He was born March 18th of 2013, which that's 396. And and before he was born, like, I knew I had to name him Yahweh. Like, there was just no, and Yahweh means God. There was no other question. It's like, I have to name him Yahweh. I kept the same, like the downloads. It was just kept telling me I had to name him Yahweh, God, name him Yahweh. So he was telling me, he was like, I remember one day he comes home, he's like, are you sure we should name him Yahweh? Maybe you should put Yahweh as his middle name. I'm like, no, his name has to be Yahweh. And it is. And 40 days and 40 nights after I gave birth, my son was kidnapped. His father suffocated him in his bassinet, but in the process of him suffocating him in his bassinet, he did live. He'll be pissed if I say this and he hears it. He'll deny it to anyone, but he's already told me. He told me what happened. He wrote a long letter about it and apologized and hoping that we could move on from it. And then he took the letter back because he didn't want me to use it against him. But letter or no letter, I know what happened even before he told me, because I just kept seeing it. It kept happening. I kept feeling it. And it started because it was a big fight. Like, he never let anyone take care of the baby. He never let anyone say, I'm his dad, I should be able to take care of him, blah, 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 blah. So basically, we were arguing because I was being a mom. And I'm like, well, this is my baby, blah, 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 blah. And so I want to take care of him. So the one night I finally give in is the one, he only has one chance. And the baby was like crying. And I'm up. And I gave my then 4-year-old, I like gave him his lunch and stuff. And I'm listening, and I'm like, well, brunch, I guess. And I'm listening, and I'm like, I put the monitor by him, turn it all the way up. I make the baby's bottle, and I put it right next to him because he's saying he's going to get it. Because to me, I'm going to prove the point that this is why I don't let you. You didn't care. Like, but I had no idea that would go deeper than that. So I go outside, I slam the door. We had like a 40-acre farm. There's like lakes and ponds. It was like nice property. And I was hoping to wake him up. And it did. So when he wakes up, he's at the door. And I always, like me telling you now, I can see him watching as if I'm looking towards it. But usually this is the first time I really can see myself and see him looking towards it. Usually I can feel him looking down at me while I'm sitting with my back against the door. He waits, he comes back, and he waits and he goes back to where the baby is, and then all of a sudden I hear baby, and I'm already pissed with him because my baby's been crying for forever. You begged and said I have to let you watch your kid. I was saying it as nice as possible because these were not the words I used. And he's telling me I have to do this. I do this. I allow him to, watch his son, and he doesn't watch his son. And then the next thing, when it's finally his responsibility, baby, and I'm pissed because I'm hearing him like something's wrong. Like I knew he was going to tell me something's wrong, and he said baby again. I was ignoring him again, still pissed, and he's like, come check on Yahweh. As soon as of course that's the trigger. Like, what now? Was my response though. Like, what now? Like, what have you done now? Like, what? Because there was always something with him, and so that was I go in the room, and he holds up my baby. And my baby, he holds his body up, and the body is just like limp, like seemingly lifeless. It was not lifeless, and my baby is alive, but he was not getting in the air. And so I went and I grabbed him. I started doing CPR. The baby would go, but he wouldn't go. He would go, but he wouldn't go. So he would inhale, he would not exhale. He calls the police, and I'm still doing CPR. They're like, oh, it's going to take 20 to 30 minutes to get there because we live on the outskirts of the city. So us living on the outskirts of the city, it takes a while. And I'm like, no, can we meet you in the middle? They're like, fine, just stay on the phone with us, and you can go to the nearest paramedic center, which was on Gaston Day at the time. And so when we're driving, a paramedic grabs my baby, and he's like, and of course, like me, just never gone through anything like this. Like, save my baby. He takes the baby, and now I'm ready to get in the bus with them. But in the process of the chaos, I see the baby on a stretcher in a littler bus, which I'm looking at it now because there's two ambulances. There's this ambulance right here, the big one that does not take, but there's this little van over here, and that's where Yahweh is at. He's in this van. He's not in the bus because the van is here to the side. And I'll have to do that later. But he's in the van. He's never even in the bus. Like, the bus is right here. He never goes. He's not in the ambulance. Like, I can see him right now. Anyway, he's not even in the bus. Like, how do I get proof of that? Like, so anyway, they have the blue bag that they use to resuscitate while they're pumping air in my baby. Like, not my baby, the doll baby. The belly is sinking. I mean, completely flat, like nothing in the middle of it. It's just flat. And I mean, I'm distraught, so I'm not questioning these things. But I did ask us to kind of ride in the back with them. It's like, oh no, they tell me, here, come here. They rush me to the front. I remember them rushing me. I was like, I want to ride in the back. Well, you can't ride in the back. And I was like, why not? A minor, I know under 18 is supposed to be always accompanied by an adult. And it is not what happened. They have to ride in the front with them. And it's crazy because he's not in the bus. He's in that van next to the bus. He's not in the bus. I keep seeing, until right now telling you guys, like, again and again and again. But like, I'm watching where I'm seeing him at, and it's like I can see it now as clear as day that he's over here, and that's where I saw him with this blue bag. But I got into this bus that's over here, and the reason why I know is because when I got out and I walked towards this way, I'm facing this way, looking at the body, and I'm wondering why he's getting like why his body is getting so flat while they're pumping this air through him. But when they take me to get into the bus, the butt of the bus is pointing this way, and I didn't look at him this way. It's literally like this. The van is like this right here, and then the bus is right here. But the bus is like this, but the van is like this. So these are like the doors of the van open. The bus is like this, but it's like this, like a like this, but it's like this, like it's like this. And I get in on this side, and I get in, and you can tell this like the worst acting job ever in the history of acting jobs. The lady driving the bus, and this one point in time we're getting ready to cross over Franklin Boulevard, and no one's moving, and she's like banging on the horn, and she's like, why won't they move? And she looks kind of like at me, and the lady next to me kind of looks like, you're doing too much type of thing. Again, distraught. I'm just kind of like, yeah, you know, like whatever, get me to the hospital, my baby's here, and then I want to go here. So we get into the hospital, and Dookie Howser comes out. I say this every time because it literally looks like he just threw on a prop jacket. His jacket's like wrinkly, like he doesn't look like a doctor. He looks like an actor, and I've seen him in this movie so many different times. I kind of know he's an actor because he's played so many roles in this movie that they call my life. And I remember him specifically for two. We're not going to speak on one, but I definitely remember him in both. And like I said, he looks nothing put together. His jacket is wrinkly. He has these green scrubs on like he's so fake. You can just see him, he's fake anyway. He comes out and he's like, well, what was his name? He's like, what was the child's name? What was the baby's name? And Tweedledum over here, because I'm ignoring him because he said was, power is words. And to me, you're saying was as if he's no longer here, so I'm unwilling to accept this existence from my life. Rocket scientist is like, oh, Yahweh. And I'm like, why would you say that? Like, because I'm listening, and he's answering like, yeah, it was. And I'm like, no, he is. And so, anyway, the body was stiff. I think recently I asked Roger, or we were talking, and I was like, hey, how it takes a while for the body to get cold if someone dies. He's like, yeah. I was like, it's not going to happen right away. He's like, yeah, it's like not within like the first 30 minutes or anything. And we're like talking about this. I said, but the body will get cold. And my baby was like completely brick stiff and freezing cold by like, it was like 30 minutes, 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes. And I've since like got hospital records that shown that like they pronounced him dead at 1620, but he then got a feeding at 1950 or 1949 or something. The body temperatures are different, like whole degrees different. So at the same exact time, and or excuse me, the time is where the later time he's warmer than he was at the earlier time, because it's like 89 point almost 90 compared to 88.1. I remember the 88.1, and I'm not asking these questions then because I've never been through anything like that, so I don't know. But I never felt like he was dead. I kept saying like, my baby's not dead. Throughout my pregnancy, I was asking my ex, and I was just like, hey, are they gonna take my baby? So my ex, we talked a lot about the Illuminati, and when he was imprisoned at one point in time, and a letter came to the house, and I told him, I said, oh, you got some mail, and it's just to him, he can open it. Okay, so I opened the mail, and it's basically telling him, hey, you're being inducted to Illuminati. It has the envelopes. It was a white envelope, red, white, and blue envelope for him. But it was just ironic because it was happening at a time that, of course, they knew that he was locked up. Almost like, this is your response. We know you'll never say yes, but you might act through someone else. And I hear that loud as clear as well. So it was like, if you're orientation manual, it's crazy because it was due to do the book or turn it in by the day that he would, like the day after the day before he would get in jail. So he got out the next day, but it had to be due the day before. It was like May 30th, and that it was due, and he was getting out May 31st type of thing. So I turned the paperwork in for free. I was asking the students we were talking about. I have no clue what's going on. He's the one who, I never even knew these people existed. He opened my awareness to them, despite the fact me finding out later I had more of a connection to my family than I was aware of, because again, they kept me pretty blind. My mom, like, she kind of just utilized the power that me being who I am bestowed, and never really gave me access to it. So I kind of ended up being left out in the cold, and everyone else getting richer, stronger, powerful, sacrificing my kids, and I just kind of just like, oh, what's going on type thing. But he was the one, like I said, who told me about it. And that's why I'm like, oh wow, these people are real. And like, to me, I'm not thinking, I'm not pregnant, I'm not even married at the time. I'm not thinking, oh, this is to me, it's research. It's like, what? These people are real? Are you kidding me? Blah, 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 blah. So I turned it in. Orientation manual comes, he's out. I told him what I did. And an orientation manual comes. And when the orientation manual comes, we read it. And I said, this is crazy. And we burn it. That's like, I don't want anything to do with this. We're going to burn it. They started, but in that letter with the orientation manual, they were asking for money. Excuse me. And, excuse me, I didn't think it made sense. Excuse me. I said, excuse me. I was like, not to say intimidated by it, excuse me, but it did make me nervous. Like, I knew based off of our research and stuff that I had been exposed to, that they can do things that are just like a little dangerous and stuff like that, a lot dangerous. And so like I said, we went to the park, went to Market Ridge Park, and we went so far away from the house and burnt this orientation. This is in 2012, before we're married. We're not married yet. When the orientation manual came, we were married when the orientation manual came back, yes we were, because he got out on May 31st and we got married June 4th. And the orientation manual came sometime in June. Like, now we're like linked in. And when we got married with souls. We didn't have rings. We went down to the courthouse and we exchanged souls. So actively and consciously, that was what we exchanged, and we set our own vows. So the magistrate had to kind of accept, like, that was what we were doing. And we come home, like I said, it was like weeks later, maybe a week or so, not weeks, but like a little while later after we burned the manual, and it's underneath the patio. But like, everything was burnt to ashes. Like, when we burnt every single piece. There was no way for this manual, for this orientation manual, to come from Martha Rivers to be underneath the patio. And I mean, it was a whole page. It was like someone attempted to make it look like it was burnt, but it looked more like it was shoes, like there was holes in it, like on a type of, you cannot escape this type thing. And I'm like, this is crazy, blah, blah, blah. So the letters kept coming, and then one time, he's like, I'm just going to get the manual. He says he uses his credit card, he gets the manual. And it's a book this thick called The Wave of Tech. And it's like, welcome. It was so weird, because it was like they were initiating him, but wanting me to be aware of what was going on, type of thing. Like, I had to know what was going on, because I would not do it. Like, it was almost like, I know for a fact she's not going to do it. He will do it, and they're married, so have them do it. And again, like I said, we exchanged souls. That probably has a lot to do with how I guess it's different. And before we were married, the skull kind of already had me enlightened. And we move further. He gets the book. I'm not afraid. I don't like to say afraid because fear is false evidence appearing real, and but it bothered me. It wasn't something that I was just like, oh wow, this is so cool type of thing. And that's so while I got pregnant with Yahweh a month after we got married, and I would ask him constantly. It's like at least once or twice. I'm like, are you gonna take my baby? Are you gonna take my baby? Are they gonna take my baby? Like I kept feeling like they were gonna take my baby, and I kept asking him. He's like, you're gonna make that happen because you keep saying it, blah 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 blah. I'm like, but I keep feeling it. I feel like they're gonna take my baby. And he's just like, well, it's gonna happen if you keep saying it's gonna happen. And I'm like, I don't feel like if I'm keep saying or stop saying is gonna change anything. I feel like this is kind of something, and he wasn't telling me the truth. There's people living in our woods, and I still remember they had like, oh, we're just out here collecting glass bottles, but they were not. When I had Yahweh, there was an older Caucasian gentleman. Like I'm on a wing by myself. I had C-section, and so like the hospital I had him at, you give birth in the room unless you have C-section, and of course you go to the OR, and then they take you to you know, what is it called, post whatever. And so I'm in my room, but not the post one because you go from the OR to the little mini one to make sure you're not like dying for like an hour or two, and then you go to your room on this side. So I'm in my hospital bed and I'm on the corner. I'm the only person on this swing. And there's this older white gentleman who I know who it was, but I'm just gonna. Well, so I later learned, I didn't know who it was at the time. I later learned that it very well may have been or was George Soros. I know it was because of how he looks, who he was, and the stuff that has happened since. But there's a window. And again, like I said, older Caucasian gentleman. There's real no reason for him to be here at my door because right across the window, he kept staring in my room. And I'm in the bed with my baby and I can see him. And every time I look at him, he'll try to turn away. But he had his hand like he's like imagine it being my left side because it's this side that he was leaning on. But he's like leaning and he's looking at my room. And then when I would look, he would look out the window like he's not looking in my room, but he was doing it from this side. So it was like this. I just don't have a wall demonstration on this side. And so, I don't know. I didn't think much of it then because y'all was like on my lap and stuff. I was holding him, was breastfeeding. And then my ex and I, we were like getting into horrible fights. And my ex was a liar. He was pretending to be someone that he's not. And he knew what he was doing. I remember one time him and his uncle had like, you think this is her? I think this is her. Like they were looking for someone. I didn't know it was me. I didn't know I was being searched for. I had no idea. My family never taught me. They just kind of just let stuff happen. And up until I met my ex, everything usually almost always happened in my favor. Like everything just worked. There was never really any trials or tribulations, but his incorporation did alter that to the extent. And so when I was like I didn't know, and I had no idea, and like I had already felt like something was gonna happen, and we got into it really bad, and I just wanted my baby to be safe. Like his name is God, so you know he had his mittens on, and I didn't like people to touch him. I mean I treated him like he was sacred because he was, or is, and like. I went to my grandma's house because we got into a really bad fight. And I was just like, I'm just going to move and live with my mom. I call my grandma my mom because she's like my mom. My mom is just like her, Dr. Palmer. And I'm making his bottle. And like, because he supplemented both breast milk and bottle milk. At this time, he's on bottle milk. And especially because I was fighting my ex and it was just, anyway. I'm making his bottle, I'm putting it in the bottle. My baby is laying on this shoulder of mine right here. And then he never really sat up, like, you know, little like movement, but nothing to where full head strength or anything like that. And he takes it and he goes like this. Like, he goes from over here on my shoulder. And he's like, attempting to, he's like bobbing his head, attempting to move, to shift in the middle of me. And I'm just looking because he's so much movement all of a sudden. Like, I'm looking down at him like, what are you doing? Just like a mom was like, hey, baby, you're talking, what are you doing? You're moving, da, da, da. Like, and he looks at me so sternly, my eyes, and he says, if you go home, he says, if you go back, daddy's gonna hurt me. And I looked at him, and I'm looking at him, and I know I'm losing my mind now. He said he's gonna hurt me. And I mean, I thought I was crazy. I had drank too much wine the night before. One of the main reasons we were supplementing because if I drank too much, I wouldn't give him breast milk, obviously. And I was just looking at him, and I'm like, something's not right. Like, I'm losing it. So I take him home. Not then. It was like 2 days later or something. Like, he kept my ex constantly begging me to come home. Blah blah blah. He misses his family. I don't want it to be like this. We just had a baby. Blah blah blah. We can make it work. Blah blah blah. And so I go. Not even a week later, we're fighting again. And he suffocated my baby. He pushed him down in the bassinet. I can see it, and y'all always see it. Like he told me, but I can see it like now. Like, my baby could hold his head up. He already held his head up. He knew how to move. He knew how to scoot. He knew how to go over. Like, he would go. He would and he would do that until he rolled over. He could roll over. But supposedly, the story is that he just didn't roll over that time, And I know it's bullshit, excuse me, but I know it's crap because I like the story. Like, when I went, the police, they do the report. They lie in the report. They say that I was the one to find. They basically relinquish all responsibility to my ex. And even, like, I've since got paperwork because I know he was alive. They even say that I was the one who called. It's just like, who's the informant? Like, it's just, everything is botched. You can tell it's just a story, and that these people made up in their head. And I remember going to the funeral home, and they're like, yeah, you gotta identify the body. And I looked at him, I was like, this isn't Yahweh. And they're like, yes, it is. I'm like, no, it's not. It looked like he had Clado, like it was a mold of a baby. And his ears were folded over. He was like way bigger, which you would not get bigger if you're like sickly and dead. You get smaller. And his face was huge. And I just kept telling them that's not it. Well, you have to sign the paperwork. I said, okay, well, let me see underneath. I was like, I have to see underneath. And they're like, you can't pull the sheet back. I'm like, well, he has identifying birthmarks. I'll know it's him if you let me see. And I was telling them the area, which I don't like to see. I don't like to say, because I've been since told that he's still alive. And if that's still true and that's the case, I would hate for something to happen to where these birthmarks get covered and people have no idea what I'd be looking for. Like, there's more than one. So I know what I'd be looking for to know it was him. And I would not like anyone else to know if that was the case. And so nothing bad happens or anything. So anyway, they wouldn't let me. So I just signed with an X. Like, every bit of paperwork, like, they were like, oh, the mother gives consent. Nope, X. I just put X in everything. Like, X, 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 X. And then, like, time goes on. We're still married. Life is horrible. Not horrible. It's just, like, how you expect marriage to be after. And the whole time I felt like he sacrificed myself. Like, I kept feeling like it. I always felt like it. So even though I was attempting to be submissive to my husband and not get a divorce, because this is one of the reasons that I'm more spiritual than religious now, because my religion was keeping me in this marriage and keeping me to where I felt like I had to be in this situation, and I stayed a lot longer than I should have. And as a result of me staying a lot longer than I should have, I mean, like this is what ended up happening. And so, like, we stayed together, we had more kids. But I mean, you could feel the like we weren't. He wasn't who he said he was, and it was just a mess. And so we moved. We were supposed to get a fresh start, so we moved to Florida. We're living in Florida now, and we were living in Winter Garden, and excuse me, we kind of had an argument, but excuse me, it has since died down. Excuse me. And he was like outside at the bottom of the steps, or like at the top of the steps. Like the steps were only like 3, so he's like right here in like the middle, like on near the railing, at the door. And I'm sitting in the kitchen in a chair. Like I was just in there just because we were talking. Like the chair doesn't usually go there, but the door is open. It's nighttime, so all of a sudden something says, "Come with me." And this is, again, like I said, after the skull, so chain of events. It was 2011, then Yahweh, and then this happens. And so I go into the bathroom, I'm following it, coming with me, type thing. And when I walk into the bathroom, I look in the mirror and it's me. But then a voice starts to speak, which I know as now the voice of God's source, and my entire face catches on fire. So it's not on fire like, ha 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 ha. It's just, instead of me having my face, it's a face of flames. And the flames are like a nighttime sky with stars in it. Like, not a regular face. Like, not a regular fire, like not the orange fire you normally see. It's literally, if you were to rip the nighttime sky with the starriest nighttime sky, though, like, it was beautiful, but it was still fire. You could tell it was flames. Like, it was, everything was flames. The way flames move, the way flames are. I have my candles. So, okay, I'll use this one. It's like this flame, but it's blue and big, though, big and boisterous. But nighttime sky, stars in it. Every time God would speak, my face would catch on fire. You could not see down here. Every time it was time for me to respond, I could get my face back. I could see myself. I was standing in the mirror now. I could see myself, and it was my time to respond. When God speaks, my face turns to fire. When it's my time, I respond back. And I was being told then that I have responsibility to this world. Now, mind you, I had already been living in this. And it was just basically confirmation. Nothing about Yahweh was spoken, but I was told that I will find all the answers that I see. I was told that everything will be made clear to me. But I have to remain in my purpose. And my purpose is to bring the world closer to their power. Enlighten. I am to enlighten. And I'm giving the short paraphrase version because it was a little while that I was talking. But my job is to do what I do, to where I talk and I am myself, and I'm not afraid to be myself, because a lot of people are capable of these things, but they have been hushed or quieted a lot of times by finances. They get certain payoffs to not practice their power. Like a lot of Masons, people have no clue about the difference between 360 and the 33 degrees. The 360 degrees, they say, is you, that's you incorporating the devil. But there's no such thing as the devil. It is only a lower energy self, lesser self. Devil is actually D'(evil), and that's the evil within you, the evil you're capable of, as well as your highest self is your God, is the God, is your creator, and you, and your ultimate. And so it's my duty to bring awareness. Most people call me the Oracle, and I do that on a consistent basis. I've been doing that for a while now. I never really let people know I was doing it. It was a lot easier to do it, and people didn't know because they, how do you know that? And it kind of just kind of smile like, yeah, you know, because I was still figuring myself out. I've gotten more comfortable with being myself. But I remember so Nipsey Hussle when he passed away, like before he died, he came like through my window, and this is still in the garden, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And he was just like, "It's time to go." Like, no, it's not. You gotta go back. And it's not time to go. And it's like, yeah, it is time to go. Like we're like having an argument. He's literally like in the air type thing, but he's walking too. Like he had his own pathway, but he wasn't his own pathway because he wasn't on my ground, but he was. But you could tell he was walking like it was like a gateway. There was a lot of fog around him. He had a white tracksuit on, and me and him were arguing about him not dying type thing. And he was just like, "Man, I'm not ready." And he bucked his hand, "Man, I'm not ready." And he was just like that. And once he said that, he just like he disappeared. He was gone. The next thing you know, it was like all over that Nipsey had died. I didn't know who Nipsey Hussle was. I just asked him what he was doing here. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who I was talking to until I saw his picture. And I told my ex, I was like, he was in the room, and I was explaining it to him. And I told him not to come, and he came anyway. And he's like, that's crazy. Then same thing happened, like one of his friends, and I was seeing him, and it was just his brother. When his brother passed away, he told me about like my ex's involvement in it, and he told me about his then girlfriend's involvement in it, and like he told me everything. It got me completely outcasted from the family because like I was speaking up about these things, and I was supposed to play oblivious. I was like, no, these people set him up, blah 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 blah, and so it caused a lot of turmoil and tribulations. And another time, like when Kobe passed away, I had a helicopter shirt on that day. It was a Marine. I want to say it was a Marine shirt, but I feel like it was an Army. It was a military shirt. It was a great military shirt, and I used to wear it a lot. It's funny because, like, after this happened, the shirt started like tearing up, like having holes in it. It was like one of my favorite shirts. It was gray and it had gold writing, but it had a helicopter on it. And I went outside with my kids. I saw a helicopter, and I was wearing a helicopter shirt. It was January 26th, but most people know already. And I go back into the room. I was at the Holiday Inn, and like this is after everybody's finding out and stuff. And him and Gianna come. Gianna's like bawling her eyes out. She's like, I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but you're living in multiple dimensions. So she's was still hurt. She's crying. I don't want to be dead. I don't want to like. She's saying this over and over and over again. I don't want to die. And like I had I gave her a hug, and like she's like laying on the side of it, and like how like you comfort a child that was upset, and he's like punching at the wall and like yelling. Of course, he's there, but he's not there. But he's going crazy because he knows what he knows the sacrifices he made in order for it to get to that point. And I'm just gonna leave it at that because I don't like to hurt anyone's feelings. It's stuff that I sit on because I don't like to hurt people's feelings, but it's the truth nonetheless. And it was really Bob. They were very upset, and Gianna ended up going back to her sister. So not the little baby, but the second to the littlest baby is her reincarnated, and that'll go to show itself how much. So she's gonna look exactly like her sister. Like she already does to the extent, but it's going to get more and more dramatic and more pronounced because that is Gianna again. But not to say that baby does not have her own identity. It's just that's where she went back in order for her to live. And then the same, like I said, with Kobe dispersed his energy, but he was very upset. He told me a lot about choices and different type of sacrifices people make, and some people feel required to make, and it just people that pass on, or transcend. They help me to know a lot as far as regards to like stuff that goes on that not everyone is aware of. And the stuff that might make people feel a little intimidated. Like people look at like the Illuminati as like evil and stuff like that, but I also know just from experiences like the good side, not the good side, but like the positivity, because is an empowerment movement, and they acknowledge self, but most stand on the 33 because that does most show a 33. So when they say you show a 33, they like the Masons and stuff. You ever notice they'll stand on like a square? They always at a 90-degree angle, and they do this strategically in order for them to affirm their power. But they still practice 360. They just only show 33 because they don't like for you to know what you're capable of. And if it's shown, then you exhibit it. Now, they used to. I don't never fear for my life because I know I'm supposed to do this and I've been told to do this. So when others were enlightened, they were not given the same permissions as I am. And so it's a little different. Some people can say the exact same thing as I do and they get silent. Whereas I'm encouraged to do things like this because it's necessary and this is how we're going to recreate or establish balance. So it makes me kind of crazy to regular society because like the voices I hear are not just regular voices, they're messages. The connections that I have are not just random connections, they're strategic. So like when I was just raised to be the doctor's daughter, go to college, go to regular. And then I started questioning stuff, and then I started learning more stuff. And then the more I learned, it brought me to the point of understanding. And knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence. Wisdom is the activation of knowledge, and understanding is the comprehension of what you know as well as what you do. And so, knowing who I am and who we are and what we're supposed to be encourages me to teach and show and prove. And there's so much more, but it's just like, so basically I can talk to quote unquote spirits. I don't like to call them dead because they're not dead, they're very much alive. I can talk to spirits. I'm really in tune with source. I say God, but a lot of people are intimidated by God because of what it is usually associated with. We think about religion. We think so. It's just the ultimate highest power. I lead people to light. I do lead people to light consistently. I walk in the light. Like I used to be scared of skulls. You guys see my shirt says visionary. I embrace who I am now. And this has the moon before it started to fade. So one of my favorite shirts. So it's probably a little faded, but it has all the moon cycles. Whom I am. My kids are powerful as well. I don't like to talk too much of it. They don't like people to know because when they know, they attempt to intercept, and I don't know if I don't know if anyone has any questions. That's the gist of it. Of course, there's more. Like I said, I went to college. I said all of that, but overall, that's that.
You ready for questions? Is that what you're saying?
I guess if you have questions, yeah.
Now, before we get started, I don't want people to get the wrong conception. Can you turn your head and look up at your ceiling real quick? Back behind you. Is that the reflection of a pool?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, anybody who watches this video, please understand that's not a spiritual thing coming into our body or ghost sighting or anything of that nature.
That's the very dirty pool in the back that, excuse me, if anyone's out there and like well,
trust me, with me and John, there'll be people making comments like that, okay? Especially with John. John puts out a lot of paranormal stuff, so...
Yeah, I got to apologise in advance. Didn't sleep very well last night, and this is normally my nap chair, and I was sitting here listening to camera, and obviously I was engrossed by it. I was like dropping off sometimes, and I do apologise. I come out on camera. Couldn't help it.
I didn't even notice, but that's
good.
Because I was just in, I was talking, and that is a pool though.
Okay. I just I just want to clear that up just for the viewers. I pretty much knew that's what that was because
I want to see if I can turn this off and you can still see me. It's daytime now, so yeah, okay.
You're good.
So it doesn't change anything. But.
You're good. Now, do you want to start out with the questions, John?
Me?
I've got a question if you.
You go ahead then first. Yeah, I'm still thinking, reflecting what to say. Yeah, I did have questions, but I've forgotten them now. But I will come back to me. You just start off, and maybe I'll lead from you.
Okay.
Just to make myself
that part of your story you're talking about with the skulls, okay? Now the skull. Do you have any kind of way of relating to how that skull is directly related to you and what it symbolizes? Have you ever figured that out?
Yes. So like my family is connected to powers and certain type of extremities that I was unaware of, and it was my time to tune in type thing. Like it's just certain families and certain people have times to grow. The only thing is I was already enlightened, and so when they did it with the skull, it kind of like, I don't want to say backfired, but it made me a lot stronger than it makes most people, because I was naturally enlightened and had already been kind of living in the light, but blindly. But that skull was what awakened me towards it. My ex put it there. I know that. I know that they were looking for the oracle is always the answer. And it's like they were looking for the oracle, they're looking for the oracle. I never knew I was an oracle or the oracle, because it's not and, it's the. And like, it's just like, I don't like to say it's Illuminati, because I mean it's more than that. My great grandmother that raised me was an Eastern Star, and I'll leave that there. I was raised in the lies, but I never practiced the way. But I learned the way naturally. So there's certain things that I do by nature that kind of establishes myself amongst my peers, so people recognize me even before I recognized myself. And the skull kind of just opened me up to have the power of acknowledgement and awareness in regards. But like I said, my ex did put it there, but again, it was his responsibility to make sure that I was interacting, or it interacted with me, in order for me to be able to get, I guess, where I am now. I know he didn't plan on like the worst part of it, but yeah.
Okay. Did that help you out, John?
Yeah, you said, yeah, your gran was, did you say star, white star, was it what you said?
Eastern Star, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And she has
She's got abilities then, spiritual abilities, I presume, then, yeah?
Yeah, my grandmother's the one who, when I first was transitioning and after being awakened and enlightened, that was teaching me how smart and powerful I was. Me and her, we would talk often, especially like at my grandmother. So it was my great grandmother and then my grandma. So when I was at my grandma's house, my great grandmother, she had her picture on top of the fire mantle, and I mean, she would talk to me like she was right there. How are you today, babe? Like, I'm like, I'm fine. And it was like, how's your day, blah, blah, blah. And she just talked to me. And then whenever it was time for me to be able to just like do certain things. It was just like her kind of letting me know, hey, you're gonna have to do this and you're gonna have to do that. But yeah, she was like the highest rank that you can be as an Eastern Star. I used to have her certificate, but a lot of stuff has since disappeared. Like I used to have the Illuminati book. I hid it from my ex because of what happened with Yah and other stuff as well. So I ended up hiding that book, and where I hid it at, supposedly it got thrown in the trash. I don't believe that to this extent, but whatever. But she, but I had that, and I had her certificate or whatever. But whatever the highest rank you can be is what she was, and I remember, and I learned that by showing people like, hey, what does this mean? Blah 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 blah. And I went to a Prince Hall temple, and I asked them, and I was just like, hey, and then I go by birthright, you can join us. Well, I don't. I didn't say I wanted to join you guys. I just wanted to know like what this means and stuff. And like, so I've never joined or anything. She has, I guess, I don't know what she did when she was alive, but I know what she does for me. When she's less, like she's probably one of the least dominant resources that I have. Excuse me. Then I guess that's just because of where I'm at. It was like she was kind of my starter kit, and she was teaching me stuff and showing me stuff and like just explaining everything to me and like letting me know that I was supposed, like what I was doing was right. Like I'm not crazy. So like I kind of resort to those type of lessons and teachings whenever I feel like I have to be losing it. This being one of the times. When I talk about me out loud, I sound crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. I'm very well put together, and I know that I've even went. I went to therapy. I went to like, hey, maybe something's wrong with me, and can I have a check for it? It's the main thing, like disability and stuff. And they're like, no. My therapist assessed me as being too smart, and telling me that there's nothing wrong with me. And that's kind of one of the things too. Like it's always everyone where they would have maybe gave someone else some pills to where they encourage me to be more like I am, more so like proving and such, as opposed to attempting to suppress me. Like only people that's ever attempted to suppress me are people like right now because got a blood cap. Actually, it's like a high pitched noise in it's not the exactly because it does the both like a dog whistle almost, but and it's a million the globes in the because all of them and it so like attempting to tell me to tell the truth because it makes me nervous. I get nervous because like I don't want to be that person that like talks to dead people and has all these answers, even though I do, because I mean I get a happy not. I just it's one of those things to where it's like I'm still easing myself into it, but it's been years, so it's at the point to where I'm not really able to ease into it anymore. Kind of just have to go with the I have to do my job and do what I've been called to do, and that's enlighten the world.
Pretty good. Now, the one thing I do have to also talk about too is like I noticed the thing you were discussing with your family, and we've talked a little bit outside of this video too because you're my co-host for one thing, but it's you mentioned your mom, okay? So a few times now. Like in this, you were talking about how your grandma and your great grandmother was all connected like that. Now, what was the deal with your mom? Because like she's Miss Doctor and
she dislikes me because I tell the truth. I'm the black sheep of my family. My grandmother, her mother, tolerates me. My great grandmother now passed. My mom sacrificed my great grandmother. My great grandmother is the one who told me my mom sacrificed her. That put her as the head matriarch in her family as a result. And So my mom disconnects from me, and that way I'm unable to assume the position. She makes it seem as if I'm like, now I smoked weed when I was in college. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I used to smoke weed, but I was open about it and honest. I wasn't really like weird about it, but she kind of says that, tell everyone that I'm just some druggie that just doesn't, like, she's just crazy. She doesn't have any respect. I'm a horrible person. But it was really just because I was asking questions. Like when my baby got sacrificed, my mom was responsible for him. She made me, she not made me, but she insisted upon me giving her power of attorney. I gave my mother power of attorney, which gave her access to do anything. As someone in medical field, medical personnel, power of attorney extends after death. It's infinite. Only in medical, only if you're a medical person. And I had no clue of this, but literally when I told her about Yahweh, that was the first thing she said. She's like, She's like, well, you're probably going to want to give me, and I remember it like it's right now, you're probably going to want to give me power of attorney because, you're not going to want to deal with any of that. And I mean, I never had a kid die before. So I did. It sucks because, like, the people, like, I have all the paperwork now, and his cremation, like, she insisted that he be cremated. But his autopsy report is different. Like, his death certificate is different. His death certificate has 2 different hospital names on it. They say he was cremated on May 1st. But then it says that the autopsy was completed on August 1st. Well, I'm no expert here, no doctor or anything. But I think it'd be pretty difficult to do an autopsy on actions. But I guess no one was banking on me. And it's been some years because I was traumatized, and I'm still making sure I wasn't losing it. Just making sure I had it all up here, and the feeling never subsided, never left. And so, yeah, I mean, eventually, of course, that's what I'm looking for, and that I'm looking for my answers, and I'm attempting to find out what's going on, and I'm asking people to tell me, and no one's really helping me. So I had no choice but to talk to Source being God, and me just saying, God, give me the answers, show me what's going on, and reveal these things to me. And it was just like, okay. I mean, for 1 week straight, I was going crazy, getting answers, and this was February of this year. And was it February? January? But it might be January. Yeah, it was January. But yeah, I was at the Holiday Inn, because we had Hurricane Ian, and that's how I ended up leaving or not having my apartment anymore. And now we have our house, but a house. I don't want to say it's my house because I didn't buy this house. I rented, but still. I like I said, that's when I found out the temperature difference. And when I found out he was cremated on May 1st, but then there was an autopsy done that was completed on August 1st. The lady on the certificate, the medical examiner, Robin Melton, she is not authorized to do that. The facility that she said she operated out, since closed now, was actually just a prison. They distributed medical supplies to prisons, which was interesting in itself because my ex had been incarcerated from the time he was 14 until the time he turned 21. And so just the fact that I never get the feeling away from my mom and my ex working together and stuff. And it's wild because my mom really cuts me off, does not like to talk to me or anything like that because of my understanding and awareness of this. And in 2018, I was drawn to a radio station app. And when I was drawn to this radio station app, I was scrolling on Instagram and I was looking for a way out. My ex-husband was I knew I had to leave. We had went through too much and I was ready to go. And when I was on my process of looking for a way out, mind you, I told you guys he was the only one working. I had to figure out a way to bring in my own income. And so I saw this thing that says, get paid to host your own radio show. I'm still married, so I still honor my vows. I told him about it, and I was like, anything money, he's all for it. And he's not thinking that I'll be able to get out of my marriage with this situation. And I was like, so what should I do? He's like, you should sell your strip. I was like, really? I didn't think people would want to hear my story. I'm like, what? And I asked him, I said, you do realize you're like the main villain in my story, right? He's like, yeah, I know, but I think that'd be good for him. Okay, fine. And he might have, that's probably why I can get along with him, because I think to an extent he was attempting to help me. So anyway, I started telling my story, and I'm on station head, matter of fact. And while I was on station head, I was telling the story, and someone was like, oh, you have a baby named Yahweh? They were like, Yahweh isn't dead, he's still alive. And like, this is his picture. This is the picture that's on station head. If you go on station head, you go to a station called DEE Blessed. They have a picture of my baby. There's a guy in the picture with them, but I've since popped it out. I don't know if I won't be able to do it on here because I took it off of my other picture. So I would not be able to revert it to the original so you can see it. But there's a guy that's holding his hand over me. And like after that though, it got weird because it's like a lot of entertainers involved. You know what I mean? Like Drake's involved, Kanye West is involved, like a lot of other artists are involved, and they started being really mean to me because like it was almost, you don't have no money. Like it always goes back to money. Like, people are not helping me. Like, I'm not rich enough. It's always like to help you find your kids, you have to be rich type thing. And I don't know if people are playing the bullshit, but it's not, because I have that picture, and then you'll look at my other baby, and they're like almost identical. And he's alive and well. Thank you, Most High God, continuously, infinitely, and will remain the same to be here with me. Just to put that out there. And I mean that's him. I wish I could show him when he has his mad face, but he doesn't have mad faces on this phone. But his mad face, I mean, you see it and you can tell. And here's one, but he's kind of far away. Anyway, it's like they won't help me anymore. They just kind of like started ransoming him to me, kind of picking on me about it, and like it's difficult for me because I knew he did not die, and then I felt like I was getting closer to my answers, and instead of them being consistent with what they said they would do, like Drake raps about my kids that he's son. He'd be like, Bill's so big, I call him billions for real. And like my baby's last name, their last names are Williams, Yahweh Williams, that's his last name. And he'll be like, and I got him tripping over Yaya, pillow talking, dishing out of Naya. Like Yaya is what I call Yahweh. Yaya Yuki, or Yaya. I call him Yaya, then I have his brother Jaja, and I have his Soraya, and we call him Rara. So Yaya Jaja Rara. And all the variations of God in some way, shape, or form. Yahweh is Yahweh, God's name, his whole name means Yahweh is my brother. And then it's prestigious, who's held in high regards, but his middle name is Soraya, and it's the light of God. And so they didn't help me, and like it just kind of stopped. So I started doing more stuff on my own, attempting to find more answers. That's what kind of like guided me to get in the hospital records, and then looking at the hospital records, and then like confirming that okay, something really did happen. Because why would you feed a corpse? Why would he get fed 4 hours after he passed away? Like on 1939, he passed away at 1620, but in 1939 he was receiving a feeding, and like, that doesn't make sense. Or why would it be that his body temperature got warmer after the fact, and then they kept checking him, like they kept checking his pulse, and then I found out about something that could kind of stiffen the body, but it wasn't. There was another on one of his pages. Instead of having a gender, it had D44. And like I have all of the notes for my babies. I have all of the notes. all of the hospital records. I cannot pull them out on here as to where I have them because I don't want people to know where I have them and then know I no longer have them. Because it was so difficult for the hospital to give them to me. When I called, the lady tells me, "Oh yeah, we can get those records to you within 2 hours," and then 2 days go by and I don't have them. And then there's papers missing, almost like she talked to her supervisor. And then when I called back, she said, "Oh, Miss Palmer, my supervisor is going to have to talk to you." And it went from, I guess, the normal thing is 2 hours, and then my case, it's 2 days, no response. I have to call to see what's going on, call to see what's going on. My supervisor's going to have to call you back. Supervisor calls me back, tells me, "Oh, supervisor doesn't call me back." I call the supervisor, "Oh, I was just getting ready to call you." And they don't, and like paperwork is missing. The name of the hospital changed in 2015. So all of the paperwork in 2013 should have the name of the hospital that it was then. But it had the new name as if that was the paperwork for that day. And that's impossible. It had some of it had the right name, and then others of the same day, of the same incident, had other names. I guess they weren't banking on. Shout out to the cremation place who gave me paperwork. I guess they didn't think I was going to get, because the funeral home gave me a death certificate, but the cremation people gave me one too. And this is where they alter. They're different. And one of them says the hospital that it was. The other one says the hospital that it is. And that's where I found out that he had an autopsy done. First of all, one paper says there was no autopsy performed or ordered. And then the next one says that there was an autopsy that was completed on August 1st of 2013. But his cremation papers say that he was cremated on May 1st, 2013. You cannot do an autopsy on action. I don't care what you say, there's no way. And so that was that. No one helped me. There's like a lot of people that know about this situation that they just do not help. They make stuff hard. They like directly affect my life in a negative way to keep me from reaching my answers. But I keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to figure it out with or without help, because I'm really passionate and determined to know, and I feel like it's my job, because I'm not the only person this type of stuff happens to. Yahweh is a different case because they always talk about the Antichrist. The only thing is he's my kid, so he's not really anti as much as they'd like. They realized he was enlightened as well because he had a temper tantrum one day, and I seen him having it, and he's like spinning on the floor, and he's with the parents. He's like, "I want my mommy, I want my mommy," and it's his mom and dad that are right there, the new ones that he's saying that to, and he's like spinning in a circle on the floor telling them that, and they're like, couldn't believe that he knew, or he's telling them that. But he's the one who kept calling me to come towards him, because when he first passed away, like my baby, he kind of had teeth when he was born, but he didn't. They were just like, you could see him right under the gums. And then I had one of those, like where they say the witches riding your back type dreams, and I'm looking in, and I walk in, and there's a guy that looks like Dumbledore from Harry Potter, and he's like a wizard looking guy, and he's like leaned over him, and I'm looking at him, and Yahweh hears and sees me coming towards him, so he kind of looks his head up back at me, and this guy flies towards me. He's a wizard at first, and then he turns into some like scary thing, and he attempts to scare me, and I wake up at that moment. For a while I couldn't move, and I'm sleeping in the car in my grandmother's driveway because it's hard for me to go in these houses that we had, because anywhere that Yahweh had been, it was really difficult except for the car, because that's where we were always, and that was where he was at. And it's like I didn't like to be anywhere else where everything was okay. It was almost like I was attempting to channel answers that I didn't know I was really looking for. And that happened. Like and then I asked my mom one day. This is what really kind of threw me, because I said, "Mom," I said, "Do you think that Yahweh's still alive?" And she said, instead of saying no, or of course not, he's buried or anything, she was just like, "It's very well possible." What? And kind of like, it's a mess. It's a mess. But yeah.
Well, I think we probably better cut this short because John said that he had some stuff he has to do.
His baby. Yeah, I talked to his ear off last extended
Yeah.
time. He gave me extended time.
So
One thing I'm just gonna say, I'll leave it as a question, but we can sort of answer it again if you want, because probably not gonna have time now. So, you believe that the abilities that you have, or similar abilities, have obviously passed down from your grandmother? Do you think they've gone to your children in any way?
Yeah, they have. My
Yeah.
kids have different powers. They have different powers, but they have similar powers too as well. But they have they both have unique powers, different. These two here, my oldest as well. Because he can astral travel. He's done so several times.
Yeah.
But these ones here are really strong. My little one.
So I'm finding this seems to be a common factor with people I'm starting to talk to. It's the saying, oh yeah, I said, a woman I interviewed yesterday, I said, did your mum have abilities? She said, no. She said, but my auntie did. And then her son has. And you think, well, hang on, you're starting to see a pattern. They're starting to see it a lot now with people. You're starting to think, and my mother was a fortune teller, and two of my sons that I know of can heal. And it's just like, this is, hang on, I never, this is like, this has been passed on, you know? You know what I mean?
And it's becoming more dominant than
dominant, yeah.
being able to acknowledge it out loud. I think people had these abilities, but they were afraid. But you know, the Great Awakening is the time in which these things were already spoken to going to happen. And I feel like they talk about like indigo children and stuff like that. And I was born during the indigo age and a lot. So I just learned to embrace it.
I think freaking John was right. He said that he's gonna end up stealing you from me. So.
We're gonna share. We can share. We can all get together and do
You
our
pervert.
Yeah.
You pervert.
I learned from you. Is today Friday?
Yeah, it is.
But I had to stay away from you.
I have to go, guys. It's been
Love you, John.
great.
Glad that
Speak to you again.
glad that you was able to show up and support Karma because
Yeah.
I told her before, I was like, well, I hope I did. I'm not for sure, but like, Karma, you're with good people, okay? I could hear from your story, man, that you've been through some rough times, but meeting with John especially, you met good people here, and we're not going to be that way with you, okay?
You brag on John, but I brag on you. I brag on both of you now that I met John. But I just like, I mean, you make me feel comfortable, and I don't know. It sounds weird, but you make me feel safe, and so I don't know. Not everyone does that.
I will just say one thing. I believe you about your son. I believe you, totally.
Thank you.
I think he's still around.
Thank you.
I do, genuine. I'm not just saying it because I'm not saying something just to make you feel better. I said it because I believe it. I can sort of. I'm not sure what I'm saying. If I had to put into words, please don't take this the wrong way. If I had to put into words, it's like your son. He's got some sort of special ability. I don't know wherever, and I think that's. I mean, I was the being knew that even before perhaps we did. Or maybe you had an instinct of this. Sorry if I upset you. I didn't mean to do that.
No, because you're right. I got already something,
Steve.
but I don't.
It's like I said before too, like giving testimony like
Yeah.
this it's a very spiritual thing, so a
Yeah.
lot of things come out of it. Like I did yours just recently here, John, you know, and it's like you said you had that feeling. So that's the one thing that I do appreciate with my recovery and everything, because I was able to sit down twice and tell my life story, and it just did something for me. It's just something that's really amazing.
I'm sorry if I upset Karen. I
No,
didn't mean to.
help me, because I already knew. Like, you just.
I just had to say it. I couldn't not say what I saw, I felt. I saw it. That's it. I didn't feel it. I saw it. If I felt it, I would be, should I say anything? But when you see something, you think, no, no, I have to say something. So, anyway, I have to shoot, guys. I'm sorry about this. I have to go run and I'll have to.
No. Thank you, and have a good. Be safe.
Yeah, I'll speak to you both soon. Yeah.
Right.
Bye now.
See you later, John.
Right.
Now you gonna be all right?
Yeah, of course. I've been alright all this time. It's just like
No. This, like I said, okay. This is pretty powerful stuff. So, it's healthy. It's everything that you're going through right now is healthy because you've actually been able to talk it out. You got everything out that you need to say. So, are you okay with it?
yeah, no, I'm cool. Everything's gonna be good.
Anything you want to say or?
Thank you.
Thank you. It helps me just as much as it does you, believe it or not.
Yeah, just
You gonna be back on today for the?
yeah. I'm about to wake them up so I can get schoolwork done early, and then I'm gonna attempt to make sure I'm back. And I gotta run like 2 errands, and I'm gonna make sure I'm back home if I'm not like on camera immediately. But I like roundtable to be on camera with some music and stuff. So I'll be back, and I'll be I'm definitely gonna be here. Well, we start at 1 my time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, before we head out, though, do you want to give any plugs for yourself? Like any?
Everything I'm on Joe and Grow. So like Twitter, Instagram. I have Patreon. I'm still putting more content out on Patreon, but everything is JOO with the letter NGROW. But I have other stuff too. But if you really I'm on the journey of oneness, and so that's where I direct all my business to. My other ones are just probably me talking crazy. I think I follow you on my I Talk Crazy page on Twitter. But I just do that just so that I can separate the business from the chaos, but let people know, hey, it's still me. I'm just saying you don't have to follow the business and get flooded with my nonsense. I know how to keep it separate type thing. But
you got something on YouTube, right? Too.
Yeah, all of it's Joe and Grow. Everything is Joe and Grow. And my Karma Love, you don't have to follow that one because the Karma Love one is just where I look at my videos and I follow everyone else. But my Joe and Grow is where I put all my content. You saw what you shared from me and stuff like that. That's my that's the one I want everyone to look at. And then I'm putting more content on.
All right. And I will see you back on here again, and hopefully you'll be.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, okay, you'll have your full of me today. Then I'll see you soon. Roger, thank you.
Thank you, too.
You have a good day. Be safe.
Bye-bye. Okay, so now we come to the end of the hour. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for being here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson with me and Karma Love. Hello, Karma.
How you doing?
All right. You got your finger on top of your phone.
Oh, I didn't know.
All right. Today's topic is conspiracy. We changed the day for conspiracy from Thursday to Wednesday, and tomorrow is going to be Tech Talk. So, just so everybody knows, we are doing conspiracy today. Now, Robot asked if he was late, so I might want to tag him. Let him,
Oh, yeah, you should probably.
let him know it's time. He was real adamant about asking that. So,
What
yeah.
is this 180? What are you talking about?
Oh,
Uh,
it's $180 that Live Peer wanted to try to charge me for live streaming.
That's wild.
Yeah, I know. But anyhow, what I wanted to do was kind of go back and focus on DARPA when we were talking about what's his name, Tesla.
Yeah.
And we got into HARP, and then we got DARPA came up, and just in case nobody remembers, we were talking about Tesla, and then we were talking about Jack Parsons. I also pulled up information on what JPL is. So,
I had JPL information from when we had started the last time. I'm getting settled, so I'm gonna just have to listen and chime in how you
fine.
speak on it. Okay, because I was out. I'm looking for my iPad. I'm like, where's my iPad? I went out, and then I was supposed to. Never mind. Long story short. Go ahead. I'll listen.
Now, it's like I said in my little comment for the Jitsi and everything. Last week we discussed COVID and the vaccines, and the week before that we discussed the Royal Society and the Invisible School. That in turn led to the Rosicrucians, and that's another topic that I think we should be bringing up too eventually.
Yeah, we were talking about the rest.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I remember that.
Then before that, we went over Tesla and HARP and Jack Parsons and JPL. Now, I think
and
we
the
should,
Secret Space Society,
Mhm.
Secret Space Program.
and I think we should touch on DARPA and then go into the dark projects and the dark government and talk about that a little bit. And if we do stumble into something new, it's no big deal, you know what I mean? But I think that's where we should at least start off on, you know what I mean? Go into there.
Yeah,
But-
no. That's what I had said in the chat, like that we be having our topics, but we go all over the place sometimes if it leads us there, like especially on Conspiracy Day, we're not as structured as like history and stuff.
The thing is I mean, I know it sounds weird, but a lot of the stuff that we've been doing, we've been staying on topic because
Completely connected.
you know, because like I was mentioning in the first episode about freaking Egypt, okay?
Yeah.
And about freaking the Rosicrucian and stuff. Now, that right there goes back to freaking Sub Rosa, which is a part of the thing I was talking about with the Rosicrucian and the roses under the rose.
And we were looking at the pictures. Yeah, I was about to post that picture, but I was like, I got to do a little bit more research because it's so beautiful to me. And yeah, I remember we were looking at the symbolism of it last week.
Mm-hmm. And then we started talking about first we were talking about Jack Parsons because of Elliester Crowley.
And we started talking about the Aeon and Horus and stuff.
And that actually led us into where we're going with JPL, because Jack Parsons was the founder of JPL.
Yep.
You know, and
let me sit my butt down because I got all my notes and I'm doing too much. I just had to make sure the cold stuff went in the refrigerator. But I want to get to my notes because I have notes on everything that we talk about.
Yeah.
Except the round table. I don't usually take notes for that.
we just we run amok is what we do.
That's what we do on Friday. Freaking TGIF site, yeah.
Then like with this thing about DARPA, that goes into freaking HARP, all right? And a lot of people who are in the mainstream conspiracy, they do believe that Tesla was used to freaking create HARP, and
Yeah.
HARP. For the longest time, they denied it even existed. Now they're openly saying that HARP does exist, and not
That's
only
the place in Antarctica, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
and or it might be up in the Klondike or Alaska, somewhere in there, I believe.
Oh, I said Antarctica. I meant to say Alaska. I meant to say Alaska,
Arctic.
not Antarctica. I don't know where I got Antarctica from, but yeah, I know it's the cold place. I remember that much.
But then they openly say too that freaking DARPA funded them at first before they turned all of it over to that college. So now DARPA has been known for a long time too in the same circles, and they consider DARPA as being one of the biggest organizations when it comes to the dark government and the dark projects and stuff. So that was the reason why I brought them up. Are you beeping?
Oh, I warmed my coffee up. My coffee, and it doesn't ever beep this much. It's literally because we want to be annoying.
That's
Like,
kinda,
Wasn't it DARPA that created the first internet systems?
yeah. As a matter of fact, that is the reason why I don't sell out to this free internet bullshit, is because everybody freaking claims like, you know, it was supposed to be free for everybody. I'm like, no, it wasn't, dude. It was created by the freaking government. You know what I mean? The only reason why they gave it to us was so they could spy on us. They're doing
exactly.
It's doing exactly what freaking the government wanted it to do from the beginning. You know?
Speaking of which, did you have your emergency broadcasting system checked today? The spies are us.
But yeah, DARPA was the one that was behind it. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I know there was a large group of people when the internet first started who did want that, but it's not they weren't the ones that invented the internet. Okay, the internet was created by governments. It was never. It was never created by a bunch of geeks down in a basement somewhere. You know what I mean? It just didn't happen that way.
When they first gave me the internet, the people that brought it to us, just like my grandmother's friends and stuff like that, they explained to us. That's why I'm really anti. People will put any and everything on the internet, and then like they told me, like they told us like what to use it for, how to use it, and like that. What you're saying is exactly true. But as long as you do, and there's certain techniques you can make sure that to not fall victim. But the crazy part about it is now you have like all these hackers and stuff like that, and they make it a little bit more difficult because they're the ones spying. Like you'll think that the government is spying. Some people are exempt from the spying from the government, but those people that are not exempt kind of get a little jealous, and so then they start spying through their own attempts, which is why hacking and interception has actually started to take more of a dominant effect and have a dominant role. I was just looking for my Harper notes because I see
No.
IBM scandal. See, we were talking about the IBM scandal.
Yeah. Now, DARPA stands for Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, and it's a research and development agency of the United States Department of Defense, responsible for the development of emerging technologies for use by the military. And they've also been known, I mean literally known, for reverse technology. Okay, they did it on Russian technology when they were able to acquire it, and they brag about it now. You know how they were able to use reverse technology to get their get Russian technology into Americans' hands. I think it's the AK-47 was one of the first weapons that we acquired from the Russian military.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, so look, we're not going too far on a tangent. I just would like to throw this tin in there. So, everyone was tripping about the war with Ukraine, like, oh, save Ukraine, blah 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 blah, stand with them, blah 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 blah. It's so crazy because, like, America even appeared to be more allied or rallying with like the Ukraine. But the truth be told, like Russia is more of an American ally than the Ukraine is, and people have no clue of that. They used to be allies, and then it kind of like supposedly, at least publicly, kind of like how we're free publicly, and we have our Declaration of Independence that freed us from England. And then, the truth be told, was throw this 13th Amendment in here like, oh, well, actually, they run you, but we're not going to tell you about it. We're just going to say it so that way it's there. You find, oh, surprise, but it's not. Same thing with Russia. So Ukraine was hiding something. There was a point of time that something got hid inside of Ukraine, and I feel like now that I'm doing more research, I feel like it was that death ray thingy that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, they had to have access from to get it, but they didn't want to give it. They did not want to give it up, and they were supposed to, and that's why Russia started tripping, like, give us back our stuff. And they're like, no. They felt like you know what I mean? Zelensky thought he was a boss. Like, I don't have to do this. Blah 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 blah. And you know what I mean? They started dropping bombs on them. It was crazy because people were helping Ukraine, but the truth of the matter is, why are they fighting so hard so dangerous if they're so peaceful? Does it make sense?
Well, Ukraine, first of all, was never peaceful. Like, putting out this persona like Ukraine was freaking, just victims.
Kumbaya and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, they were just horrible victims. Ukraine is just as freaking
ruthless,
scandalous, and ruthless as what Russia is. Okay, the majority of the people who are in charge of the Russian mafia are freaking Ukrainians. Okay.
Thank you. I said this on my radio show years, like when the war was first starting, like years ago, and like nobody was listening to me. I was just like some horrible person because it's like, oh wow, how could you say this? And you stand with Russia and blah blah blah. I was like, I'm not standing with anybody. I'm just telling you, you're being lied to. Everyone's fooling you, and you're sitting here. I'm like, okay, there's the Rose Cross, there's the tetragram. I was just looking about what we were talking about because, like I said, I knew I had my notes, and I just ain't hard.
Now, let me read a little bit more of this. Originally known as the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, the agency was created on February the 7th, 1958 by President Dwight D. Roosevelt. And Dwight D. Roosevelt was also responsible for coming out and speaking supposedly against this organization, that was supposed to be in the background trying to freaking do something to our government without our consent. Now, I don't know if he was actually trying to be legitimate there, and try to warn people, but also he could have done that because of an agenda, because he's the one who started this agency. You know what I'm saying? It was him. So that's another thing that gets me like that. Like, you just can't openly trust everything that Dwight D. Eisenhower said, because he created the same freaking organization that he was warning everybody about in his speech. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I forgot his name, but he came out with that freaking oh shit, now I'm having a brain fart. He came out with that one movie where freaking it was supposed to be a future world of, I forgot the name of it. Shit. Well, anyhow, I forgot it. I better shut up and not even talk about it.
Maybe that's why you forgot it, but I wish you could remember it.
Yeah, I might as I go on. Okay, by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in response to the Soviet launching of Sputnik 1 in 1957. By collaborating with academia, industry, and government partners, DARPA formulated and executes research and development projects to expand the frontier of technology and science, often beyond immediate U.S. military requirements, which means they can basically do whatever they want and they don't have to have permission from the U.S. military or the government. So that's where they enter into the dark government. You know what I mean? They're separate from freaking regular government, and they don't have to go according to the guidelines that are set down for them.
Hold on one second. Old John's asking how to set up Jitsi. I'm gonna tell him to just click the link and join the meeting. He's so cool.
Who?
I hope he comes. Old John.
Oh,
He's
John.
like, how do you set up Jitsi? I tried to yesterday, but I don't have the account link. Yeah, he asked about how to, you do not have to use an account to join.
He's messaging you now.
He messaged you. He messaged us. He messaged the
Tell him to click on the link and come in here. And
yeah, he needs to be. This is just like yeah.
He wants to have a conversation and stuff, man. Let's have a conversation. Like, come on in here, man. What you doing? Tag him.
I tagged him again. I did, but that was you. That was like 4 minutes ago, so maybe he's distracted. He'll see it if he's gonna see it. If he has a chance, because you know how he is. He has his baby or whatever, so hopefully he can.
Now, right here.
You're not linking me. You didn't send me any links to help out.
It's sitting right there in chat.
Bro, now you sent it. No, it doesn't. It says take my smoke break and be.
Oh, you're talking about that. Okay, you're wanting a link to what I'm looking
yeah, what we're reading. I was like, you did not link me anything. What is it? It's just regular Wikipedia? I can pull it up. I'm supposed to have it already.
I can do it. You just click on the link and it'll take you right to it.
Oh, there it is. That's why I was frustrated, because I had the notes for HARP and I had the notes for DARPA, and now they're just magically disappeared. That's what I mean about.
Yeah,
I already don't need it. Alright, I'm cool.
Now, the other one's not HARP, it's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But the part that I just went over to, where they formulate and execute research and development, that's what a lot of people who believe in UFOs and aliens believe, that we've been reverse engineering spaceships and stuff like that. You know?
Oh, wow.
So, not only
so where are they getting this from? Just from learning this type of stuff?
Yeah, basically doing research. There's a lot of people who freaking believe in that, like especially Area 51 and Mount Hood, which Mount Hood.
Excuse me, but Area 51, you say believe in it like it's not real. Do some people think it's not real? It's like an actual location.
Well, I mean, they believe that alien research is being taking place there. There's some people who don't believe that. Some people that just believe it's a top secret.
The remote viewing data shows that it's about 10, 20 stories deep, and on the higher levels they have like medical research, to all the way to like reverse engineering alien craft and biological weapons research, and then the remote viewing data shows at the bottom there is like a joint alien human sort of area where they do genetic experiments on different species.
Yeah.
I believe that shit's real. I think it is, and I don't think it's just there. I think there's plenty of places around the planet where they do that, including Pine Gap in Australia.
Yeah.
Didn't the government just say that they did it? Like they just admitted, like some guy was at a press conference admitting that they do these things and that they have communications with extraterrestrial and they do experiment with aliens and stuff. Am I?
Well, where do you think they get the UAPs from? You know, that's all over the news now. I mean, there's no more questions about it.
Look at your flat phone. Look at your flat phone.
You know, they didn't just come up with that out of nowhere. They traded that technology or reverse engineered it from alien technology, and that means there's aliens. You know, it's just like denying it at this point is silly, in my opinion.
You know the antennas you got in your phone, right? You guys know the history on that, right? Like, that's the greatest invention since the freaking wheel, and nobody's even aware of it. You're walking around with a freaking flat phone, and the antenna that goes to it is just freaking out of this world. I mean, check it
I
out.
made an antenna with a coat hanger once.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but I found that out just by checking it out on the freaking math and stuff. They've got a whole different setup for freaking math now, to where they can calculate how much carbon monoxide is being released in a freaking 3-mile perimeter just by cutting a tree down and measuring its limbs and how high and tall the tree is. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I mean, that's how far they've come. So you got to think about that stuff, man. It's completely amazing. So yeah, I can.
Well, from the whistleblowers that I've sort of come across, they say that when they reverse engineer a new piece of technology from alien technology, it sort of goes into private corporations, and then certain ones are selected to, do a controlled release into the public slowly. They say LED technology, fiber optics, and a lot of stuff like that came from like these military projects first, and probably came from reverse engineered stuff.
I think they even said bulletproof vests are a part of it.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Oh, nice. I mean, nice to know. I had no clue.
Night vision goggles. When you see all these videos of people, soldiers running around with night vision goggles, they say that's reverse engineering from aliens too.
Oh, you just reminded me of something. I know it's like unrelated, but I heard today from an inside source that the luciferase that's in the vaccines lights up under certain LED conditions, and they plan on installing these LEDs in smart cities, and it makes it really easy to track people. So
about the vaccine, because before there was one, I was like, everyone was like, well, they're going to make you get the vaccine. I was like, they cannot make you get anything. They're like, yes, they are. They're not going to let you have a job. They're not going to let you do this. You can't have this. You can't. Like, everyone's so worried about figuring out how they have to comply with this nonsense. I said, I'm telling you, these are your tracking devices. As the New World Order has begun, and they told you that they're going to do these things, and now you guys are like playing oblivious. And people are like going on and on and on about how crazy I was about it. But it's so funny because there's so much research talking about how basically it's a kill switch. Some stuff, so if they don't see you as a benefit to society, they can't just literally kind of push a button. People are getting tumors. They're like having excessive amounts of headaches, excessive amounts of pains, cancers. Cancer has increased, and different things. If there was already something wrong with you, even if it was suppressed, it's bringing it up to the forefront. And it's basically, literally, this is the survival of the fittest. And people are and a lot of, unfortunately, I hate to break it to people, but a lot of quote unquote rich people got this shot. And it's a matter of how valuable you are. You know that when the Holocaust happened, they were stealing the gold of the dead Jews. Like, they stole their money. The Jewish people died with money. They had money, and they got robbed. And that gold is sitting in London now, in the bank. And it's just crazy to me.
That's still being debated, because apparently the ship was leaving England and was on its way to New York and sunk. So
yeah, right. And just like the money from, just like all the gold that got moved from the Twin Towers the day before they blow up, right? Yeah. Where did that go? It just disappeared all of a sudden.
And the $1.2 trillion that went missing in transactions the day before 9/11. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just and these people are so foolish.
You understand that freaking the disclosure hearings were taking place right before that too, right? And it came to a halt. Right. I mean, literally, freaking the day before the freaking bombings, they were having a freaking the part of the disclosure hearings.
Did you hear what you just said? So naturally rolled off your tongue. The day before the bombing. You didn't say the day before the terrorist attack. You said the day before the bombing. Exactly, exactly. Because the smoke should have been a different color. Because the building should have actually. It was first of all the building that got hit second fell first. Makes no sense. And everyone recalls, not everyone, but a lot of the witnesses recall, the ones that didn't take the Mateo, hearing the explosion first before there was any impact of an airplane. It's just you just said it. You just was like, oh man, you did it, and you didn't mean to do it. It was literally
no, to me a bombing. To me, a bombing is an airplane. It's a car. It's a freaking bomb. The first time they tried to do it, they used a van. They used a van with manure in the back. And you see what I mean? Like
bull crap.
The bomb can be anything, but. Getting to that though, a lot of people with conspiracy theories did research and found out that the fuel from a jet airplane does not reach the freaking amount of heat that's required to freaking burn them rebarbs, okay? And they've researched it. So even in that aspect, they're still wondering how freaking this jet fuel was able to freaking burn through that and cause those buildings to fall.
The plane would have blew up. It wouldn't have caused the buildings to fall.
And it fell into its own footprint, just like a demolition would. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They put the bomb in the place of the gold and they blew up the building.
Suspicious, like Israelis that rented the floor just below where the plane crashed. For a few months before that, and there's speculation that they were Mossad people that planted bombs inside the building, because on the day when the buildings went down, a lot of witnesses on the street were saying they heard like pop, 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 pop explosions in the building, and then all of those disappeared off online. You know, they're hard to find now.
Yeah.
And then that whole thing about them finding the passport of the terrorist. Like, so he got on the plane without the passport.
That was ridiculous.
How do you find, with no singes, it's no burn marks. Hey, guys, guess what? God is good, man. We know who did it. Even though everything else blew up, they left their passport. Come on. Are you kidding me?
Bulletproof passport.
Bulletproof, fireproof. Everything proof, and then it's so far away from the mass because you know where the destruction happened, where the devastation happened. It like if it was in that, it would have been over there. It wasn't even near it. It wasn't even like what was he doing? Running to catch the plane that he was going to use to blow up the twin towers. Wait a minute, I'm late for my flight. Like, come on, no, he wasn't. The plane didn't come out of me. How does the passport get on the street blocks away?
And these fundamentalists. You know, what do you call them? Is extremist terrorists supposedly were seen at a strip club the night before.
Yeah.
So they just turned up. They just partying, turning up. Like,
that's...
Make sure your face is everywhere. So that way, you know, I mean, people can have a face to relate with. Oh yeah, I saw him and I did this. And it's crazy because there's that guy that I told you about would do better, and he invited him to the chat and told him about us and stuff. They had a show talking about the same thing, and the guy was like, well, I was actually at school, at pilot school. He said everyone was like, oh, what, in Florida? He's like, no. They had a pilot school that they were doing in Jersey. What? They were in Jersey. I'm like,
dude, they had schools down there by you, okay?
Yeah, in Miami.
There was a
Wasn't it
town.
Miami?
No,
Fort Myers?
It was Coolidge. No, it was down by Frost Free.
I know they were out here in Florida, but I felt like it might. Maybe it was Fort
real
Myers,
close.
But I want to think it was.
They were real close to where you were.
Tampa. I don't. I just think it's crazy.
I think it was. I want to say Coolidge, but I know that's in Arizona.
But there was a bunch of them though. You know that they went to school more than once. You had to.
Yeah.
They say that they got their pilot's license from the one. Let me see. I'm about to look it up right now.
It wasn't Lake Placid. It was right around Lake Placid. In between Sebrings and Lake Placid, there's a town there, and we used to live there. And when they said that one of the guys trained there, it blew my mind because freaking I was there as a kid, so I remembered that town. but it was pretty interesting. They had they got training from Arizona. As a matter of fact, the FBI.
Airman? No, that was in Oklahoma. Hold on.
The
Okay,
FBI,
aviation in Venice, Florida. Okay,
yeah,
so Huff
down
Aviation
by
in
Venice.
Venice. Mm-hmm.
It was down by
Allegedly, because you have to sign in when you fly. The guy was like how the guy's name was on the roster for them to sign in, and then after he started asking questions, every time he went out to get on the airplane, something was wrong with his airplane. He said every single time after he started questioning stuff that was going on, every single time he would go out, his plane might not be able to stop, or it was having some type of stutter. There was always something wrong. And of course, because the good guys usually win, he was able to get back to safety and come home and tell these stories. But he was just relaying. We got to get with that WCRN guy, because he was just relaying the stories of what happened. And you should listen to it because they're recorded. And he was talking about them being in Jersey, and everyone thinks that it was in Florida, but they were flying. Took flights, and it was I think he said the day before, 2 days before. I don't like to do the time frame exactly because I might be incorrect, but he was saying it was really close to the times of the attack. And me, I get all my information jumbled up, but he was saying it was really close to the time of the attack. And like you said, he was on his list as having taken that plane out. And then too, isn't there information about how the Bush and Osama's brother had lunch or whatever, the day before, where we were chilling, chit-chatting, cutting it up?
I don't know.
You haven't heard?
I remember what happened. They shut down all their flights out of America, and then only the Bin Ladens were allowed to leave. I remember that specifically.
And then, okay, so we all know that he was working. Osama bin Laden was trained by the CIA, and then he was basically the scapegoat. And it's crazy that he was allowed to leave after, after they kind of set him up, quote unquote, framed him. I still to this day, you can tell me that they blew him up and they brought back his head to prove it. He's not dead, and he's just hiding.
They didn't. They didn't do that. No, I've got a friend.
They didn't bring back his head.
I got a friend that's was in the military, and he used to have to do shit like that. And what happened? Okay, and despite what all these fuckers are telling you, what happened with a black ops operation like that? Okay, when frickin' they send people in, there was 2 helicopters and 1 crashed, right? What happened was they frickin' had to blow that other one up so that frickin' nothing remained of it. So the one came in, and then they let's say they did kill him, okay? Now, what they did is they frickin' brought his body onto the helicopter. And the first thing that frickin' they're supposed to do is they're supposed to pull the teeth. Every frickin' tooth in his mouth comes out. Now, after they pull the frickin' mouth, if they're over frickin' the water, that body goes straight into the water, period.
Right. Okay? With some weights, yeah.
The only thing they frickin' collect of the frickin' body is the teeth, and that's because they need the DNA and they need the frickin' they need the dental records.
Yeah, because you can be identified no matter how bad it is with the
I reckon there was nobody, and they covered it up by killing the whole Navy Team 6 people that went there because they knew they couldn't keep it secret. Did you notice how the whole team died within a year after that?
Yeah.
Kind of like what's happening with Bitcoin and stuff, yeah.
And
wild.
Nobody really ever got to see the video because, if you pay attention to when, what's her face, Clinton, she was sitting there, Obama was sitting there, and they're staring at a camera. That's nothing more than a reaction film. They wanted you to see their reaction as they seen it, as they were horrified. They even gave a surprising face. You know what I'm saying?
And then there's a speech, of President Bush talking about how when the first tower, when he was outside of the classroom, when the first tower struck, he's like, yeah, and they told me of the attack, and I was getting ready to go inside the classroom, but allegedly, the news that we saw, he was inside of the classroom when he first found out about what was
Yeah.
going on. Also, let's talk about them removing all their stocks, put options and buy options. And they took a bunch of put options. Basically, they said, hey, these stocks are going to fall. Why are they going to fall? Because we're going to blow up some shit. And that's exactly what they did. You don't do that like a week before. You know what I mean? But I really convinced it was for that gold. I'd like to know where the gold is.
To be honest, I mean, I think it was to freaking change the direction of policy. It's like I said before, freaking the disclosure hearings were freaking just a day before. You know what I'm saying? And disclosure doesn't just have to do with freaking alien conspiracy. And everybody seems to think that, you know what I mean? Because you got freaking Dr. I forgot his name. He's the one that wants to hold hands and freaking sing chants so that the aliens will come down and see you. You know? And that's nothing more than a government shill right there. That's all he is. Okay? He wants to go out and hang out next to Area 51 and convince you that these aliens are good guys and they're just there. All you got to do is meditate real hard and they'll talk to you and hold your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not afraid
Greer.
of aliens. More, who do you
Dr.
fear
Greer.
more, or who do you feel like causes more room for concern? The aliens, or the people that are attempting to promote the aliens, or the people that are attempting to deny the aliens' existence? Who do you think are more detrimental to our existence?
I think freaking when it comes to aliens, freaking, everybody has a right to their own opinion, but when people are purposely trying to freaking attack
Sway you
people
in a
who
certain direction.
believes in aliens, those people freaking have an agenda. Okay, there's a reason why they want you to think freaking that ufologists are cuckoo. All right, it's not just because freaking they believe in aliens, because if that was the case, then they would do something. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Say your mama said hi.
I actually think it's a bit more complicated than that. I base this on, again, remote viewing data that I've seen. So I actually am, and a bunch of whistleblowers that I've come across. I actually think, first of all, it's pretty fucking obvious that aliens are real.
Right.
Like, you see it in all our ancient mythologies all around the world. They've already admitted it basically on TV, what you have to think to yourself is, what are the implications of that? Okay, so the implications are, the stories are real about Area 51 and those UFO crashes back in the 40s and 50s. That means we've had about 70 years of reverse engineering alien technology, which means we've already got technology that can take us to Mars, probably much further than that, which means there's probably already military bases on the moon, on Mars, and they know that Musk is about to send some ships up there, and the public is about to find out about it. So they have to start breaking it to the people. Otherwise, if the people find out they've been lied to, just like abruptly, heads are going to roll. So that's the reason I think for the last 70 years they've been condemning people that believe in that stuff, and now all of a sudden they're like not tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists anymore. All of a sudden it's on TV, military people are talking about it. It's because this stuff they know needs to come out, but they don't want to tell us the whole truth. They still want to be able to control what.
They're distracting us, and I feel like the aliens will be quite pissed off because they've been holding them captive. So the aliens maybe have been cool or been willing to work with us, kind of like the white settlers did when they came to Africa. Like, Africans were really cool with these people. The same with the Native Americans and the Pilgrims. Everybody was cool, but these people came and wanted to bogart some stuff and take some stuff from people, and they were not really cool. They were willingly given all the knowledge and information and power that they never had to ask for. And instead of being grateful, they had to be greedy. So they started putting these friends, should be, into captivity. And as a result of putting them into captivity, they're pissed off and they're starting to act crazy, but not really, because the truth be told, these people would like to be able to present some type of power over infinitely powerful existence, and that's the part that's causing them a type of discourse. Because now, we might have a little bit of issues that we're going to have to go ahead and mention it. Go ahead and distract them with this because we have this going on. I got to tell you, aliens exist because I'm going to blow you up over here, but I'm going to blame it on the aliens who were supposed to be our friends, and we wouldn't even be able to have this information or knowledge had it not been for them. But we're going to use what they gave to us so nicely, so freely, so openly, in order for us to be able to use it against not only you guys, but them as well. And like, they're just lying. They're just liars. This whole government is just trash.
The robot
My
just
research
posted.
there's good aliens and bad aliens. There's aliens that are controlling, and there's aliens that are respect free will. And if you read that passage in the Bible that I just posted, it's in Revelations chapter 12. It kind of shows you like that the stories of Star Wars and stuff like that is pretty much real. And what we have on this planet is the secret societies and the dark government that you speak about are in cahoots with the controlling aliens, the reptilian, Draco, and Orion factions. And, you know, it's kind of shit, but at the same time, there's a lot of good aliens out there too that are willing to help us. But they don't, because they respect free will, they don't want to just rock up, like come here and do it without our permission. So like enough people need to learn the truth and wake up to it, and then we can actually ask for help as a species. And I think that's when we can actually start getting on our feet again.
Now see,
Okay.
with me, I kind of run a different direction on there. Like everybody like wants to set these aliens, supposed aliens, if they do or don't exist, it's not my concern. Okay, but what they want to do is they want to make them out like they're these noble races because they're so much evolved. They have to be freaking good people, right? And no, they don't. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee that any kind of alien race is sophisticated and spiritual, and the only people who think that are people who are sophisticated and spiritual. You know what I mean? It's kind of
look at Star Wars. I mean, it's gonna be a shit show out there in the galaxy, just like it is here on Earth. You know, like the Hermetic idiom is like as above, so below.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
What if I
sure
put you
they
in
have it.
captivation and hid your existence for years? Are you going to be peaceful with me when you finally figure out a way to break free from my nonsense? You're going to be pissed off. And if you're really smart, hold on. If you can evolve, we evolve, right? And you can develop. So what if they have been communicating with outside, even within being in captivation, and they've been in captivity and they're able to communicate with people, or there are people that are not in captivity, and what's stopping them from attacking? Like maybe they were once friendly, but then we ruin that. But look, alien by definition just means a foreigner, especially one who is not a naturalized citizen of the country where they are living. Like an alien is okay, and I'm gonna even go further to the etymology, because alien by definition, we're not even using it right, because we're aliens. I'm not from here. I mean, I'm from here now, but I mean, this is like
Where are you from?
Mars.
Where you from, Karma?
From Mars. No, I'm just joking. But I'm just saying, like, no one started in America. Our families did not start here. Like, from what I know, my family did not start here. Hold on, I'm gonna look up the etymology for alien.
No.
Because strange or foreign.
Another thing you got to look at, there's other ufologists too who believe that they've been here all along. As a matter of fact, when you were talking about us evolving, they believe that they were responsible for us evolving. That's where we became intelligent.
No, well, see, that's bogus. I heard that too, because supposedly the creation came down and gave an infinite amount of knowledge. You look at
the time period that humans have been on this planet. Okay, like all the advancement that we've done is like a blink of the eye when you compare how much time we've been on this planet. All right, like it's it's amazing time span how fast humans have evolved. Okay.
You feel like we've evolved fast? I feel
Fast.
like we have evolved.
Million
We've
years.
evolved.
We've been on this planet for millions of years. Okay. For millions.
You mean
We're not
humans
exercising
or
in
life?
our highest form
Just
of intelligence.
humans. Just freaking Homo sapiens.
Well, Homo sapiens have only been anatomically like we are today for 500,000 years, I think.
For 500,000 years. Okay, so
Just think about the bicameral mindset.
that's
Like, okay, hold on.
500,000 years. Okay. Then you had the freaking there was the freaking Neanderthal. Then there was
Denisovian, Neanderthals.
then you have that new species that they found up in Russia. That one was supposed to be running around the same time as the freaking Neanderthals were. What the heck are you doing, Karma?
I apologize. I'm done now. I bought a whole bunch of candles because I'm proud of some people. So I bought a bunch of
I'm like
candles.
hearing every freaking chew you're making, man. You're like,
It's not a chew. It's me. It's not me chewing. No, I would never chew on shit.
I was like,
But
God.
it's me ripping the wrapper off of these candles so I can light them. Today is Wednesday. It's Yellow Candle Day. I'm done now. I'm done. I'm done.
I thought you
I'm
was
glad you
eating
waited.
something.
You literally said something to the last at the last candle. So
I was like, what are you doing?
I was gonna mute, but the convo was too good. So I was just like, let me hurry up. I didn't know you could hear it, but now I know you can hear it. It's the next time I know. But I did it. I just had to rip the wrappers off the candle so I can light them.
And you see, like, right there, the reason why you can't really get anything about that theory is because there's just so much conflict in people's opinion. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Didn't
there's
you say Hart had aliens? They said that there might have been some alien harvesting up there too as well. That they were kind of holding on to some aliens out that way as well.
there's it goes deep like that. Like the secret space program, a lot of them believe that freaking there's like spaceborne aliens that are natural from other worlds, outer world, and then there's us, Earth humans, or Earth humans, and then outer Earth humans that were born and raised in outer space. But then
you can be a human. It doesn't mean your soul is necessarily human. You know,
Yeah, because we could reincarnate. You just told me about that.
And reincarnate, but a soul can't die. Souls live forever.
You remember you just told me
And,
about the guy that turned into a snake, that got turned into a snake in order for him to be able to come back. So I mean, you know
Yeah.
that, Raj.
well, that was Sumerians, and you're talking. What was his name? Started with a D.
Started with a D. I thought it started with an S. It's not Shasmos or Shash. That's not him.
We were just talking about him too.
Yesterday,
yeah,
it wasn't.
yeah, you're right. It was an S.
It was like Shashamu or Shat.
It was freaking Inanna's husband.
And you had to exchange his life because in order for him to come back, you had to get another life. And so
Well,
that's
no,
why.
he was an idiot. He was sitting there on that throne being lazy and shit, and his wife was just freaking brought back from the dead. Yeah, he pissed her
Like I'm
off.
out here resurrecting myself, and you just sitting around chilling. Like, what's wrong with you?
You don't,
Like,
you
yeah.
don't piss freaking Inanna off.
But that's like he was just saying, like, yeah. So as a result, we know that you don't have to be a person again when you come back. I mean, like, there you go.
Yeah.
And what he said, so you could be incarnated as alien. I can only imagine, but again, that word itself is just like, how can we even use it?
Well,
It's not.
I wouldn't believe that generally we become more advanced consciousnesses as we do good deeds. And as we do sort of negative deeds, we can become more animal-like and that sort of regress in our evolution. But and when it comes to topics like this, I like to look at remote viewing data because it has shown consistently that you can use it in a scientific way and understand things that you couldn't normally through other means. So I encourage you guys to look at Farsight on YouTube because they've investigated a lot of this stuff, and they found out that the planet is actually being used as a soul prison by aliens, and that means they keep us sort of confused here to prevent us from spiritually evolving, and therefore we keep being in the cycle of reincarnation on this planet.
Yeah.
And they created like an energy grid around the planet that if your soul tries to incarnate and move away from this planet to another planet, it hits this energy grid and it wipes your memory and basically puts you down to the earth and to reincarnate again.
Kind of like the ice walls
a lot
they
of
talk
people
about.
probably reincarnated here many times, you know.
No, see,
like
But right now,
that's what
there's
I'm
a big effort right now to dismantle this grid and set everyone free. So I think that could happen in our lifetime or pretty soon, you know.
Yeah, I've heard back in the day, that's what Alex Jones first believed. That's why he named his first thing, Prison Planet. And I was okay with that until he started getting all crazy with politics and everything. And then David Icke taps into that too with the moon, and how the moon is actually a satellite that is used to change the way we perceive things. And because the moon itself is a mystery. A lot of people
The
don't
fake
realize
moon
that.
compared to the real moon. You can talk about the simulation
the
of
moon.
the moon.
Just the
There's
size of
one-
the moon. Our
I
planet.
see this. If you look on Google, on Wikipedia, there's magnetic scans of the moon, and you can see there's these huge metal objects underneath the moon's surface on the dark side of the moon.
The moon's size is too big for our planet to hold in its orbit. It's the size of our planet compared to the size of our freaking moon is abnormal. We shouldn't be able to
And it's
hold it.
also geomagnetically locked to our planet's rotation, which is also abnormal. That's not common.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that David Icke talks about that's very important too. Like you said it the last time you was on here about him. He really, I think it was you, wasn't it? You said he really hits things. But
I don't know if it was me, but yeah, I like Ike stuff. Yeah. He's generally onto it.
But that reminds me too. Before you get off here, I already have asked Karma, and she said she's willing to do it at some time. Would you be willing to sit down and do an interview with us?
Yeah, for sure.
And just so you can get your story out and everything that you want to share, and then we can bug you afterwards, you know what I'm saying? Or at least it'll be what you want to say, and then if you want questions while you're doing it, we can do it that way, either way. Or you don't have to take questions at all, just, say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we should just have a little chat about what topics to cover.
No, I mean an actual interview on you.
Just talking about you, your findings, the stuff that you're into, what type of stuff.
Everything. I mean,
yeah.
Because you got a lot of.
Yeah, we don't really want. Yeah, he just. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll see. Sounds good. We'll discuss it.
It's hard catching you on here, man. You're like anonymous.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've been a little bit busy with random stuff lately, but
Yeah.
hopefully I'll get a bit more settled now.
It's like whenever we can get you on here to do that, we'll get a good interview and get it all in order. That way we kind of understand a lot of the stuff that you're doing and where you're coming from and stuff like that.
Sounds like a plan.
You actually come up with some good stuff, man. Like JPL. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there was definitely a bit of creepiness around the beginnings of NASA and JPL and that, with like you said, Parsons and their black magic and all that. You know, Aleister Crowley influenced them quite a bit. But I think part of that reason is because they were aware of the extraterrestrials early on in the piece, and to them, I don't know if to them it was like something they worshipped or something that they're, you know, tapped into or whatever. But it does seem like they had some high strangeness around that, because I remember Crowley channeled a being that looked a lot like a grey alien, like early on in the piece. But yeah, I don't know. I think like a lot of it is a bit of a psyop as well, because I think, like I said, the secret space program has much more advanced technology, and they've just given us this like crap that, like, you know, the space shuttle and stuff like that. That's just like based on old school Nazi rocket technology, not, you know, and we were never really able to progress as fast as we should have. And so I think it was just a little bit of a show for the public. I think Kennedy and that knew about some of these secret programs going on. And yeah.
I find it
Guess we'll
interesting.
see.
You all think that we're evolving, and I feel like we're so far behind. We're relying on technology to do stuff that we can do from within ourselves. Like, I feel like it's a complete, like, we're dumbing ourselves down. Like, people are making it seem like we're doing so much better because we built all these things that we are and our likenesses, and it seems like they're more useful. Like, people really could astro travel, and now we don't even take that into consideration. We have to fly on an airplane. There's no such thing as teleportation, but there is. And it's just crazy because, like, what is that not more powerful? We're relying on outside source, so we're outsourcing in order for us to do what we're equipped with. Like, that doesn't seem like evolution to me. Like I said, it seems like we're killing ourselves, especially with radiation.
You know, the powers that be, you know, the dark government people, the globalists, they want to keep us dumb and sick and stupid. And they don't want us to investigate psi phenomena, telepathy, you know, stuff like that, because otherwise we'd become too powerful. And so they false science, false paradigms, false religions, so that, you know, it keeps us trapped in this devolution state. But I don't think it's us necessarily doing it to ourselves. I consider these controller people not really part of humanity.
No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. We're literally saying, hey, it's okay because we don't know any better, and we're choosing. We're free will. We have the right to learn about ourselves and be better. But instead, we're saying, no, we'll just conform to what we're being told how we should do. Like I said, it's our choice.
Humans have this really, really bizarre habit of thinking they have control. Like, you actually have the ability to consent to anything, when in reality you don't.
You do.
Okay? You
we
know,
always get into this.
Everybody falls for that, okay? And it's, as a matter of fact, we have more freedom today than we've ever had in the entire time that humans have been on this planet, other than
Are
times.
you kidding?
Yes, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. You know what they used to do to people like us back in the 1600s? They would skin us alive and burn us at the stake because we
Let's
were talking.
go before then, though. Let's go before then.
Before then, they were freaking killing us because we didn't speak the right language. If me and you walked up into freaking a Roman town speaking the language we did, we would have been foreigners, and they would have killed us because we were most likely spies.
It's like being in gangs.
Okay? If you were freaking speaking English in France during the 1300s, they'd have thought that you were an English spy and killed you on the spot. Alright? If you didn't follow the church's mandates from the time of the Holy Roman Empire, freaking, they would have killed you. They freaking massacred the freaking Gnostics. Okay? They pushed them into a freaking castle, and the Gnostics actually came out and walked themselves to the freaking flames because they knew they were going to die. You know, I mean, this stuff has been going on, and there never was a time in history that we've had more freedom than what we've had now. And the only reason why we've had it was because freaking people like me and you and everybody else who actually spoke up said, hey, look, there's something not right here. Okay, and that's even normal people, normies.
Now, so can you imagine how much freedom we could actually have if we got rid of this silly control system, you know?
That's what it comes down. It's a control system. You know,
But people are so afraid because they've been so greatly controlled. I mean, strategically and honestly, wow, they did an amazing job. They're not even going to rebel against it. They're comfortable. They're lazy. They're too lazy to do something about it.
They want somebody else to take care of their problems.
Yes. They have no type of concept of self. They have no, they conform, like I said, to this system. And then they feel like, hey, I'll just parallel the system, but I'll make my own system over here, even though I'm going to use everything from this system to do it. I'm going to use their money. I'm going to use their thought processes. I'm going to use, like, how do you do that? How do you beat something when you're the exact same thing? You're beating yourself. You're setting yourself up to be beat because you're doing the exact same thing. You're just saying, hey, it's better because it's me doing it. Like, people have no idea what freedom is and how to release themselves from the thought process of having to be under someone else's strong arm, to having to be subject. Like, they'll go to the job.
Do I need to?
No, I'm okay. I'm calming down.
Do I need to explain to you my whole theory on civilization again?
You need to, must, yes, of course.
You know why civilization was created, right? It's because man discovered beer. Okay.
What?
Yeah. Man,
you mean fermented oranges? Oranges that sit too long make beer.
Man discovered beer. How he got that information, I don't know, but he discovered beer. And when these guys figured out that they could make beer, they freaking started drinking it, and they were looking around while they were drunk, and they were like, whoa, dude, we can't be out here in the open like this because freaking
drinking beer.
If we're drunk like this, these freaking animals are gonna kill us. So that's when they started freaking building shelter. Okay, and then more people came along, and more people started getting drunk, and then all of a sudden they got that fool sitting over to the side making an ass out of himself, and they say, hold on, dude, we can't be giving him no booze. And then
he don't know how to act when he gets drunk.
Yeah.
He starts tripping when he drinks, right?
Then another guy says, hold on, we don't have to get rid of him. What we do is we keep telling him that we'll give him more beer as long as he goes out and gets stuff for us. So now all of a sudden they got
stuff for us.
Now all of a sudden they got a workforce.
They got a runner. Yep.
You see?
That's like having a crackhead work on your car, or get somebody to work on your car because you know he's gonna do it. He know how to do it, but he's just addicted to what he's addicted to. So he gonna do it for the 100 when you might be paying to be 500, 600, 700. Yeah, they call them the runners. Yeah. They made people that are willing to do anything for money. Yep.
Anything freaking to get
but money
that
or
high.
Beer. Money or beer.
you tell somebody who freaking likes to freaking go out for the weekend and hang out in the bar and fucking get drunk that shit, and they fucking will automatically get mad and want to argue with you. Oh, automatically. All right, but if you look at what controls the mass public, it's usually alcohol and drugs.
Or drugs.
Sex.
And money. Yep.
Supposedly things that are freaking illegal. You know what I mean? But
or man-made. They don't even control themselves. They don't have more control over themselves. Their money has more control over them. Their beer has more control over them. Their drugs have more control over them. They themselves, nothing but pawns. They're nothing. I don't mean to say
I'm
it
a
like
slave
that.
to my cigarettes. I'm a slave to my freaking coffee.
At least you admit it. But no, you're not out here killing people for coffee. You might, if you might get a little testy.
Somebody's
if you
getting
don't have
my
your
money.
People are killing people for money though.
Somebody's getting my money for that coffee I'm buying. You know what I mean?
But you're not killing anyone for it. People are killing people for money. People are killing people for drugs. People are killing people to have alcohol, and usually when they are using alcohol.
People are killing people for Coca-Cola, man. They had a
for cutting people off in traffic.
No, you want to hear about a freaking conspiracy theory? There's one for Coca-Cola. Huh?
What?
What'd you say, robot?
What did you say?
I just said you don't have to be killing people to be a slave.
Yeah.
You know? It takes any addiction really to be like, as long as you're going back for more.
Yeah.
I think it's a worthy practice to get that self-control to be able to say no to yourself sometimes.
Because you can be a slave to a lot of things. I mean, you can. And I know what I'm a slave to, but I still need to freaking get rid of it. You know what I mean? Just because I'm aware of it and I can admit it, that's not action. Yeah.
That's the first step to solving the problem, though. And then shout out to you, because look at how much stuff cigarettes have compensated for. Look at how far you've come. You understand what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and condone smoking cigarettes because ill, but at the same time, truth be told, you came from so much more than cigarettes. So much more. You know what I mean? So much more.
I came from sex.
Well,
sex,
I came from drugs, sex, alcohol. You came from all the bullshit. Freaking cigarettes.
Yeah, another addiction.
We're getting cigarettes are the only thing that you have now. Cigarettes and coffee. You're telling me you stop doing meth or whatever. You know what I mean? Or acid or you know what I mean? Whatever it is that you used to do. I don't know what type of drugs you used to do, but you said that you used to be on that shit heavy and you stopped. You stopped. You stopped. You understand? Yeah, you supplemented, but you stopped.
When it comes to freaking being a slave, though, is what we're talking about. Like, you're a slave to everything if you freaking allow yourself to be. Like, it comes down to the fact that you have to stop. You know what I mean? You have to stop.
People can be slaves to attention. They're out here, I mean, they sell their kids. They'd be 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds with booty shorts on and freaking halter tops and twerking on TikTok, and not even supposed to have social media before you're 13. Why is your 9-year-old in booty shorts on TikTok? Because she's so cute. Like, yeah, that's kind of gross. I don't want to see your kids.
I think awareness plays a big role in undoing the slave system. You know, if you're aware of the fact that you're a slave, then you can do something about it. Right. And I think, you know, using drugs as an example to learn how to control yourself or learn how to undo these traps we get into is a worthy practice right now, because bringing it back to our main topic, HARP and stuff like that, they're going to be using these nanotechnologies in combination with, you know, microwave technology to try and control people's minds. And you need a large amount of that awareness, self-awareness, self-control to be able to withstand that.
Well, you know, you're bringing up a good topic right there. Like, we've been talking about the illegal drugs too, but what about the legal drugs? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep, pharmaceuticals.
Yes. I mean, my parents.
Everyone is these days for any kind of excuse, you know?
Yeah. My parents are terrified because they think they're going to lose Medicare, you know.
And that's a state of fear. When you're in a state of fear, you'll be in a state of desperation. And when you're desperate, you'll basically do almost anything. And that's what they're hoping. There's that control again. And they'll make you feel desperate. People like to do that with me all the time. Oh, you need this money for this. What you going to do for it? It's like, shit, watching you laugh in your face. Laugh in your fucking face while you try to make it. My mind is strong. My mind is too strong. Like, people got to really go ham to really get at me. And then even when they do, they end up feeling it harder than I do.
But, yeah.
That's why I like my candles. They're so beautiful. You should see my altar.
I think I have, haven't I?
No. You maybe.
Yeah,
you might have. I'm about to send
it was the first time you got on camera. I think yours. Is it at your couch?
Yeah, no, yeah. Not this one. This one is at the bar. I made a new one because I have so many candles, like 20 of them. So yeah, no. This one's a little different. I'm gonna take a picture. I'll probably post it. I'll light them all up for once, just because it'll look really pretty at nighttime with them all lit. But it's strategic colors for strategic energy in order for me to channel exactly what I have to get rid of any issues I may be inquiring. You know,
you got to get rid of all that stress you're getting from me and Mr. Robot. We're just.
No, you're like my de-stressor. Like, I cannot wait till 6 o'clock. It's like, gotta go to work. Leave me alone. Everyone, where's Roger? Where's Roger?
You're my Mr. Robot. Yeah, I mean.
Well, he doesn't show up that often. He's too inconsistent for me to rely on anything with him. But I mean, like, definitely presence and knowledge appreciated at all times. But yeah, no, definitely you're consistent. I know I can count on you. I know you're going to be there. No, Roger.
Yeah, smart choice.
Yeah, I'm just being real. Hey, yeah, Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot is hit or miss. We see him once a week. Like now, he done did this show. We might not see him for a month now. So we gotta be careful. He's here today, he's going tomorrow, type thing.
And since
I just show up at the right time, you know.
And since he's on here, it reminds me too, I should be saying this more in the streams. Mr. Robot did start a conspiracy chat group, by the way, Conspiracy Corner. And he's also got one that I started going into called Ancient History. He's actually got a lot more. He's got Middle Ages and Modern Ages. So if anybody's listening to this, then you know where to go.
Come in, dive deep into the research, and you can learn a lot and share a lot in there. Right.
Okay.
I want to join history. I saw you were on the history one. I didn't join the history one, but because of what we be doing in these streams, I'm interested in the history one now. When I first started, I didn't really look for history, but I think I'm in all the conspiracy ones. If it said conspiracy, I joined. I didn't really care who was leading it. It was just like conspiracy. Yes, that's my MO. Like, what do you mean? I love it. So.
Now, that guy that you guys were talking about, is there a way we can get him into an interview too? Because like we could even do a pre-recording and then stream it, because I think that would be better.
Do Better says that he is in Korea, and he did send him the link to join our chat, to join the 24 hours with Roger. Last night they did the show, and Do Better is just that guy, so shout out to him for doing that. He went ahead and link, because remember I asked him if he would tell him, and he did it for us. So we'll see, because their show is like huge. Like no. I'm not saying we're not.
I could probably get freaking John to do it for his show first.
Ah, yes, that'll even better. John has that traction. I wish John would have came today, but the guy is cool. He seems cool anyway. You know what I mean? But they don't like any cursing. You curse, you have to put some money in the bloom. The blooms is what they call it. You got to pay. You got to pay to play type thing. No cursing, but that's cool. The show is just so lit because they got so much information. Just how I like your shows. They bring so much. I love people that can teach me stuff and that are willing to do it, because everyone else is so scared to talk about what's real. It's like, oh, I don't want to get hurt. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Nothing can make you feel inferior without your consent. Just saying you do not want to be, you kind of welcome that into your energy. Like, make it as something that can never happen. Like, I wish you would try. Yeah, right.
Another thing that's better about me too is that I like cussing. I love cuss words. I think that is
self-expression. I used to be against cursing, and I kind of still am, to the extent that it is a curse that we're putting on our existence, and words are spells.
That's another model of freaking what they put in your head. You know, physically, when you say a cuss word, it freaking relieves stress. It's a stress reliever. I
heard that as well. And people that curse are realer. People that curse, that use profanity, are more expressive, more in tune with their emotions, and basically just overall more honest people usually. But I also like the challenge of being able to have a more expanded, broader vocabulary in order for me to be able to express myself. Because usually it's word filler. Well, what word can I put in there besides shit? What word can I put in there besides fuck? Like there's other words. So why do I have to resort to these words? Because I've limited my mind capacity in order to
what it
not
was
have
is
the
the terminology got messed up. Okay, like back in the day, man, there was actually people who freaking said words that were curses. You know what I'm saying? That I mean, there were sacrilegious words that were being said, and like it was well, okay, with the Jewish, that they had a good example. The book of Tobit, it mentions about this guy. He freaking had an obsession with freaking burying the dead. Every time freaking he went around, he would see dead people that were laying on the street, so he would take it upon himself to bury them. All right, so every time he did that, freaking people would say that he was cursed because he touched the body of a dead person. Because it's against freaking Jewish tradition to touch the dead. You can touch it in a certain way, but there has to be a process. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's one example. And and people just kind of get that mixed up.
Yeah, the thing is that as like creator beings ourselves, our words have power behind them. And if you say something to someone, for example, I wish you'd drop dead, you know, there's a belief that that could come true due to your own manifest powers. So, yeah.
And that would
But
be
death
a
is
curse
an
word.
opportunity for rebirth. So perhaps unless your mind is
No,
limited,
that's where
you're thinking about
at.
dying. But
That
what if
example.
this person is telling you should reincarnate and be something
Hey.
better than what you are?
But that example Robot gave right there is exactly what I'm saying. That's a curse word. Okay?
Technically.
When you tell somebody to drop dead, that's a curse word. I'm not saying shit or freaking fuck or whatever cuss word you want to say, but when you tell somebody...
What about that other word you were telling me? One of the words you were like, be careful, because those are what they are curses, and you're channeling a certain type of energy. When I was telling you about that book that I was reading or listening to your channel.
Now, those are incantations.
Incantations,
yeah. You're supposed to know those when you're journeying through the gates. So, there's a good chance you'll never be able to freaking say them properly anyhow, because like the word Thoth, people don't even know how to properly pronounce his name. All right, they really don't.
Thoth, yeah.
Tawatis. I mean,
said something.
Go ahead. What did you say? Sorry.
For Thoth, the ancients said it's something like Tehuti or something like that.
Yep. And even
in India, they do elaborate ceremonies that are kind of like incantations and spells, which basically calls upon different deities to give them power for whatever thing they want to do, and they call them pujas. And some of them can go for like 5 days sometimes. Crazy.
Yeah.
But the people here fully believe it, man. Like, I think there's something to it for sure.
Nothing can happen to you unless you think it can happen to you. Nothing can, and your mind has more power than words do, because you have to be in a set to be able to receive it. People tell me about all the horrible things. Somebody just was in my stream the other day telling me about everything that's going to happen to me bad, and all these people want bad stuff. I said they're going to die. They're going to die. And for me, when I think about death, just because rebirth. So if you feel as though that you're going to be able to attack me with something, I'm wish life on you, but I'm going to wish it in a way to where you're going to start thinking about something completely opposite in order for me to be able to block and repel whatever you feel as though you're going to send towards me. Because how can I have any control over your life? Or how am I allowed to let you have any control over my life? Like, why? When you give people control over your life, you're pretty much relinquishing your control over your life. You're saying, hey, I'm not good enough to be in control. I'm not good enough to determine which direction my life is headed. So I'll let your words...
I have a theory for you. That it's our egos that think they're in control, but actually not in control. And it is our higher selves that are actually in control and can make decisions on to co-create with another person. And I think that happens before you're even consciously aware of it. You kind of make an agreement in the higher realms that yes, you are going to meet each other, and yes, you are going to create something beautiful together or get into a fight or whatever the situation might be. But whatever the situation is what your souls have decided is actually the best thing for you to learn from. Because the soul doesn't take anything personally. Really.
These candles are so beautiful.
I also like Carl Jung's take on the ego. He also believes in the alter ego, and he explains it pretty good. He's like, everybody has an ego, but they also have an alter ego. So for everything that you do good at, or you're good at, or things that freaking you brag about, there's that alter ego in the back of your head that sabotages you. Okay? So it's
that's
building
higher self,
up.
lower self. That's
yeah,
there's no such thing as the devil.
it's building up back there. Okay, so no matter how good you do something, you've got that alter ego in the back of your head that freaking is just building. It's getting bigger and it's getting bigger and it's getting bigger.
That's mythicism. Mythicism speaks about how we were so powerful. Look, how we were so powerful, and we really started to question our power. People were not dying. We were living forever. Infinite life is definitely obtainable, but it has been limited with our thoughts and our beliefs because we, like you said, control. Ego does not have to exist. Ego is self-created. Because what it is we're awakened self does not operate in ego. Awakened self operates in reasonability. Awakened self operates in optimism. Awakened self operates in creation, not destruction, not tearing down. When you're focusing and operating,
the alter ego does that. You see, that's what I'm trying to say.
But we created the ego. You understand what I'm saying? The ego is not existing naturally.
We created the ego, but you got to understand that when you have an ego, when you're egotistical, you have an alter ego as well. Okay, so for everything that you're good at, there's another part of you in the back of your head that's freaking your alter ego.
Causing you to question yourself.
No, it causes you to literally destroy yourself. For all the good things you do, freaking you got that alter ego back there that's building up, and you'll screw up on something. You see what I mean? Because that alter ego is back
if
there,
you believe it,
and it's just the way it is.
Why would you believe something that limits your existence?
How many times did you wake up in the day and do that day perfect? No flaws whatsoever. No mistakes. Never made one mistake in your day.
Every fucking day, motherfucker.
What constitutes a mistake? It's not our perception determining
it's
whether or not what we see as a mistake.
If you stub your toe, it's a mistake.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you weren't paying attention.
You don't feel like that. So then there's no such thing as accident. Accidents and mistakes.
What if you're judging it as a mistake, and it's actually the most perfect thing that could happen?
Because now you're building your tolerance.
If
so next time you stub your toe,
is hurting,
you're building from stubbing your toe to dropping a boulder on it. What if it's preparation instead of a mistake?
If I hurt my toe and it feels like a boulder landed on it, that is a mistake. That is a mistake, okay? If I forget to cut my toenails, if I forget to cut my toenails and it feels like it's cutting into my freaking lower, or my big toe's cutting into my lower toe, that's my mistake. That's a mistake. See?
Is that a mistake? You're just trying to be funny about it.
But for all these little mistakes we make, okay, that's because of your alter ego, and it happens. It happens all the time.
I don't think there is an alter ego. I think there's maybe little negative entities, like the little devil on your shoulder, But I think you can get rid of
You're the devil on your shoulder. Your lower self, because evil is what the devil is.
You can reframe those mistakes as just lessons. And if you learn a lesson,
now see, anybody who's willing to use them as lessons would overcome those problems. That's change, all right.
But then people go drink their beer instead, and so they don't use them. They don't use them as lessons, and they become mistakes. The next thing you know, they're cussing and yelling at someone who could have actually been nice to them and helped them become a better person.
That's that alter ego.
There's the mistake.
It's like a domino effect. You see what I mean?
Self-sabotage.
You're sabotaging yourself.
I mean, I have, but I mean, just knowing my power, and after learning my experiences, to let someone else have more influence over my existence than I do is foolish. And that's why I get frustrated with people who literally make it seem like it's normal to be out of control and have someone else running their life for them. Like these superstars, they'll sit here and they have an accountant, a financial advisor. Tan, let me use Tan as an example. He was like, oh yeah, I was like, so what stocks do you have? He's like, oh, I don't know. I let my people handle that. What? You don't know where your money's at? You give someone complete control over your money, and you just kind of, I should kind of check in on that. You know how easy it is to rob somebody like that? I think about it from that perspective, just because I've been around and I watch what people do.
Tan's
be
rich.
rich all you want to. I want to stay rich. I don't want to find out that you're Selena's manager and you've been hoarding my money all this time. Are you kidding me? You should always
Selena.
have access and knowledge of everything that you
Did
have.
you just say Selena?
Yeah, anything for Selena's.
I
Yeah,
cannot
Selena's
believe-
manager straight murked her ass.
Robot, have you ever heard of Selena?
Hey guys, it is 5 a.m. here. I'm gonna peel off for now.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I'll see you guys again.
I did not realize what time it was. Yeah, I'm gonna go
Thank you for
ahead
tuning
and
in.
end actually. You want to say something before we cut out of here?
No, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is I'll be listening in. You know we have basketball, so yeah, tech talk. Yeah, I'll be in to listen. But thanks for showing up, Robot. This is dope. I love these type of
I want to
conversations.
say something quickly before I go.
Okay.
As much as we talk about conspiracies and stuff like that, some people might see that as like a negative thing, but I don't see it as a negative thing. I just see it as us stepping into our power and using our intellect to understand our environment and to make it better. And I think ultimately the most ultimate conspiracy is the fact that we're all one consciousness, and there is no such thing as separation, and there is no real thing such as evil in this universe. It just seems that way as we're going through our journeys. And these props are just here for us to learn from as souls. And if you can step into that non-dualistic frame of mind like that, then you don't have to be afraid. And that's the best state to be in.
Cool.
So enjoy, guys.
I'm
Thank
glad
you,
you guys
Socrates.
showed up, and this actually was a pretty good conversation. You guys did a good job, kept me on my toes. So
The ones that you need to clip. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And
I'll see you tomorrow then.
I will see you guys next week if you show up. Oh shit. Oops.
I just stabbed myself in the eye. I was getting a camera. I wouldn't wait till I got it.
I just recorded that. That's gonna be the beginning of our video for the frickin' for the Minds Roundtable weekend event.
This is the
Frickin'
reason why I get popular around here. That's why I'm getting paid.
Karma stabbed herself in the eyeball
With the tweezers,
with tweezers. Like that's the first
Because I
thing.
cried earlier, my eyelash kind of got shifted at the top, so I was trying to fix it before I came on camera, and I just because I don't like crooked eyelashes. I mean, I can manage, but I'm okay. So I'm fixing them, and I have too much going on in my head. That's what it is. And no, but I was just saying, like, okay, they're shadow banning these people that have obviously got the platform popular, have helped them out a lot. What is it because of lack of money? Like they don't want to pay them, or what do you think it is?
I
You're
mean,
saying politically correct, but these people have been the same people this whole time. Have they been bought out by somebody?
Well, the thing of it is not only are they doing their freaking, I keep forgetting the name of it, but it's like D&D, except for you go out into like a park and you do sword fights with like fake swords and shit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I forgot the name of it.
They have oh my gosh, my friend, well he's not, I guess he was, I used to go to this gym and he worked at the gym, Dante, I don't go there anymore, but they get to dress up and
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't remember because I didn't go, but I know what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about. Kind of like medieval times. Like I used to go to the Renaissance Festival, and there we kind of can they do jousting and stuff like that, and that's really cool. But
that's basically the gist of what they do on what got them popular, and then they started shifting over and talking more about politics and stuff like that, and all of a
YouTube's
sudden,
not hearing it.
yeah, all of a sudden they started losing views and stuff like that, and I have no doubt in my mind that they did get shadow banned. Don't get me wrong, because like the channel I have, the Strange Stories one.
Yeah.
I've been at 400 and between 445 and 450 for the last 5 years.
What?
Yeah, literally. It'll get up to 449 sometimes, and then it'll drop back down to 446. Then it'll go up to 450, drop back down to 445.
That's right. It's almost like after you get a certain, they don't want you to get past a certain point.
Right.
And so that's what shadow banning is. I know I'm shadow banned. Well, it's been easier now. Like, you were able to find my channel. Before, I could not tell people my channel. I could not search my channel. I'm talking about no matter how I searched it, I could not find my stuff. And even if I put my exact name of my video, it'd be at the bottom of the list. With everything else that has no exact name, just similar paraphrases will come at the top.
Yeah. Now, I did find out some issues that do go on with
YouTube?
With YouTube too. It's your URL. You have to check that. Make sure your URL is the same as your channel name.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Thank you. When I sit down in front of I'm going to sit down after I make these plates for these guys, and I'm going to see, because
stuff that actually is pretty important. Once YouTube allowed us to change our URL address. I don't know if they're still letting everybody do it or not, but once they let me do that, I changed it to where it matched up my channel name. And
did you see a difference?
Yeah, I did see a difference with my gaming, but not with the other ones.
Yeah.
But it did make a difference there. And that was an issue, and there was something else that actually helped. The @ when they let us use the @ on our name.
Yeah.
That was a big help too.
Wait, using an @ you mean a mention when you're like talking in like?
Yeah.
How did that make a difference?
Don't know. I have no clue. I'm not sophisticated like Mark. So Mark's the brain.
Is he coming today?
Tan said he would, but
so we can probably maybe ask him perhaps, right?
There's a good chance Tan's not going to be here until like after 3 maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what he does. So that he said Friday night, evening, not night, but like 4 or 5. Yeah.
So, I mean,
I just was wondering what would, like, because I see, and I'm trying to think, I'm tempted to think, but I thought I matched them up with the name. So the name being different from the URL, but does it not automatically change the URL if you change the name? It doesn't update it automatically?
No. At least it didn't for mine.
Yeah.
The channel I had my gaming channel on was an old one I used to call frickin' Franklin County Redneck Society. I made like stupid videos of redneck stuff. You know?
That's so funny. You don't have it anymore?
No, I stopped doing that. People don't watch that stuff. They do it. They do it on Facebook, but like that's
not on YouTube.
All they want on Facebook is like memes too and stuff, which you can get away with because you can post that stuff, but on YouTube it's strictly videos. So
you post pictures on YouTube?
Oh.
Yeah.
I can do it. I can post pictures in my videos.
How come I can like people's stuff and they only have pictures?
The helicopter fan noise on the stream. Do you hear a helicopter fan noise?
No, I only hear you and like your TV or music in the background. Is it loud? I don't have any music in the background. Is it loud? I don't have any sounds out here though.
I don't hear any helicopter fan sounds. Dan says there's a helicopter / fan noise in the stream.
Well, I don't hear any helicopter either. Maybe it's his thing.
He might be hearing the.
He got voices in his head too.
He might be hearing the Chocolate Thunder background audio. The cool beat.
I thought you were telling me that there was noise. I'm like, nah, I know I had noise earlier, but I'm like quiet. I'm in my room.
I was just wondering if you could hear it or not.
No, I'm hearing.
Oh, Chocolate Thunder.
Everyone's gonna start calling you Chocolate Thunder soon.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm good. They just keep on calling me old Chocolate Thunder. How you doing?
How you doing, Chocolate Thunder?
How you doing? Yeah, they'd be like, hey, Chocolate Thunder, I think you're just so cool. Can I get your autograph? I'll be like, oh, yes, no.
And you're gonna have your jacket. I told you, with the hat with the feather in it. And you're gonna be, what you talking about?
I was thinking about that. Now, you said that I was Chocolate Thunder. Now, shouldn't I be like dressed up
White
like?
Lightning?
Don't you think I should be dressed up like Fonzie?
No.
Like grease hair, greaser.
Oh, okay. So with the black leather, but you have to have a hat. Like Fonzie was like all about his combing his hair back, and he had to slick back, like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta have a hat.
Plus, I can't do that shit. I mean,
why not? Stop saying what you can't do.
Yeah, but that's like, what would you even replace the grease with? Would you like go in and put freaking like vegetable oil in your hair and shit?
Soul Glow. And I can just see you standing there with your cigarette. Yeah. And there's comb your hair on the corner. Your jacket's super long past your knees. And then you have some like plaid pants and some platform shoes. That's what I was thinking. More like
the platform shoes. That's what I was trying to talk to freaking King Lion of Locks the other night about it with that game. I thought that guy had platform shoes on, but he only had tennis shoes. And that's what was throwing him off, because the guy who had platform shoes was a skeleton guy.
I need to go on my journey page. It's on my iPad, but I'm always logged into my Forex trading page or my miscellaneous page. And I know you said you left a comment on my channel. I haven't even been on it because I hadn't had my stuff to post. And so I have stuff to post now, so I'll check it.
It's like I said too, man, if you need help, I can go through and show you some stuff with OBS and everything.
I do need help, but that's going to be like, I guess I could use some help. It's just, I have to figure out what I'm doing before I have you sitting there.
Like, we do it at the same time. You figure it out as I'm sitting there. That way, if you have a problem, I can help you. And then you can do, like, I'm not going to try to make all the decisions.
No, you're the greatest. I'm not worried about you.
You know what I mean? I'm not.
Be like, yeah,
but I'm not like going to tell you step by step how to do it. It's like you do it, and then if you have a problem, I can help you.
Okay, well, if you don't mind soliciting your services and utilizing. That's definitely fine.
Don't say that on the internet. I might be arrested for prostitution. I'm not the ladies' man, remember?
Soliciting, you're soliciting your services. You gotta say it low. You mean soliciting my services. And that's what
you like, hey, how you doing? How you doing?
You gotta say services in a deep, low voice, like, yeah.
See, you just can't say that in a cool voice, though. Like, you just can't say, hey, you want my services? That's not sexy.
You gotta be like, how can I be a service to you? That's how you gotta say it.
Yeah, nah. See, men don't talk like that. That's like, I mean, You'd have to be like gay or something to talk like that.
Not really. Yeah, right. Please, these guys are like
gay.
Oh my God. And I'm just attempting to find it right there. Like, what would Mark say? Oh my, what would Jesus do? What would Mark say here?
He'd tell me to put something in the curse jar.
He's so politically correct. That's so funny. He's like
I don't even think you could term it as like being politically correct. He's just like Mr. Wholesome. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And here we are taking his entire existence. That's probably why he's not showing up to our meeting now. Like, no, you people tricked me last time.
He's like,
I didn't enjoy my
I'm
fish
going
pie
back
in peace.
in there.
I enjoy my fish pie in peace.
I'm gonna tell Tan that I'm gonna shut off the Chocolate Thunder background music and see if that's the sound of the helicopter fan he's hearing.
He still hears it?
He's in the chat. I'm going to shut
All I hear
off
is your background
the Chocolate Thunder background music.
Kendra says,
see if that is the sound you are hearing. See what his reaction is. I'm gonna shut off the Chocolate Thunder background music and see.
And I don't really hear background music. I guess you hear that on the stream.
Well, like I can hear it because I've got the OBS running. But
no, you're right there with it. Yeah, I need to clean this bathroom. I really don't feel like it, but it really needs to be cleaned. It's filthy.
But it's not running on the Jitsi. Now, if I freaking if you were watching the stream, you'd see it or hear it.
So, is there no more incentive to get Minds Plus? Because I was really debating on getting a Minds Plus, but I don't have people that I can like affiliate.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I'll be honest. I'd hold off and wait and see what's going on with this first month because I don't know what direction they're taking, and I feel bad for actually inviting John here because now he's stuck. Like, I don't even know if he's gonna get his payout. You know?
Oh dang, yeah.
So.
And so I invited someone, but I don't know how active they are. But that might be the reason why. See, I don't ever see them on the platform though. I invited them like 2 months ago, and I don't really associate with them as much anymore. So I don't know if they're active or not. They're starting to do some other stuff they had going on. They said, or whatever. But I just like I said, I don't know what I'm doing really to get these little payouts. Of course, they're cool. I just want to know if they're going to stop. And if they're not going to stop, see, the only reason I would want to be able to is because I can make longer videos. Because like now how it stands, I'll have to post my YouTube links, which is fine because that's what I do on Patreon. And I do that on Twitter as well. Like I do live on Twitter though. I don't usually stay live, but from now on, because I'm hoping to drive traffic to my Patreon, I kind of just would like to do my little teeny, like little excerpts and stuff like that, and then have it to where people pay me money, and so that's the goal. But I don't really, like, I don't even have enough content posted on my Patreon right now. I was just trying to figure out how to do it because Tan told me to post the link for YouTube on mine. So
you can sync it. It's in the settings. You can sync your YouTube channel up to where it syncs up, and every time the YouTube videos post on YouTube, it'll post on mine for you.
Oh, cool. Will it do the scheduled time into? Well, I guess if I schedule it on YouTube, it won't post it until the scheduled time, regardless.
Right. It'll wait until it's posted and then do it. That's how I get a lot of my YouTube videos up there. I don't manually go in and do those.
URL links. Have you ever heard of Backstage?
No.
I was gonna say back door, but that's not it. That's definitely not it. I know. I was just
Back
wondering
door.
because
We know what the back door means.
but that's what it sounds like when you say it, like, right? Like you're right backstage, but it's like back door.
How you doing? How you doing?
I started a backstage, but it's supposed to mimic Patreon, but Patreon's easier and simplistic for me to understand. But this backstage, I was hoping that you heard it because I don't really get it. Like I don't get it at all.
There's so many weird ones. Like now I'm hooked up with this freaking locals off of Rumble, and I've never heard of locals before, you know. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, what the heck is this all about, you know?
But you can get money for that.
Well, I mean, if people are willing to come in and do it, like,
What is it?
I mean, that's the thing about like Patreon and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, these aren't like people who freaking just click on your stuff and freaking say how great your video is. These are supposed to be people who actually support you and follow you. You know what I mean? Like, like you get a lot of mouth service even on freaking
What? You get a lot of what?
well, mouth service.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I have no clue. What are we even talking about?
Oh, my mouth service.
I can't breathe. I just laughed. What? Like, we get a lot of mouth service. Like, what? Who? When? Where is it at? They forgot me.
You even get that. You even get that on friggin' what mines. You know what I mean? It just
mouth service.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I don't know who's giving it out. Whose mouth is providing the service?
No, if I told you that, you're gonna have to keep. No, you'll have to keep it secret. But
okay, I'll keep it secret. But you are recording, and we are live. It's him that's listening. So forget
Mr. Robot.
You're right, Mr. Robot's so inconsistent. He's like, he gets on my nerves. Because he's so inconsistent. You know what I mean? He shows up one day and he's like all in one day, and then the next day he like hardly.
But he gives mouth service.
Probably saw all his little flockings. That's what he said. He says you have to. It's the energy that gets them. And I was like, yeah, them. I wonder if he gives good mouth service, or does he bring the oil? See, stop it! You're gonna get me in trouble.
What do you think I'm talking about?
Come on there
what do you think I'm talking about?
And be mad.
What do you think I'm talking about? I'm talking about mouth service.
I know, but you started it. And I'm going. Look, he's gonna hear your stream. He's like, Roger, why did you tell her about my mouth service?
It's okay. He's down with it. He's down with it.
He's down with me knowing. He's okay with this.
He's an Aussie, dude. I mean, that's all I gotta say. He's from Australia. Those guys are kinky. They're freaking.
Please, he like the drugs that he takes, and I don't mean not, the experiences that he has. Here, I don't doubt that. I really don't doubt that. I feel like that's one of the main, the best parts of enhanced experience is the sex, at least from my experience.
Like, have you ever watched freaking Crocodile Dundee?
Oh my gosh, he was the dead one. Yeah, he's a psycho.
You're like, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Oh my gosh, where are you from? Oh my god, oh my goodness.
Like, that's not a knife. This isn't a knife. And he pulls out the big blade, and the guy that has the little switchblade, he's shitting his pants. And
what are you gonna do with that?
He's like, this is a knife.
Oh my gosh, yo. I love those Australian accents, but he doesn't sound Australian. He sounds like Dr. Robot, Lord of mercy. But he said he went to medical school. But Mr. Robot, he sounds like, I don't know, he has such a nice, he does have a sexy accent. You're going to get me in trouble. His girlfriends are going to call me a nigger bitch in the chat soon, so let me just shut up.
Hey man,
they get mad at me.
Don't get me in trouble. You're going to say that stuff on my stream now.
Oh, I apologize, but I said it, and I'll show my skin so they know it's me. I said it.
No, I'm just joking.
Likenesses and views are not a reflection of Mr. Roger Hanson.
I don't care about all that. I mean,
It's all karma.
now, he said the other day that he's from South Africa. And,
He told me that when I first started talking to him.
Yeah.
I know he has such a sexy voice. Like I don't want to say that again. I love what he does. He just I don't want to talk about it because he has his life, and I just want to leave it alone because I don't like the drama. I don't do drama.
Do you ever watch Lethal Weapon 4?
4? I don't want to.
Or no, it was 3, I think. No, maybe 2.
What? You just went so every one of them? No.
Except for the first one. I know it wasn't the first one.
Which one is it?
I think it was Lethal Weapon 2. And Mel Gibson. He's from Australia too, by the way.
I was about to say Mel Gibson, yeah.
But
White Boy's on my bucket list. I'm just joking.
He's sitting up there on that ship, and freaking that guy standing over the top of him. He goes, "I have public immunity," and when he says that, freaking Mel Gibson just drops that freaking container on top of him.
No, I really was a girl, so Lethal Weapon wasn't really like I would have to have I got watched like 2 or 3 with mom, but I wasn't watching them. You know what I mean? It's kind of like she puts it on. We're watching Lethal Weapon. I'm probably playing with my Gigapet, like not really engaging, but I don't know. I probably have, but I don't remember any of it. I know Danny DeVito. Isn't he in Lethal Weapon?
No.
Oh my gosh! What? In none of them?
No.
You're right. No, you're just saying that because
Joe Pesci is.
Don't you know anything? They're the same person, just
No.
a different timeline.
Joe Pesci and. That's just horrible. So you think?
Shut up.
You think Danny DeVito and Joe Pesci are the same person?
But the way you said no was just so funny. It's like no, like not at all. So far.
No, that's
Not
horrible. I couldn't believe you said that. You're like, they're the same person. No, they're not. Are you serious?
And that's how you sounded. You sounded so disappointed. Like,
Danny
you know what?
DeVito.
I have to reevaluate my co-host. What? No.
It's
No.
cool. It was cool. Joe Pesci. I gotta pull up a freaking picture of Joe Pesci for you so that we
put them side by side on the screen share.
Well, first Danny DeVito.
I feel so stupid. I already know.
Danny DeVito.
I'm like, isn't that and your silence was just no. Like,
okay,
and then it was just silent, like no, like straight face, no, like not even close, Carmen. Not even close.
Okay, so here we go. I got a good shot.
No. Let me guess to see which one it is. Don't tell me which one it is. And hide
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Hide the name, just the picture, so I can see if I know which one it is.
All right, fair enough. Let's do this. We will see. Actually, I gotta get this set up right.
No, that's so funny. You're like, no. Like, I
cannot.
Move your face. I can, like, no. Isn't it like the same person? No. And not even close.
I can't do it in widescreen, but I can do it. So, let me share the first one. And
that's so sexy. It's not, is it? That's Danny. Oh, it's not.
is it? Ah, it's somebody froze. Oh my God. What? It says it on the bottle. It's definitely. And I'm like, is it at Joe Pesci? Oh my God. See, okay. Look, it's your fault.
Wait.
Can I?
Now, hold on. I'm gonna pull up another picture.
Oh my God. I already feel stupid. So go ahead. Let's just finish me off. Finish her.
Okay, so that was Danny DeVito. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And now, here we go.
See, I'm supposed to be getting set up so I can come on live, but I'm like, now you got me sitting here. I'm like on the bed just waiting, like, let's see which one is it. Oh, you know who was another one I used to get mixed up? I probably know him better now. Ben Affleck and Tom Cruise, but not anymore. I know those two now. I was about to say, you should put those side by side. Oh, Matt Ryan. No, I know him too. That's that guy that just was met. No, that was Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, Matt Ryan and Ben Affleck. I didn't have no idea between the difference of the two. Let me see. I'm going to cheat on myself and see. You got to pull the other match.
I've got to.
My mom used to be so angry with me. She's like, you're not even at the... No, Matt Ryan's a football player? Then it's not Matt Ryan. No, it was another actor.
This is important. Okay.
I'm looking.
Okay. Well, this is a hard one. Danny DeVito or Joe Pesci. That's all you need to know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, this is causing me issues. I can't find a good picture like the one I just did.
I'm about to look up Joe Pesci myself.
Alright.
Yeah.
See, now the thing is I'm having issues finding one that.
Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay, so look at this picture. He could have been Danny DeVito in Home Alone. Joe Pesci could have been Danny DeVito. Joe Pesci in Home Alone could have been Danny DeVito.
No.
Huh? You don't think so? Hold on.
Like, Danny DeVito did good in the parts he had. You know?
Oh, wow. Okay. If you put a hat on this man, yeah, right. Okay, well, his face, okay, all right.
Okay. Here we go.
I'm wrong. I'm so wrong.
Now.
Maybe this one, in the Britannica. Yeah, right. That Danny DeVito in the... What is this? That Danny DeVito in the Britannica. And the one from Batman. He could have definitely been Joe Pesci.
No.
In a different
Who
world.
is that?
Oh, gosh. Mike.
Huh?
Mike. His name is Mike. It looks like.
Mike?
I'm cheating. Mike Score.
Okay.
Yeah, I cheated. I saw it. You should have zoomed in before you told me. So it would have been just the screen.
Who is he?
I don't know. He says he's a singer. I've never seen this guy a day in my life. I would like messy bangs like that with some short hair. Who's this guy?
He's the lead singer of Flock of Seagulls.
I've never... Well, play a Flock of Seagulls song.
Oh, God, no.
Why? It's not a good song? You got a good song for them.
Well, we've got to worry about copyright infringement. So.
I'll sing over it. They'll ban you then. You'll go from copyright to being banned. Like, what is this?
I don't know, man. I mean, I'd rather listen to you sing than listen to Flock of Seagulls.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
I can usually find at least one song by any artist that I like, at least one. There's like some, the people that I cannot usually are like rappers. Like, that's ironically enough, like, I have a heart. I feel bad. Couldn't you not gotten a better picture? Go out to the main search because you'll do that, and then you see Joe Pesci.
Every picture of Danny DeVito is like this. Okay.
A goofball. Yeah, he's goofy.
You'll never find Danny DeVito looking any different than what he does in that photo.
I think it's because he's short. So it's kind of like, God, they're both the same person. You know, they're at least the same height almost.
Now, hold
I
up.
think that's where I got it from.
Actually, I could probably do searches on Wikipedia to better. Okay,
It better make me feel stupid. Okay.
Joe Pesci. Yeah, there we go. Get better pictures of him. Now, this is Joe Pesci.
He's like such a mob boss. He's so cool. Like that's the cool guy. He's like, he's like straight mob ties and got his Under Armour. Like, yeah. I like the people in the mob. They make me happy. I know that's I know, but they're so nice to me. It's like I love you guys. And it's just freaking cool. And I'm like, what do you want to do about it? I had you sleeping with the fishes. And it's like, you gotta go sleep with the fishes.
Okay, let me see.
The Godfather.
Now I can show you one that is a tricky one. See if you can name this person. Okay.
Okay, but I can't. I gotta stop looking. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking and then I'll come back on and look. Yeah, no cheating.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
I can see the name.
Do you know who he is?
George Burns. It's too late. You're supposed to do that first.
Okay. No.
Do another one.
No.
But where's he from?
That's what I was saying. Do you know anything about him?
Oh man, I know this name. Is he not who they made the Simpson character of, Mr. Burns?
No.
Okay. No, I have no clue.
Okay, so let's try.
Tell me who he is.
This next one. Go ahead and close it, and I'll do the widescreen screen. That way you can't see the name.
You're not gonna tell me who he is?
No.
I'm gonna look it up and fine. you won't tell me who he is.
No.
I'll find out
He was just
myself.
like one of the greatest
he's a comedian.
He's one of the greatest comedians in history. But hey, whatever.
He was born in 1896.
Lived to be 106 years old, I believe.
No, he was 100 straight because it was 1896 to 1996.
Yeah. He lived 100 years on the dot. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, that makes me want to watch some of his comedy. You say he's one of the greatest, so I never heard of this guy ever.
The greatest. There's only one person that came close to him, and it's this next one. So turn your face, and I'll get it.
I'm not looking. I'm on his page on Google, so he was handsome. Yeah. Oh look, he was a little cutie. Hi, cutie. 100-year-old, well, like almost 200-year-old cutie now.
Okay, no. You know who that is?
Hold on. Are you sure I'm ready to look? Make
Yeah,
sure you hide
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Okay. Oh man, hold on. Uncle Paulie. No, I don't know who he is.
Okay, turn your head, and I'll try to find a better photo. Or a different one. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I turn.
Okay. So we'll leave from that photo.
Wait, hold on. Why do they have to describe him as George Burns, straight man? Like,
A straight man of comedy is he's supposed to not say the jokes. A straight man. He's the one that introduces the freaking. He's the one that sets up the joke to where the person who's supposed to say it actually says the joke.
why when I look up George Burns, it brings up this Bob Hope guy? Wait, that's who that was.
No, Bob Hope. He's not George Burns.
No, that was that other guy that you just showed. That wasn't him. He
No.
was Tesla in this picture.
Oh no. This right here. You don't know.
Let me see. You made
Right
another
there.
picture. It's the same picture.
Yeah, that's the same picture.
You said close my eyes.
I can't find anything good for him other than that one.
I mean, he was handsome, but I don't know.
You have no clue.
No, I have no clue. Like, come on.
Have you ever heard of Jack Benny?
No.
Oh wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I gotta look him up. Why should I know him?
This is like, you know who Seinfeld is, right?
Yeah.
Seinfeld stole all his shit from this dude.
Oh wow. Well, that's bogus.
Every freaking comedy scene that you've seen on the Seinfeld show, this dude did it.
Oh, Jerry's so whack. Oh, he's from Chicago. He's from where you from? Well, you're not from. Are you from Illinois? You're not from.
Yeah,
Chicago.
I'm from Illinois. Now Chicago, they're in their own little universe. Like,
how far are you from Chicago?
I'd say 6 hours, maybe 12.
Wow.
Between 6 to 12.
12.
Well, St. Louis, for me, would be about a 4 or 5 hour drive. I'd say it'd be in between 6 to 8 hours at most.
Jack Benny on a Stradivarius. Let's just talking about his stuff.
Yeah, he plays the violin.
1894. These people being alive in 1800 just seems so wild to me. That's probably how people feel about us people born in the 1990s. Like, oh wow, you're born in the 90s. It's crazy.
Yeah. Old as shit.
Right.
Like, now kids look at us and they're like, oh my god, you're 30?
Uh-huh. Yes, that's exactly how it goes. And it's just like, wow, okay, it's really not that far from where you're at. No, I mean, you can really, like, it's just such a separation between 20s, 30s, and do not even talk about being 40 or 50 or 60 because you're just like, I was at the gym, and me and this girl, we were so cool, and we were talking, and then they're like, well, like, they want nominal age, and I always tell people I'm infinite. But like girls, I'm probably more lenient with than I am with guys. And it was like after I tell them, like after we've been so cool and chit chatty, we had nothing else to say to each other after that. And I was like, wow, okay. So it's like to me, this is what's happened when I grow up. Like we were cool, and then when it was like you're not dating me, why? Because how old I am, it matters. But I guess.
Trust me, they like those older women.
I'm not about to be no cougar to no kitty cat. I'm good. You know, there was a guy or a girl or both on my stream last night begging. I told him I was a man just because some people get on my nerves. And he's like begging me to have sex with him. He's like, I'm a girl. He says, first he says he's a guy. He asks me, do I give head? And I said, no. And I said, I get it. I told him, he said, do you suck dick? I said, no, but I have one.
Oh my God.
So I went from telling him that I have a dick, and then he's just like, "Oh, good, I'm a girl. Can you put it in me?" Because I like put it in me. I was like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna let me bend you over." I was like, "I'm a top. You could be my bottom. Like I'm just like extreme when you're extreme." And so
who are you talking to on there? Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. His name was Booty Lover.
Booty Lover. That should have been your first line that you shouldn't talk to the dude. Fucking, what the hell are you doing talking to a dude by the name of Booty Lover?
He came in. And
first thing that'd be in my mind is, oh, hell no, dude.
I mean, I thought if he loved booty, he was going to ask me to be the bottom, but he was like adamant about being my bottom. I almost, like, the next time I want to sit my dildo next to me.
Oh, somebody's done kicked you off. They said enough of your shit. Or was it me? Because, I mean, you never know. Somebody saved me from a horrible death. Yep. Man, that must have been a sign from somewhere, because they freaking cut me off quick. They cut me off.
You just left that because I told you I was going to show my cock.
Uh-huh.
So these guys got offended. I told you I was going to show my cock to the people on video.
I was sitting here and
they kicked you out?
It kicked me right the heck out. It says, Roger, you gotta go. It's like she's getting
You're not
ready.
allowed to be on your live stream.
How the heck?
No,
Oh,
I am.
okay.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put my dildo. Stream. Next time they ask me if I have a dick or whatever, they insinuate like ask me for head. Because every time I will tell them, and so like I was going to have my, but I never had my dildo close enough. So I don't want to get off the dildo. Let me see your dick because like I don't want to walk off the screen and get it. So next stream I'm gonna have it sitting next to me. And the first person that asks me if I'm a man, not even if I'm a man, they usually ask me to do something sexual, like suck their dick or do something weird. And so I'm just gonna show them like I have this big old cock for you. And yep, I'm gonna show my dildo on live stream, and I'm gonna think it's mine. You don't like that idea? It's the truth. I am.
I'm just in shock. Hold on, give me a time to just. Like I've got frozen face right now. I'm just like staring at the monitor.
You want me to show you?
No,
hold on. I'll show you. I'll show you my.
I don't. Here.
I don't.
Oh my god. I even went on just to show my shock face. I even went on stream so that people could see. I'm like in shock.
I'm just flabbergasted. I had no idea she was going to. I didn't ever. They always ask me to do weird sexual stuff, so I always tell the guys that I'm a guy that fucks guys in the ass.
Oh my god. See,
if they started, don't ask me to suck your dick if you don't want me to. If you're not going to suck mine, leave me alone.
Gotta take turns. That's just horrible. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I'll stop. You have some nerve.
You already crossed the line. It's not like you can come back from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much farther can you go? You know what I mean? You can't.
I can show the cock on stream.
No.
No, but like, what kind of show was this? You'll be firing me in the DMs. You'll be like, Carmen, you know, I really appreciate you showing up to my show. Everything's really good. Like, I mean, we have a lot of fun together, but that's last.
It's like, did you really have to bring the condom? Like, seriously. And you know, did it really have to be like heart shaped with freaking?
No, it's not heart shaped. It's like literally. You know what? You don't want me to tell you. You're like, shut up. It's a real. Listen, I want to show it to you so bad because it looks so real. It looks so real. Like it's so, and it's nice size. It's not huge, but it's not tiny, and it looks so real. It's like has little folds in it, like skin and stuff. You know, it has, but it's circumcised. It even has balls. It has balls.
Oh my god.
And
a circumcised freaking dildo with freaking balls. Are you serious?
When you say it out loud, you make it sound bad, but it's not. It doesn't feel bad. It's just saying, like, yeah, it has balls and it has a little thing to tickle your clit. Not your clit, my clit, because I hope. Like,
I saw this funny meme last night on Minds. This guy had a meme where it says, "Oh, you're uncircumcised." He says, "At least that's one hoodie she's not gonna steal from you."
I don't know. Girls really are supposedly not like that. I used to date someone who was uncircumcised. I mean, you just, as long as they clean it, you know what I mean? It's like, never mind. We're not gonna get into this type of talk right now. Like,
yeah, it's just.
I was just gonna say, you just pull the skin back, and it's like.
Hey.
You see, I stopped myself. You said it was okay, and then.
We're gonna have to find a good a good topic to get you on besides this, because you're like going nuts. All right?
Okay, you started it.
Now you need to think of a good poll that we need to come up with.
I thought you were gonna say the slide one. I'm gonna say no. I haven't practiced very well. You said poll.
Yeah, poll.
Yeah.
We need another weekly poll. Now, before you do that, though, I want to take a pause off of this and then come back. But first, we need to go get a coffee and some cigarette break. And
can you play something for us? Play one of our streams or something. And I'm going to mute and get myself together over here, and then I'll come back. I'll probably be on camera. I'm almost done. I keep stopping because I keep laughing.
Hello. Who is this?
What's your name?
Hi, Joe.
Joe?
Hi.
Hi, Joe.
His name is not Joe.
What did he say? What did he say his name was?
He said it's Ahijah. He said Ahijah.
Ahijah.
Yeah.
Ahijah.
Cool. We call him Juice, though.
My name is Tan Hai.
Say hi.
Hi.
yay,
That's Mr. Tan.
Tan
Yeah,
Hai.
picking Roger's Minecraft. Okay, I'll buy it later. I told you, as long as you guys have a good day, I'll buy it. Here's something different. He could have bought it with coins. They just don't have enough coins, so I'll buy it. It's $4.99. It's like it's called a security expansion. Go, puppy. I'm bringing your food here. Matter of fact, get your plate and tell your brother to come get his, and go back, okay? And I'm gonna finish with.
So you're showing him some Minecraft trick there, Roger?
Yeah.
Roger's so great. He made him a whole video. Like Roger is like.
I got 4 of them already made for him. So.
What? You made a video on you made a tutorial on how to do.
No, I'm never doing a tutorial on Minecraft again, ever.
What? Why?
Oh my God, the insanity.
You have to do many edits, or?
Yeah. You have to fight a lot of the monsters and stuff that are on there, and like it's like constantly just playing it is hard enough. But then when you have to go through there and edit it for like a tutorial thing, it gets even crazier. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, I've done it, but I'll never do that again.
Do you do it from your own Minecraft server, or from the Mojang?
It's just the game, and I make videos with it.
Yeah, how do they do that? Like, okay, so what's up with this whole multi-server thing? What is that about? You can do a tutorial on that as well?
Yeah.
Well, not tutorial, but you know what I mean? Like, can help me out?
Don't get me wrong, I've done the servers.
You can run a local server on your home Wi-Fi network. You just have your family join and play locally.
Yep. See, well, we don't have anyone but us, so it's just me and them, and then it's just us, and but they play Minecraft. I'll like mess around with them, but I don't have my whole like Minecraft setup and stuff like that. But I keep seeing this thing about this server and stuff. Like, I'm real skeptical about them playing online. Sometimes I do let them on Saturday play for like an hour or something. I don't like weird stuff with my kids in the internet. So I'm real we've been through enough for me to not have them to be engaging with that too much. So I didn't know if you had to like be online playing with other people in order to host a server. You don't have to. You're gonna have to show me, because I have no clue. I just literally he's so smart. My kid, that guy, he's like, especially with computer stuff, like he's just, I don't know, he's just like amazing. And I'll just sit here and I'll just be looking like, okay, puppy, I don't know, okay, puppy, but.
How old is she, Karma?
8.
Get him started with coding.
Yeah, we do coding. I do homeschool. And so we do coding with CS first. And so I'm learning at the same time he's learning. But I know that if I could get him more involved, like if I could get him, I know he'd take off more than I like just because of my just everything. I have so much going on. I teach them coding so that they know how to code because I understand that it's going to be a necessary component in advancement. But I use
For
like
his
SICS
life, especially.
first.
His,
Yeah,
gen-
yeah,
his
especially
generation.
and that's
So-
why I do it. So I have my regular curriculum, and then coding. We did figurative language in coding. I think that was 2 days ago, and then telling a story. So they know how to do their blocks, and we know how to use the sprites and stuff like that. We understand our basics, but like literally, thank God it's a step by step process because I'm learning as they learn. I mean, I attempted to do coding a while ago, but people kind of threw me into the water and was like, figure it out. And it was like,
Oh yeah.
what's this mess? And so, yeah, no, but I make sure they know because I don't want them to fall behind. So they'll know. But he's so smart. Like, I know he can do so much more. And I just got to figure out how to get him there. But he likes it. My 8-year-old does. My 7-year-old is hit or miss. He's my sports guy. He'll play sports. He sits on his Minecraft. He loves his Minecraft still. But I'm talking about to learn. Juice will sit and I'm talking about he's watching different videos, he's doing different like the mods, like he's talking about this type of stuff. He sat and watched Roger's whole video and he's like, well, until Roger come back, I don't know if it has finished or not. But he's like that's what he's into. Like he can watch Minecraft videos and then he'll like kinda have a side by side type of thing to where he's like doing what they're doing or attempting to do what they're doing. What's up? Oh, okay.
He got excited because I was eating zombie meat.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you eat zombie meat, and then it'll get your heart up, and then you'll get your hunger down, and then get your heart up. Yeah, he was like up and around and stuff. He likes that. He loves it, and he's happy that you did that for him. I was talking about it for a while, so really, thank you.
Tell him I'll show him more things, more tricks. Like
you make me feel like a cool mom. Like I'm a cool mom. See, got friends that play Minecraft. Look at that. He's like, yeah. At least someone does around here, lady. You sure enough don't know.
Why don't the three of you play together sometime?
She's afraid. She's.
No, I mean Roger and your two sons. get
you mean like why don't
kill
Roger
zombies,
babysit for
kill zombies together.
Yes. Or put them on live and sit like those superstars doing with their kids. Put them on live and just kind of leave them. I'll leave them under Roger's care. Like Roger, you just got to make sure.
Oh man! First thing you learn about little
Roger
kids
for the whole day, and then you can do your stuff.
I just do my thing.
First thing you learn about kids these days, you never play Minecraft with them. Okay, ever.
Please, but I tell you what. They're different. I don't know if it's the homeschool or like the genetics. I don't know, but they're different. They'll probably sit there and
it has nothing. It has nothing bad to do with it. It's just
like,
they take it serious. Kids,
okay. If you don't do it a certain way with the kids on Minecraft, they get mean. I mean, they call each other griefers because. There's nothing worse than a pissed off 6-year-old on Minecraft.
So you play with your kids too, Roger?
I used to.
Yeah, me too. I used to play with my kids, and then they got too good for me.
Yeah, too old. Now all of a sudden they're fancy pantses. They got older kids to play with, you know. And
way more advanced, faster.
Yeah. We're just a bunch of old people.
Like
we don't know nothing about Minecraft.
Bunch of old geezers. Yeah.
Absolutely. Guilty. Definitely old geezer here when it comes to Minecraft. I don't know anything about that. But I mean, I'll watch them do it, and I can do. Okay, I don't want to sound anything. I've played Minecraft before, but these people will have like whole entire kingdoms built, sitting on thrones. Like they can illustrate your book if you really want to take it there, Roger. Like they can illustrate the stories with the stuff they build in Minecraft. And I'm just sitting here like chopping some wood.
I fully understand the capabilities of Minecraft, okay? And I know what you're talking about, but
crazy.
I have no intentions whatsoever of getting that deep into Minecraft anymore, ever. Minecraft is
I can't sell you on that point, eh?
no. People, I argue with people about this stuff all the time. Like my son honestly doesn't understand how much capacity freaking Minecraft has. Their terrain equals freaking same land mass as freaking Pluto.
What?
Yeah, it can.
No.
That game can produce enough land to make up the freaking land mass of the planet. Or,
Right?
yeah, Pluto.
See,
And it's growing. The program's growing. It could be bigger now for all I know.
What about Roblox? Do you know that? I don't let them play that because of the things I've heard. I don't fool with Roblox.
I don't. After Minecraft, I stayed away from that. And
Yeah.
I have another
I'll be right
nephew
back,
that
guys.
I have another nephew that once wanted me to play Terraria, and I said no. So they right now, the best I can say to you is you're in a good spot. So if you have a chance to like spend time with them and play the game together, this is probably the only opportunity you're gonna get because they're gonna get older.
And they're going to not want me to play because they're going to have it played a certain way, and I'm not going to be able to keep up type of thing. Is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
So, like, they're at the perfect age where they'll be willing to want to play the game with you. So, maybe you should watch my videos so that you can figure out what you're doing.
I probably will. That's why I was watching that first, but I wanted to finish doing what I was doing. But my last time, I'm about to get on stream. I'm about to hang up here and log in on my iPad. And so I can sit down at my desk. Well, it's not a desk, but I made it a desk type thingy.
That way you can sneak off and watch that Minecraft video. Memorize what
So
you
I
gotta
can be
do.
up to date and feel like I'm hip.
Yeah. But yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna log back in on my iPad.
Okay.
All right.
From engagements or from tips, from subscription, where was most of it coming from?
Well, let me update you on that. I am $2.50 away from $100.
Cool.
And the messed up part in the last freaking $12, I couldn't tell you. I have no clue where that money came from.
Well, you should be able to look at your transactions.
It says that I'm getting it off of the analytics, but
that's cool. It's from engagements then.
But Bashi got on the freaking help and support, Canary help and support, and I seen her make comments on there where she said that they haven't implemented everything yet. So
right. Which means that you should still be able to. So going forward, you're not gonna be able to make revenue from the outvotes, from the engagement anymore, right? But
yeah,
right now you
likely.
are still. It looks
well.
Like, right?
Let me kind of. I don't even know that because like it just tanked yesterday. So on the 5th, I made a penny.
Give me a sec. I gotta switch up again for.
What do you usually? How much do you usually make? Like before this implementation, how much do you usually make?
Well, with the live stream, things changed. Like at first, I was making like 54 cents, 60,
Per live stream,
75
per minute, or
per upload and post. And now, after the live stream started, my lowest one was 78 cents, and that was the average for upload, 71 to 78 cents since the price drops and stuff for me. Maybe 84, 85 cents, but that's as high it went. And then when they started the streams, I started getting like $1.40, $1.50. I think my highest one was like $1.75 in the last month. So I was doing good there, And then the last one, which was on the 4th, I got $1.04. And then bam, yesterday I got a penny.
Wow.
So I think they're
And what's the limit for cashing out? I mean, I know you're not going to care about cashing out.
I care about cashing out.
I mean, like, not caring about a penny is what I was saying. Like, yeah.
You give me a penny, I'll sit on a penny and make fucking burger come out of Abraham Lincoln's nose, man.
Why? What?
I ain't got no problem. I love pennies, dude. Those wheat pennies.
Up, though. I find pennies on the ground. People look at me because I'll stop traffic to pick up a penny.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
Did it cut off on you too?
No, he said he had to go for a second.
Yeah, I had to take a call.
Okay. But yeah, did you hear all that? The $1.04, and like yesterday, it tanked out to a penny. So I think they're finally.
Oh, you mean the coins, the Mines token?
The amount of money on that thing, like on my wallet.
Yeah.
For cash. I made $5.48 for the month of October, which honestly that's pretty fair considering it's only the 6th, you know. But I only made like a penny yesterday, so.
Still making a penny. Well, at the end of the month, it won't be.
See, the one thing I noticed that might be a little bright side of all this is what's his name on Dolphin. He was talking about dropping the minimum for the payouts. No.
Oh, what does that mean? That at the end of the month, they'll pay out whatever amount you have?
It'd be nice if he did that, but I doubt it. Ryan said to Astro, Rod Lord, he said currently, Astro Rod asked a quick question, would the payouts threshold still be $100? And Ryan's response was currently yes, we haven't made changes to that yet. We're currently evaluating a more automated payout process that will enable payouts at lower thresholds.
Right.
So, now, this is just my take on it, okay? And freaking, I loved Anchor before freaking dipshits took over Spotify, okay? Spotify is nothing more than like a podcast version of freaking Twitch, you know. But Anchor was cool because like Anchor had like every $10 they would release money into your freaking account for now I'm having brain farts again. But they would pay out to $10 increments, you know what I'm saying? And it would be at a regular basis. So if they're going to drop that much on their pay, I don't see why that would be a problem, you know. Like every time somebody makes $10, just send it to their freaking
yeah.
You know, because I could
in a month, yeah.
I could be sitting here freaking for the next 6 months waiting for $2.50.
Yeah, that's right.
For
you.
It'd be like
so right now the engagement, you got the upvote, the activity you got for a month, you got the points, then it converts to tokens, and then does that converts to dollars right now?
No. If I tried to convert that over, it'd cost me more in gas.
No. So then where's the cash? Where's your cash coming from? I
have no clue.
Man.
I mean, other than it being the transactions that they were supposed to have stopped at the beginning of the month. That's the only
The,
thing
the
I can think of.
transactions are like, but they're like super mines. They're like wires that other people send to you, or subscription
Oh,
payment.
hold on. I
Right.
can just go to.
Yeah, if you go to your transaction, you should see
Yeah.
what each item are coming from, right?
I have a wire from Minds Pro for wire. See, they
What?
said. Why are
From
they
Mines
saying?
Pro.
Yeah. Transfer to bank. Oh, this is for cash. And that
Yeah,
that was my payout. So I'm
Okay.
getting paid by Minds Pro.
Why Mines Pro? But you don't have Mines Pro.
I don't know. I have Minds Plus.
Yeah.
Not unless I'm cool like that. And they said, that dude's so cool, we're just going to
Yeah,
give him Minds
just
Pro
cool.
for
Just
free.
for moderating general chat room, we're gonna make him a pro.
Yeah,
You would.
that'd be so cool. I'd be like Superman and shit.
Right.
But
But maybe they're from like the super mines. Doesn't it say like it just says wire from Mines Pro?
yeah, and those are my payouts, and that's
All of them. Oh, all of them are from Mines Pro. Interesting.
yeah.
Well, maybe you do have Pro that you don't know about.
No, you just got ice cream.
Now, I've only had like three or two, yeah, three payouts,
I'm working and you're still talking.
and
I already answered this question.
they gave me 107, and then they gave me 111. Well, maybe this is my second payout that I
Can you
got.
share the
Yeah,
screen? Are you sharing it?
Wait.
I could share it. Yeah,
Okay, I'm
it's my second payout.
on my transactions, right? On my transactions, I have an entry that says transfer to bank account for $2. $2.21.
Is that for verification or something?
No, man. It's whatever I have. So it sounds like it doesn't like that. It's not bound by the $100 limit.
Yeah, here you go. And
Transfer to bank account right there, like that. Okay, so that was
Yeah.
in July. Long
yeah,
time.
and then I got one in January too. Let me make sure that shows or that's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like December the 27th. And that one was 111. But I'm pretty sure that I got I couldn't have because it was only a year freaking subscription.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Wire from Mines Pro. How is that different from transfer to bank account?
that's where they wire it from Mines to Stripe, and then
I guess
then Stripe
the
transfers
two
it.
entries.
Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
they get everything together, and then on the second Tuesday of the month they transfer it. So
Did you just start
Oh.
making money on
Right.
mine?
So yeah. Okay. So it looks like they're calculating something, and then Mines Pro actually wired the cash to your account, your profile, so that they can use that cash to transfer to your bank account.
yeah, starts making me wonder if maybe one of those Minds Pro members are responsible for doing all the money transfers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mines Pro is the one that's wiring you the money, and then the system takes what you have there and transfer to your bank account. So this Mines Pro wiring, so they must be calculating some engagement points to actual cash dollars.
let's see. That's why I was trying to bring up the infrastructure thing. If people had a better understanding of how Minds infrastructure works, then we would have a better understanding of what the hell they're doing. I mean, freaking, they're crazy.
Bashi would probably be able to explain this.
Yeah.
Too bad she doesn't join anymore. After you say she doesn't have to. It would have been better if you leave her in in the misconception that she has to attend.
Oh, she was pissed. Like when she came on that last time, she just looked at the camera like, "Fuck you, motherfuckers."
Why? Well, she came.
I was like, dude, we just wanted to hang out with you and shit. Like, you know,
Right, she has no time to hang out with
it's
you.
like, I don't give a fuck what you want, motherfuckers.
Waste their time one time. That's it.
That's it.
I think you're
I
wasting
bet you if there was a freaking really hot fucking German, you know, blonde
Oh my
dude
gosh.
on
Be
here.
quiet. She's never gonna come back.
If there was a hot blonde German dude on here, you know, that spoke freaking, well, yeah, actually, German dudes are pretty popular back or in that area, so she'd be like, oh yeah, we need to teach Mark how to freaking speak German.
Why? Where does that come from? Why does he have to speak German?
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
So
Nothing
that-
to do
so
with
that-
Bashi.
What are you attempting to hook him up with Bashi? Why don't you just learn
It's
how
not,
to speak?
not Bashi has nothing to do with Germany.
I
Well,
know.
You know,
What-
she's from what was it, Norway or Sweden or something?
is it
No,
Sweden?
it's Czechoslovakia.
That's what I thought it was. But I
No.
no, it's not.
So she came from Czechoslovakia and moved to another
See if you
area.
remember. Yeah, right. You're right.
That's why she doesn't want to come now. See?
But now she's somewhere else.
Yeah. To see all those chicks over there like the Germans because they got that, like Germans actually in their language is supposed to have like a sexy voice.
Oh yeah.
Speaking a German voice, let me hear it. I never
Like,
knew.
they like Russian voices too because like they got that freaking real stout kind of voice.
Terrible.
How do they talk good again?
I can actually.
You sound like Count Dracula. You sound like Count Dracula in Hotel.
Yeah. It sounds like Cookie Monster. Walking down Cookie-
Well, the good news is I'm recording this.
Yeah, with
I thought it was
you're
these
streaming.
words that
You're
that
on
was
the live.
like this, and we thought it reminded
But yeah,
I just read. I was scouting the some of the Minds epics on GitLab the other night because I was bored, right?
uh-huh.
And I noticed on the live peer epic, they I don't know if they're planning or if they've abandoned it, but at least at one point they mentioned about on the live stream after the live stream is done, they would download, they would replace the actual live stream thing with the video, with the recorded video.
Yeah.
On-
So
Yeah.
I did test the 24/7 thing out, and it didn't cause any problems. Just so you know.
Right, so no worry
Stop.
about the storage, you mean?
Yeah. I stopped it and restarted it so it would erase the old one and put a new one in its place.
You do that, right? Yeah.
Which, I think it was Moose who said that's no, it was a freaking robot that said that was actually a good idea whenever it came to not being able to keep your old footage because like in that aspect if I'm gonna do a 24-hour video then it wouldn't freaking save it and everything and then whenever he said that it saves the video of the live stream but then when you hit record again or stream again it erases what was there if it's on the same thing
Yeah,
That's-
it does. It's what we found.
Yeah. Which I think for like what I'm doing there, it's a good idea.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you have the same stream key for the
Yeah.
24/7. Yeah.
And see, like on YouTube, I usually switch out for a new stream key each time I do a stream, so I'm used to all that. That's kind of the general way of doing it. Now, back in the day, it was a lot easier. You didn't have to do that shit. YouTube got more methodical. Like now, it's not as automated as what they used to have it. It's easier, don't get me wrong, but like the freaking mechanics is more like you actually have to go and hit stop stream, whereas before you didn't have to do that
Right.
and shit like that. But I hope I said all that right. I'm not sure. I've been up all night again
You've been up all night. What were you doing?
editing, and then I was partying with Karma. She was
Partying with Carmen.
she was
Cool.
yeah, Karma's hardcore. She was talking about crazy stuff again. I had to take a break.
But when is that recording going to stream?
No,
Oh,
no,
it's-
no, do not even. I was not talking about crazy stuff. I told you my experience about what happened. It was
No,
not
I'm talking about after that. I'm talking about on this show.
Oh yeah, I was told him. When I told you I was gonna.
Now,
Whatever.
So
I
did you
was
do the
gonna
interview
let
with
you-
Karma?
I was gonna let you bring that up, but if you want to,
You brought it up just now.
No, I mean,
You
if
brought
you
it up.
you want to talk about telling your life story,
Oh,
that's you.
That didn't happen. I thought you
Yeah,
were
that
doing
happened today.
I did
I was gonna let her talk about
I
that.
thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about earlier today. That
Yeah.
means
Right.
earlier this stream.
On this stream, she was a
When you
freaking
said I-
rowdy girl. She
No, I
was.
wasn't. I told you. So some guy came in my live stream last night, and he
No.
asked me if I touched it. That's what.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
this stream. This stream.
That's when I told you. and
Oh
so,
yeah, that's right.
He
So
asked me
that
if-
was real.
Right. So
Yeah, I told you.
Oh,
right. So
man.
when is Karma's life story going to stream?
Monday.
It's gonna
Monday,
stream
on the
Monday.
storytelling.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
It was pretty cool too. I think she did a really good job of it. And if she wants to talk about it, she can. But I'm not going to be the one doing it.
No, I just was telling the truth and stuff. I don't want to be redundant. I just told about the stuff that happened and the stuff that I experienced, the stuff that people have kind of kept me hostage,ly in the hush about. And I mean, I get tired of just like denying the truth. And I mean, like I was saying on my live stream, I'm a mother on a mission. And so, and it's so crazy because, okay, I was about to go do something, but it's so crazy because I was listening and like old John was like, yeah, I believe you. And it's crazy because he was like, yeah, I can see your son. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And so
John was there
that's-
too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like,
How
'cause
come
we
he
were
can't
talking-
join this stream?
He's
Because of his baby, he has this kid.
Ah,
And so he was like,
sounds like Pico's Dave. Everybody's got babies.
he said, he was just like, that he
And
like,
Moose.
it's dope because you believe me. And he was like, yeah, I can, he said, I can feel him, but more than I can feel him, I can see your son. You're right. And he's still alive. And it's just like, I don't know, it was just lit because like, yeah, that's what I was looking
Oh,
for.
does it get hostile at some point? Wow.
no. It was like I've said it before. Like there's something about telling your life story when you say it out loud. You know what I mean? It just does something to you. On
Yeah.
a spiritual level, everything. You know what I mean? And like freaking, it happened with John. It happened with her too. She just something happened. You could see it.
Mm.
It was really, really.
Yeah, I think it was a good stream. It helped me a lot. I mean, it made my day for a better day, definitely. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. It was really good. I mean,
Is someone Some of them were painful memories or what?
Oh, it was everything. She did a really good job. She did it the way she wanted to, and it came out. It came out
Well,
perfect.
You know, when people live through trauma and they have to retell it, it's like living it over again.
Was even with Pecos.
Yeah.
Okay, when he said his story, you could just sit and watch him while he was telling the story, and you could tell that it did something. You know what I mean? Like it affected him, and you know, he was talking. He was talking about issues that were serious to him that he didn't even want to say, but he eventually said it.
Right.
You know, I mean, it just came out, and the same thing happened with John. And I find that amazing.
Right.
Even that, like, you're compelled to talk about it. Give somebody like just enough time to where they can get it out, and all of a sudden it just comes out.
You should let Karma interview you for your life story.
Well, I would do that, but my life story is just so hardcore. It
is. Then it
know,
should be good. Then it should be a good interview.
It involves like freaking crazy dildos and
Well, then for sure, Karma will feel comfortable. We fit right into that interview. Then
she's the part of my story that involves dildos. She just keeps talking to me about dildos and shit. That's what I'd have to say on camera. Like,
No.
I know this girl.
No.
I know this girl. She told me this story once.
So what happened was last night, some guy was on my stream and he asked me if I suck dick, and I said no, but I have one. And he's like, well, let me see it or whatever. And I was telling Roger, from now on, I'm going to have my dildo next to me for anytime guys make sexual advances to me, and I'm going to tell them that I'm a guy and that I have a penis. And so whenever they ask to show because I can't just walk off like, okay, hold on, I'm going to show it to you and then go get it. So I want to have it readily available for me.
Right.
And my dildo looks so realistic.
Because they're assuming that it's attached to you, right?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like, especially when I tell them I have one, of course. Because I'm like,
Well, hang on, let me go get it. What the hell?
Yeah, like, right, let me go get it. Hold on. No,
I'll be right back.
I'm going to creep up with it like this, like my water bottle, like, you know? And I'm like,
you don't have to get all freaking visual on us and shit.
Right.
I mean, God.
It's a water bottle.
Oh, yeah.
It's a water bottle.
It's even spraying water at us.
He's squirting water at us. Yeah, jeez.
It's just horrible. See? What's wrong with you?
Alright, she feels like being herself when she's around you. That's a good thing.
Yeah, she's having fun.
Now I got my keyboard wet.
Just a little side note. Just a little side note though. A dildo sitting off just a little bit freaking away from your ceremonial candles. Okay. Well, I'm just saying it really doesn't freaking fit in with the freaking whole.
With the spiritual thing?
You know, the spiritual thing.
These are my energy cards.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you don't sit your spiritual cards next to your candle, next to your dildo. It just.
I'll put the dildo next to the water. You gotta wet it anyway.
Just kind of hide it off to the side.
Can I show you? Can I show it? It's not going to get.
No, I don't. That's just.
Because it's so realistic. I can never believe that they made something that looks so. I mean, it feels real.
They're sold every day. They're sold every day. They got like 50 of them sitting on the same shelf you just bought that one from.
I didn't buy it off of a shelf. They sent it to me from Amazon Prime.
Oh God, that's even worse. You don't buy nothing from Amazon Prime, dude.
I
Come
buy my
on.
dick from Amazon Prime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. God.
Oh boy.
I buy my dildos from there.
Don't they like freaking outsource through Amazon Prime? So
It says
Yeah,
made
they
in
deliver.
It does though. It's not joking. You're saying do the outputs. It does. Like I'm not joking. Let me show you so you know I'm not just talking.
No.
Put her on front center on the stream.
I'll be right back.
I'm turning my head away. I can't see this.
No, it won't be. It won't
It's
be of
fine.
any use.
Yes, it's fine. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna stop video sharing on that. I didn't realize that was going. I gotta get it back on the live with our chat room, so that was fun.
Okay, so really I can show you?
He's on pause and he ran away. He's
No,
like,
I really want.
okay, go ahead. Just do it. Just do it.
Are you really good at like? Okay, are you recording? Don't record this right.
Recording or not, you're on the live stream.
Oh, so don't tell it. It's
It
just
doesn't
amazing how
matter.
realistic it is.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
never
matter.
knew. And I'm like looking to make sure that I don't get caught. Kids come out here. Can I have some ice cream?
Yeah.
What is that?
Maybe you should lock your door or something.
She's right in the middle of the kitchen.
I rock all my
Like-
Christmas.
That's the bad part. She's like right in the middle of the kitchen with her
I
dildo.
it's so bad because it has balls and everything. It even has
Oh my
a-
god, she said it out
Is
loud.
that what you're fascinated about?
Balls.
I
the
can't
balls.
believe they make dildos like
She's
this.
fascinated about doing some balls.
I cannot believe they make dildos like this. I thought, you know,
Okay.
I mean, can I show you, please? I'm
Go
just
ahead.
so excited.
Go ahead.
You see that?
Yeah.
Again? You like-
Oh, thank you.
She's so excited. She needs to share with somebody.
Yeah, it's basically because it has balls and it has a clitoris stimulator and it moves. I want to show you how it moves. Can I show you how it moves? Like it moves by itself.
This better not turn out to be like.
A triple X type thing.
Yeah,
No,
we're gonna
really.
have to. We're gonna
This
have
is
to.
mine.
Let me-
so we
let
got
me go ahead and
No kids
sit
on
this.
mine, right?
I hope not. God, Roger, if you get me in trouble, because I can't believe they
Okay,
make stuff
I'm gonna
like
make a
this.
poll,
But
and I'm gonna ask.
I want to show
What
it, so you
poll?
don't have to
It's just
scream.
the three of us
Should
here.
Like-
we did it yesterday or last week? Let's do it again. Should
Look.
Karma show her?
Listen.
dick?
Listen. Hold on, listen. You gotta
Yes or no,
listen.
and then send. Now,
Listen. Listen. You hear it? You hear it? Listen.
that's the vote. That's the vote. Everybody make
It's
their
moving
vote.
right now, up and down. It's moving.
Everybody make their vote. Should
it.
Karma show her dick?
Well, it's
Just
just
say
two
yes.
of us, Roger.
You gotta
Look,
make the vote.
look,
You
look,
gotta
look,
say it.
look, it's-
I'll make the vote if you make the vote.
I already made
You
the
gotta
vote.
say yes or no. I already have it turned on. And it
You
keeps
get the
showing
vote
its head.
too, Karma.
Yeah, I want to. It's all right.
Then
Look,
just vote.
The one
look,
that
look.
wants to. So she
Yeah,
doesn't
I
count.
do. Look.
Okay.
Woo!
All right, show it. We got
Okay,
unanimous.
so
Okay. Look. And I don't use it all the time, but it's definitely.
Right, sure.
I
see,
know. It's,
yeah.
Look.
Oh my god. What the
Actually,
fuck?
I was like, you want a boyfriend for what? This one doesn't talk. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't yell at you. He's not mean.
It
or
doesn't
anything.
talk?
No,
I think-
it just moves. and
I think them
penetrates.
fucking Taiwan people are keeping secrets, man.
But look, you see, look, and then this has this for this, like
Oh my god, man.
this is the clit, and then it has real balls, like
That just made
Amazon, man,
Is this
Amazon.
for cosmetics or does it have a purpose?
Oh yeah, it's got a
This thing
purpose,
right
trust
here,
me.
Look, this thing right here, I'm like tempted. I feel like a kid about to get caught by their parents. Like, look,
We're talking about grievers. You're gonna come in there and grief on
okay,
you.
look.
Grief.
When you look at it move.
Oh my! I
Look,
don't
this
really
part
want to look at it. It's like, why you gotta get all descriptive and
It's
shit?
wide. You won't see any camera. I
Oh
watched
my
it. But
God.
look at the tongue. It's like a tongue.
Right. It's
And then the
realistic,
balls.
right?
You see? And then
A
the balls.
tongue? You really
Yeah, I
talking
have
about tongue?
everything.
Did you wasn't here to hear my
Look, it's going
joke.
faster.
Did, so
He
did
wasn't
you,
here
did
to
you
hear
try
me.
it, Kama?
Hey,
What? Did I?
Tan.
Did you try it?
I
Was you
tried.
able to hear my joke about circumcised?
What? No, I didn't hear it. Well, let me ask. Let me hear Karma's answer. Did you try? Did you use it? Is it
I
effective?
used it today after our stream, so like I had
Oh
to
shit!
I had to stay awake between my streams. So I did my stream, and then after I was like, well, I need to do something to stay awake before Roger's stream. So like I guess he was like in the thing, and he was like, "Are you ready?" And it was just like, "Okay."
Oh god
I
damn!
was ready. That's what I was finishing up doing.
That's
yeah.
All right, fine.
Oh my God, and it
I'm
feels so good.
professional
It
here,
feels-
man. No emotion.
You
But-
just
So
you
then
just-
it's effective then.
I'm starting to wonder now. It's like she keeps wanting me to talk
I was
like
just
talk
saying,
to
if you have to
Thunder.
make a choice in toys, like I can't believe they make stuff like that. It's
Okay,
like
so it works great, right? So you're gonna go to Amazon and rate them like 10 out of 10.
I'm not rating them. I'm not rating them. But I mean, like, it's definitely fun.
But it's, I mean, that's
Nipple
not the
clamp,
best.
A dodo.
That's not the best of the toys out there, isn't it? Is it?
I mean, like, I don't need. I was hoping you can listen. Hold on. Before you talk, let me tell you. This right here is a suction cup, right? And you can stick it onto anything. So you
Right.
pass it onto the wall. You lay
Right.
down on the floor, and like it just goes to work. And it's like you can just think about
You
whoever
attach it to the
filming.
wall? What are you doing at night crawling on the wall, man?
No, like in the bathroom. Look, it's suction.
Right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
And it bends. Look.
yeah.
Oh, it bends.
Yeah, look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Roger's not looking. But what?
trying not
Is it
to.
clay? Is it clay or what? If you bend it and it breaks off in
She's
there?
gonna get
Oh my
caught.
God. Ow, why would you say that? You're ruining my fun. You're ruining my fun. You're ruining my fun. I don't know, but it feels so good. I just
Okay, all right.
okay. I mean, I'm just impressed with the
Yeah,
workmanship.
you're gushing over it, so it's
The-
Yeah, right.
The workmanship.
I like it better than I
Did
like
you hear that
it.
shit? She's like, I'm so impressed with the workmanship.
the craftsmanship and the attention to details.
And I gotta go
It
put
looks
that
like a
bracket
finger.
fine.
Yeah,
over
you
there.
better go put it up before you caught. Oh my gosh,
Oh, cool.
that girl is insane.
Good stuff.
Okay.
We have nothing. We have nothing technical to talk about, so.
No, we have. Well, we've got some good stuff. We were talking about those analytics earlier with the Rumble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is. But
um,
so I mean, okay, so end of October is when they're gonna cut off that engagement rewards thing, right?
According to what they were saying, it's supposed to happen on the 1st of this month.
Oh, so
Yeah.
already. So
Yeah.
I mean, end of this month, you will be seeing some change.
Like,
All right.
like on the 1st of October, it was supposed to be taking effect, and then Bashi sent a message over the help and support.
The canary.
Yeah, Canary. It's right down towards the bottom if you want to check it out.
All right.
It's only
Bashi did.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She was asking
Ryan.
Ryan, yeah,
Right.
what was going on there. And
But that was about the cutoff, wasn't it?
yeah, she.
Oh, right.
No,
right.
wait. It was
Right.
Astro Rod that asked.
Yes,
about that.
anyone know
And
what's going on with
then-
my plus? Was supposed to be changed a few days ago.
Yeah.
Yes, nothing has changed.
Yeah.
And then Ryan came back with the response. Upvotes is supposed to be turned up this week, and earnings. Okay, so they'll turn it up at the end of this week.
Yeah. And the
In
earnings.
comparison, do you think Rumble is in competition with Minds?
I think.
Is
I
there?
think they're both scared shitless. be honest with you.
Of who?
Scared of what? The UK?
I mentioned it at the last of our Tech Talk last night. I think they're afraid of something, and I'd almost bet it has to do with these regulations.
Ooh.
The UK is coming down on Rumble. Then Odyssey or Library just went through that lawsuit here in the United States, and that lawsuit from Library too, that wasn't just some random miscellaneous lawsuit either. It said a president's
Right.
in the courtrooms. Now they can go around and use that court case as an example for other judges who wish to do the same thing. But the only thing is if the judge is against that decision, they don't have to rule in favor of that previous or this case. You know what I mean? They don't have to follow example, which judges usually don't do that here in the United States. They usually follow by example. Whatever is the easiest way to solve a.
I don't think Rumble is in competition with Minds. Like Minds, video, Rumble is a video platform, but
Yeah.
Mind is more than just video.
Well, I noticed some stuff that was on that video that Mark had me look at. We went over it this morning. I didn't record it on the recording video that I got going, but there were some things there that those guys didn't point out. They pointed out a lot of good stuff, but a lot of the stuff they were talking about was for people who were like bigger content creators. And like for me, I'm a small content creator, so when I look at those analytics, there's certain things that stick out for me, you know. And one thing that sticks out to me with them is like they have analytics which is geared towards telling you how many views you've got for this amount and this amount, but they don't indicate which video has this many views. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then they're real adamant about showing you how much money you make, but like I said, they don't show which video has this many views and freaking anything that shows you on the analytics side which direction you could go when like focusing in on a kind of video that you want to go with. You know what I mean? Like, I noticed that. And then even with that, like they were talking about organic reach at the end, which I didn't catch the first time until today. But the reason why freaking organic reach is important is because, like, say I want to freaking go and I want to get a premium, you know, freaking subscription to freaking Rumble, right? When I go in to look at freaking their options, I don't want to see the same thing that Odyssey's putting out, where freaking like you can go into Odyssey, pay $12 for 1 year's, right, and all they give you is a badge, and they give you live stream and stuff like that, but it doesn't tell you if it helps you with views or anything like that. Like, none of that's mentioned. You get the live stream and you have a certain amount of gigabytes for storage and stuff like that. But like when you're paying $120 a year, are they going to freaking allow you to get more views, or is it as bad as what that video says about organic reach? You know what I mean? Because they're saying that the organic reach is horrible, and I've noticed it too with a little bit of analytics I've got. Like, wasn't it you who subscribed to me on there?
Where?
On Rumble.
No.
Was it you or Mark?
Maybe Mark.
Maybe Do Better or Do Good or Do Better. And I know Karma Love did, John did, and I subscribed to myself. There's one more person, and it's been four people.
I have a Rumble account even.
Yeah, I started it up to check it out, and I've been posting every day for the last 3 weeks.
On Rumble.
Yeah. One video a day, which that's suggested for anybody who starts an account with these platforms. You make at least one post every day for at least 3 weeks. And out of all that, they say I've got views, but with the amount of views I've got, I should have at least gotten at least one person who freaking subscribed. And that's an issue that they brought up that I agree with. Like, there's nothing in the whole 3 weeks that I've been posting, man. I've still got 4 subscribers that I've known on Minds. You know, so I do have to agree with them on that. But
looks like I do have a Rumble account. I don't remember.
It was probably back when you was young.
Yeah.
How old have they been? Or how long
They're
have they been
fairly new, aren't they? Like Rumble is fairly young.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know for sure how old the platform
What is your
is.
What is your account? I'm gonna
see.
subscribe to you now. Now that I'm here. The Chocolate Thunder or something weird like that?
Oh no, I stuck to my name. Live with Roger Hanson. That's
Really?
Yeah. I've got it here. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I found you, man. You got 4 followers.
Yeah.
Join.
Yep.
Oh wait, you got exclusive content?
I've got exclusive content. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Where's
You have
that?
a subscription or something that
That's locals. Yeah. That's
not locals. On Rumble, there's a join button. What am I joining to?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, if you join something there, then I guess I have to put stuff there special for you so that you can.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's on locals. How are they linked to Rumble?
They suggested that I do it, so I went in and I created an account. They're real adamant about joining that. I think they want to set up their own version of Patreon.
Right. So local is more like a Minds kind of thing, right? Maybe that's where Rumble is trying to fill in the gap, because they're all about videos, not social networking.
Well, locals kind of reminds me of Patreon more than it does Minds, because like on there they're constantly asking people to give donations and stuff like that. You know? I have a problem with that even with Minds, because now Minds wants to do that super Minds. People aren't going to super mine nobody. They're bitching
Well,
about
what's
that.
the incentive to super mine? Isn't all you can get are Minds tokens, right? Like, so what would be the incentive to get Minds tokens? And then aren't they on or off chain or something like that anyway? So
Well,
they're not gonna
supposedly you're supposed to be able to cash them in for cash. You can use them to help boost other people. I don't know how much that's true. I used boosts with John one time on my or super mines. I mean, one time.
But okay, so like now the program, how Minds is, are they gonna not do like? Is that a spider web? Oh my gosh. Okay, but are they not, so like we're not getting money for the engagements and stuff like that? It has to just be like affiliates is the only way to get paid now?
affiliates and super mines.
So, and that's only if you're on Pro and Plus, right?
I believe so.
That's whack.
I mean,
That's super whack.
I see it as self-destruction. I mean, it's pretty self-destructive to do stuff
Who do you
like
think
that.
they're competing with?
I don't
like,
think it's
who is
competition. I mean, honestly, I think they're scared shitless. They're either
But
afraid of regulations or they're going broke because they also made an offer for people to buy into mines just before they started pulling this shit. So they could be going broke. And
I wish we could live stream directly on mine because that whole middleman thing is so confusing. I know you told me you'll help me. I'm just saying to put it out there since it's the round table. Like, what would it? Is it because it's because the servers are not supporting? Is that what I've heard? It's not
no,
supportive enough. It's not. I feel like someone
no,
said before.
we were talking about infrastructures and stuff like that the other day, and I know that this is a cloud-based infrastructure, but I couldn't tell you any more than that. It would have to be automated if it's cloud-based, right, Tan?
Sorry, say what?
Since this has got a cloud-based infrastructure, it would have to be automated, wouldn't it?
Sorry, I missed the last.
I'm talking about mines. We're talking about mines.
If Mines has a cloud-based infrastructure like we were talking
It
about
is.
last night,
It is.
it would have to be automated, wouldn't it?
Automate. What is automate? What?
Where they
Oh, where they deploy new
Yeah.
updates and stuff like that. Yeah, I think they do have something that
Yeah.
they'll just click a button and it'll deploy the new code to the all the mine server.
But how do we get it to where we don't have to do it like that? Because if you like, my videos are longer than 15 minutes, and I usually will stream for like 3-4 hours sometimes. And like the only way I can do it now, I know Roger said he's going to help me, but in the same time, is it not possible? What would be the reason that they don't have it to where we can live stream directly?
well,
Is
it's
it
pretty
because of
expensive,
the-
I guess. Like that one post I showed on the chat where they wanted $185 for 1 month.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty extreme. And just so you guys know, they're not going to see a penny of that. They first of all, I tried to verify and I couldn't do it, and then finally it clicked in my head, hold on, don't do it. You know what I mean? So
Like they started to set you up for something, right? Yeah.
well, that if I verified and I gave them my freaking information for my banking and everything,
They can
then
build it in time.
they can go ahead and just bill me for it. But
Mhm.
now they're sending me some crazy dude on an email saying, "Hey, we need to talk about your billing." Well, you know, that's pretty shady, but I think $185 for 1 month is pretty bad, and the whole setup they've got isn't really all that. It's pretty shady too.
I didn't know you even had to pay for it because I started a live sphere when I was attempting to do the wow, the sun is setting. But I started a live sphere when I was attempting to do my stream, but I just didn't know like how to implement it to where it was, you know what I mean, together. Like I didn't know how to put my on mine. Like I have a live peer. It recorded me on its platform, but then it's like here's the code, and then when I enter it in where it tells me to enter it on LiveSphere, it doesn't work. It says invalid or whatever. And so I don't know. The sun is super bright, right?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
It is. It's so beautiful. Look at the way.
Mysterious.
Yeah, I
Florida
want to
sunshine. You know why they call it the Sunshine State, don't you?
No clue. Never even know what they call Florida the Sunshine State. I'm just joking.
Yeah, they call it the Sunshine Orange State.
Sunshine orange.
That is so pretty, and look at all the orbs surrounding. You guys see the orbs too? Like
Yeah.
here and
No,
here.
I-
That is so
I feel like
cool.
I have stigmatism.
Earlier when she was telling her story, I had to make it emphatically clear that there was no spirits coming down from the ceiling into her body because like the reflection of the pool was bouncing off of
The
her
ceiling
roof.
they kept moving.
Kept moving and stuff. It was so cool. John was just
I
looking
should
at
have
it.
said no. Actually, those are the spirits, but then I can't be. I'm be unable to be taken seriously. Like, oh man, nonsense. It's the pool. That is so cool. I wish it could stay on my face, but my head gets in the way of the reflection.
Well, it's good for spot where you can meditate. Just don't stare into it.
Yeah, right. Are you kidding me? It's taking on my mic, not staring into it. Look at it. Wow, 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 wow.
Trying to brainwash us, aren't you?
That is so neat. Oh, thank you. I love you, son. Oh my goodness.
Brother, son, and sister move. What time is it over there in Florida right now?
6:03.
Oh, right.
6:03.
Same time zone as us. Yeah.
You're in Toronto?
Yep. Yep.
He's from just straight north of you. So
Yeah.
he,
Straight north.
I know. I'm the furthest, like complete
Yep.
polar opposites. I'm the south. You're the north.
see,
Yeah.
he's the Floridian of Canada.
No. It's
What, so then, am I the Canadian
not
of
as
Florida?
not as warm up here as Florida.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
so
compare
how
yourself
cold
to
is it right now?
Saskatchewan. Okay, there's people over in Saskatchewan right now saying, "Man, I really wish I lived in freaking Toronto."
Right. Because
You know what
it's
I
like
mean?
a desert over there. No, I'm kidding. I'm putting down Saskatchewanians.
It feels so
But,
good.
it's
Hey, hot though.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody on Mines about 2 months ago, and I'm like, you realize there's parts of Canada where you go into them areas and the freaking mosquitoes will literally eat you alive. They've got video footage of that shit, and I think it's up where the Rocky Mountains goes up into Canada.
Alberta.
Yeah, like you go up into those woods, man, and you might not come back. There's a really good
There's
chance.
mosquitoes here too. Yeah, there's a lot of trees, a lot of parks with trees. And,
Are there beaches there?
Oh yeah, we have beaches, lake beaches.
Wow. Are they
they-
cold though? Like, isn't it? Are they not cold?
It's fairly warm in the summer,
What's how hot to get? What's the hottest it gets?
like 35
What?
Celsius.
No. You can speak English to me. I don't know.
Oh, speak English.
Yeah.
Yes, speak English.
There's like
You mean
you
speak
feel me
American
like
to you?
UPC, and I'm like, I don't know what that.
We're the only country, by the way, that says Fahrenheit. Just so you
Are
know, I
Are
mean, worldwide, we're the only country that says Fahrenheit that I
I'm
know of.
Americanized. Okay, so speak. Can you just?
That's like 95 Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay. And then what about? Oh, okay. No. So 95 until how long? Like it starts in June and then ends like.
It's
It's
still a
done.
little warm right now. Starts in June and it goes to September. Is still pretty warm. It probably ends at the end of September. Sometimes you get some good days, some good warm days in October as well. Just like this week. This week has been pretty warm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
See, that's the kind of information we need from you too, right there, Tan, because you're like,
What?
you got the insight
I was thinking
on
about moving to
Canada.
Canada years ago, but not anymore.
Not you. I mean, just from what I've
It's too
seen,
cold.
as long as you can handle the cold weather, it's beautiful up there.
I used to be able to, but now I'm addicted to Florida. Like I don't like the heat so much, but I like the way the sun feels. Like the other day, I got off my stream and I just kind of like lift my go out and let the cool hit, like when it's cool, but it's like a moist cool, and like just lay by the pool, with, like like nothing on. It feels so good. Like Florida grass, it feels so good. You can just like lay down in it with no clothes on and stuff. It's really
Yeah.
nice.
That's
So
nice.
you need to stay in Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
I know because I know I cannot do that in Canada. Like it's gonna be
No, I
too
don't.
much.
I don't think freaking Canadians could handle you. You're just too hardcore for them and
Right.
shit.
Too
Sitting
hot.
out,
Too real.
sitting outside naked and shit. Fucking.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's how my last neighbor felt. It's so funny. She must have been cleaning outside. I told you it, right? I fell asleep and I was outside, and then like I had my robe on, but like my body was exposed, but I had like my tits covered or whatever. And she's like, it's crazy because all you hear is her slamming her door. Like I guess she wanted to wake me up. Like it's morning, wake up! Like I felt it felt so good. It was like sunrise. And it just was like, I'm just gonna get this nice pool. And I was just sitting out in a little lawn chair, and I mean, I'm by the pool, and it's like I fell asleep a little bit. But I mean, the way she was slamming her door, because my tits started getting exposed a little bit, and so the way she's slamming her door, like you could tell she was doing it. I'm not gonna wake me up. Like, put your titties away. I don't want my husband to see them. Like I didn't need to like it.
yeah.
Outside. I thought everybody like embraced nudity, especially in their own backyard. I thought that was like normal.
No, that's Florida. We discussed this the other day. Like Florida is its own universe. I mean, you can almost there's just few things that you can't do when it comes to like leisure stuff like that, but there's not very many.
But why not though?
I mean, it's normal in Florida. Don't get me wrong, but like a lot of other places freak out. Like California is laid back too, but like I've never seen it as laid back as what I remember Florida being when I was a kid. I mean, shit, I lost my virginity in Florida, dude, at like the age of 11, 12 years old.
You told me that last time in Sebring.
Yeah, it was down in Sebrings.
Yeah.
Seffner, Sebrings, that area. Her name was Michelle. And she was 16 years old, dude. I was 11 or 12 years old getting laid by a 16-year-old girl. Isn't that crazy?
Cool. Yeah.
I could not believe that. Now that I'm older, I'm like, damn. But back then, I didn't think nothing about it. It was just, you know.
But Florida's gonna ever have a place in your heart as a result of that memory.
Oh, I love Florida. Don't get me wrong.
What do you like better, the cold or the hot?
That's a tough call. Now, like, the thing I really do like about Florida is the air. Like, when you're laying out and you smell that frickin' air and like, the humidity's rising up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I don't like that. It's sticky. I just feel sticky. It's just like,
No, I mean, like, you're just laying still. You know what I mean? And you're looking up at the sky and frickin' you got that, you could smell it in the air, basically. Like, the humidity.
I'm tempting to get rid of the light a little bit. Starting to
I always did like that. And Florida has always had that freaking cool kind of retro sound with their music. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, but no, it's all Spanish music. That's what I was going to tell you earlier, because when I was on streaming, it was live. I'm like, everywhere I go, it's Spanish town, so it's always live. Like, go to the pharmacy, and it's like they're like. I'm at CBS. I'm like, what is happening here? Perfume and peace, and it's like I'm on live with you. That's where I was. We heard that. You can go to AT&T and they have like a light little sound in the background. Go pay my phone bill, and then
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Them Puerto Ricans will cut you.
No, they love me. They
No,
think
I mean, you start
talking.
talking bad about their music, they'll freaking cut you.
You crazy? That's a preset. You see the radio? Can you see the radio back there? The old school, like, yeah, right. That's a preset. We like our Spanish music.
They'll cut you. It'll be like, my grandpa used to tell me about this Hispanic girl that used to follow him around back when he did his wrestling, back in like the 1930s and 20s. and he said freaking she'd carry razors in her lip, and whenever somebody freaking was beating him up real bad, she'd pull those razors out and she'd cut him up.
That's wild. Oh, that hair explains me.
He was a storyteller too, though. I love my grandpa, but he could tell tall ones.
The boys, they say the boys are crazy.
Tall tales.
They say the boys are crazy. The Spanish boys, but I don't know.
Well, they have to be. Like, you got to be tough down there, especially in southern Florida.
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole different ball game. I'm not fooling with the Miami people. Like, they raw. I mean, like, you do what you gotta do, but now they every single day on the news is something crazy. They always have the first 48 on Miami. It's always some crazy stuff that happened in Miami. I've never been to Miami before, except to take the food.
Have you ever heard of that town I was talking about? It's called Lake Placid.
Yeah, I heard of Lake Placid before.
You go down there, man. And that's near Lake Okeechobee. And
not right now. I'll be up there.
You talk
Lake
about.
Okeechobee. I'll be right back.
All right. That's some pretty tough area there too. Shit. But now.
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we were driving down to Florida from Toronto in December when it was snowing. It was snowing as we were driving down through New York, heading to Florida. Right? It was like almost like a blizzard, a very heavy snow. And it was cold, right? So when we get to Florida, it was all warm and like toasty, and we were like, what the hell?
Everybody kept looking at you funny, I bet, too.
This sudden change in the warmness is gonna make me sick, and it actually made me sick.
Yeah.
I had to take a couple of Tylenols during
my
the
mom
vacation.
used to tell me that like the sudden weather changes can make you sick.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I bet you they were looking at you all funny too, because that weather was probably cold to them, and you're just standing there with a freaking t-shirt.
Yeah.
I
Everybody's walking around with shorts and t-shirt, and we were like dressed like Eskimos.
Well, take that jacket off, man. Shit.
No, that was first days. After we got adjusted after a couple of days. And that's when we got sick.
Oh man.
Oh,
that's horrible. I think the weirdest thing that ever happened to me in Florida is like we lived across the street from this little mobile home place, and I used to go walking around trying to find yards to mow. And I went up to this one trailer that I wasn't paying attention. I was going to knock on the door, ask him if he wanted me to mow his yard. And when I did, I just walked casually past a freaking alligator sitting out in his yard. It was tied up and had freaking duct tape around his mouth. Didn't even think about it. I freaking turn around and I come up off the stairs because nobody answered the door after I knocked. And I come down and I look up and I see this freaking alligator, and I know damn well that I just walked past him, and it just freaked the shit out of me, dude. He was just sitting right exactly where I should have seen him, and I never even seen him. But that was probably the weirdest time I ever had, and I was a little kid too during that time. I wasn't even a teenager yet. So.
Yeah.
I showed you the sign. They say no molesting our alligators. Apparently, that's something we have to tell people when they come to Florida, that you're not allowed to, sexually harass our alligators, because apparently that's something that we do here. I didn't know that.
I think it's like natives.
You're not allowed to do what to the alligators?
Molest them. Have you not seen that?
How do you do that?
There is a post, okay? There is a post with like it says please do not feed or molest the alligators. So basically don't feed the alligators with it. But it's funny because there was an alligator who had like his whole like top of his jaw ripped off, and I could imagine someone attempting to like stick their, you know what I mean? Like it was just wild. Because I
That's
can't
horrible.
believe that. It it is it is apple juice. Go, I'm working. And even though it was behind me, I went, bro. Look, they asked me what it says, and they said, "Mom, what's the sign say?" I said, "It says do not feed or maul." But maul. Here it is. Look, you see?
Dude, yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's wild, right?
Do not feed or molest. That's horrible.
With the hotline number. With the hotline number.
So if you
You were
see,
showing that. Yeah,
you
you showed that.
see,
Is that real? Is that a real sign? Wow.
Yes, this is by my lake. There's a lake out back where the park is at, and that's my
what,
lake.
what in the world?
yeah,
Ew. And with any violations, hold on.
What's the fine?
Okay. To report violations, call Florida Fish and Wildlife. For a
Oh.
possible reward. If I see you doing this, I'm getting rewarded. Like,
no. So if you see somebody molesting an alligator, your first responsibility is to call the police. Say, hey, you need to get over here. Somebody's
I'm
molesting an
taking a
alligator.
picture and I'll call the police. I'm definitely reporting it.
Don't.
I mean, if I see someone like molesting an alligator, I'm recording first. I'm just being honest, even if I'm not supposed to.
I mean, that's one hell of a man, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do? Like what are you
I
going
mean,
to do?
seriously, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna molest an alligator. That's like the farthest thing from my mind when it comes to being around an alligator. I'm like gonna look and say, oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go freaking molest that alligator.
It sounds like it's the norm here, though. Like apparently, and then the girl I was talking to, she was like, "Yeah, you don't know that these people do that often." I'm like, "What?"
Do they like gang up on them and stuff?
Okay, we did not talk about gangbanging alligators.
I
We did not take it that
I
far.
said,
There's your
did they
fantasy.
gang up on them? I didn't say.
It's the same thing. What's the difference?
It's however you take it. Okay.
Or the alligator takes it, apparently.
Gang
Okay.
up on to beat up the alligator?
You say it's however I take it, just like the mouth. What did you call it? The mouth what did you say? The mouth memoirs, or what is it?
The memoirs.
No, you were talking about the mouth game. You said something about mouth. He was like, yeah, and this is the mouth something. What was it? The mouth earlier, and you were telling me we were talking about people knowing stuff about what we do. It's not word of mouth. You didn't say word of mouth. You said something else.
The Willie.
No, that was my word. You said something about. All right, we have to go back to the shit. 'Cause
Oh,
you said
no.
something about mouth. Yeah, and I was like, what? And then we started talking about Mr. Robot.
Oh, yeah,
We didn't talk about now.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's the mouthpiece. He's.
Mouth? No, it wasn't mouthpiece. It was something else, but mouth something. And yeah, long. I was like, the what? And you were like,
Well,
the mouth. Oh my gosh, what is it? Hold on.
I kind of understand what's going on there. Like, he's got the suave, freaking maybe South African accent.
Yeah, his voice is so sexy.
the
Don't tell him I said that. But Mr.
I'm
Robot
pretty
does
sure
have
he
a
already
hot-
knows.
that his voice is sexy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he already knows
Why
that you think
told him
that.
it's sexy?
Well, I mean,
Look,
I just
it
don't see how he wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying?
That his
Like,
voice is sexy. Yeah, he's a ladies' man, so
No, I mean
I could
that
imagine.
you think his voice is sexy. Now, he might not believe it, you know, because that's his
Especially
natural
when
way
he
of
says like, if he's like, comma, like, yeah.
that's his natural way of talking and stuff. So that could be just normal to him, but like,
It sounds so good. It's just like, yeah, what? Okay. But I mean, like, yeah, that's neither here nor there. He does have a hot voice, though. Super hot voice. Australian for beer. But he's
not really Australian. That's what
I know,
Dan
he's
was
from
talking.
South Africa.
Like
He's so-
he said he's actually got his accent from South Africa, which is still kind of what women like too. They like that.
South Africans?
Uh huh.
Well, they don't sound the same from North Africans.
No.
That's
I was
I like
talking
it.
about. I was talking about. What's his name?
Oh my
freaking-
gosh, the other retro. He has a nice voice too. Or rapid.
Uh,
Oh goodness, yeah. He was on your stream the other day on Saturday, and like he sounds great. He sounds
Rapid. Better not tell him that. He's gonna get all excited.
I don't like telling any of your friends that because they be married. Even Robot, he like you know what I mean. He has
Well,
like his girls that get
all my
mad.
friends, all my friends are geeks. Okay, I mean, I'll tell you straight up right now. They're all geeks.
What's wrong with being a geek? I love a good geek. Geeks are
Well-
cool, especially when they let you.
Well, let me explain. When any girl comes up to a geek and says nice stuff like that, they get real excited, like a bunch of chimpanzees. Okay, so just be aware of that when you
You were
talking
trying to hook
them.
me up with Knights. What's his
Well,
name? Knights.
he's a cool dude, King Lion of Locks. He's a cool
Yeah.
dude. He's a dork, but he's a cool dude. Like
That's funny.
he's one of those guys that's nice. You know what I mean? I don't even think he's capable of saying cuss words. Like he gets all angry at his video games, and like if he says a cuss word, he tries to cover his mouth and stuff. Like
But he has a partner. He talks about that his partner that he plays his games with. So I mean, like eventually that's like a love story, even if they don't see it yet. Usually, when you do stuff consistently with someone and they're always around you, you end up like some way, shape, or form falling. You know what I mean? Even if it's just a quick hit and split, but still.
that's the chick mentality. I can't speak chick. I don't know nothing about it. I've tried to, but you know, I mean, I'm just too masculine. I'm like
Because you're chocolate thunder.
That's what I was getting ready to say, dude. I'm like chocolate thunder.
Chocolate thunder.
Chocolate thunder don't roll like that. He's smooth.
That's how you should start talking.
How
should
you
start
doing?
Hey, how you doing? You know, we're
How
live
you
24
doing?
live stream with Roger
What's up?
Hanson 24/7. Yeah, get
That's
real
what
low
I'm
in the
talking
mic.
about. That's
Get
what
real close to
I'm
it.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, get real close and start like about.
So you got to talk all masculine like that. But King Lion, he's pretty cool. He's always, well, he's always on there doing his thing, and from what I've seen, he's been a pretty good guy. Are you still there?
I'm listening.
Okay.
Are you still there? That's the worst. That's how I be feeling when you did. But I be talking like, what in the world? Oh, it kicked me out. I'm like, oh my god.
We've actually been doing pretty good here in this
I know. I
conversation.
like everything. I was
How
gonna
are
start
you
tagging
doing?
some people.
How you doing with your sleepiness?
Oh, I'm pretty much past the point of sleepiness.
And now he's going to straight insanity, straight delusion.
Now, what happens is like I get tired, and then freaking Karma comes in and she starts like talking
Showing you my
rowdy.
You're
dildo.
riled up. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's straight.
you wake up again.
Now
You're
we're
welcome.
supposed to
I take that as a compliment.
have freaking 3 votes here, and I only see 2. So
You already seen it. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
Wait, you voted? Wait,
Yeah,
why
10.
3 vote? Because Karma is the one who was asking the question.
It's-
Because she's an
it's-
I
automatic
voted.
yes.
democracy. You're supposed to be able to vote.
She's an
Why don't
automatic
I
yes.
see?
Like, even though
Yeah.
you
Everyone wanted to
you
see.
wanted to do
Come
it.
on,
There you go. There you
There you
go.
go.
So we got 3 votes. It was an overwhelming majority that
Majority.
said
The
Vote for
self-penetrating
unanimous.
dildo for the win.
Doesn't matter anymore because she's already shown it.
Oh,
Yeah, I
don't
know,
get her
because
started.
I was-
She'll want to go do it again.
Can you not admit it though? It was cool. No, they keep coming in and out of here now. I'm nervous. But is it not cool? Is that not cool? Like it moves by itself, like literally.
Yeah.
Moves. Yeah, that's dope, right?
That's
I
like-
mean, that's why I'm
like-
still single. I don't even entertain guys. It's like this one doesn't talk. Like they don't
doesn't
have to
talk.
fight. Have to argue. You know,
That one,
that's
it
like-
doesn't talk back to you, right?
No, it doesn't. And it doesn't
Shit.
make me have to talk back to it.
I
either.
like freaking ice cream, but you don't hear me freaking like saying that. I
What
like
are you
it
doing
'cause
with the ice cream?
I eat
What are you
it.
doing?
I mean,
no,
shit.
That's hot.
You don't hear me saying, "Well, don't talk back." I'm saying, like, shit.
How do you eat the ice cream? Do you eat it slow or do you eat it fast? Or like,
That's right.
how do you lick it up. How? Show us. the ice cream.
I don't have any ice cream right now. I don't have any ice cream right now.
I would love to see you eat ice cream. That's your next.
You're such a pervert. You're just trying to use me. You're trying to use me. That's all I am.
Yeah, she's just using you.
She just wants to
next
use
Friday?
me.
So next Friday you'll have ice cream cone then?
No ice cream cones.
Getting chilly. You should have thought about that ice cream idea in the summer.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, right.
4 weeks ago. We're on episode 7 now, so it's like we've been
That's-
doing this for. Oh no, we're on episode 8.
Oh,
We've been doing this
dang.
for- We've been doing this for 8 weeks.
That's right. And that would make freaking what? 9 would be officially the month, wouldn't it? Because there's 4 from last month, 4 Fridays, and 5 from this month.
Mhm.
So that would be cool.
So next week it makes sense to eat an ice cream cone.
Okay. If I gotta do it. I gotta do
Yeah,
it.
do it.
Run back. I had to run back. You said yes.
Take
No.
one for the show, man. Take one for the show.
I'll take-
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You don't want to
So
see
hot.
me eat no
Yeah.
ice cream cone.
I don't.
Shit.
I
If you eat it
actually, I
slow.
don't. Probably
said I
won't
don't.
be excited to see you
Yeah.
slobbering over an ice cream cone.
And he's looking into the camera.
Karma might enjoy it, but mine might turn.
But
You
I
took-
could probably,
Right?
Turn the camera off.
get away with that on OnlyFans. I just have to shave so that the facial recognition thing could like pick up on my face.
No,
You're gonna have
actually,
to show a lot
see,
more than that ice cream cone if you're gonna do it on OnlyFans.
That's another good topic, actually, too. I was reading something about that, and I got a kick out of it. Like, there's men that freaking have tried to get a account on the OnlyFans verified, and they can't do it because freaking the phones can't detect their freaking face because they got beards. So they have to cut their beards and their mustaches off and shit because it's too thick.
Oh, you mean you tried? They denied you
No.
because of your beard.
No.
That's what I hear. You saying
No.
nothing, man. You.
Freaking,
No.
what was it? I'll find it later on and I'll show it to you. It's funny as hell. Freaking verifying it. It has to do with verifying for OnlyFans. Men who try to verify their OnlyFans accounts. I never even thought that a man would want to be on OnlyFans.
There might be some gigolos on there.
Well, maybe. Like, we had a conversation too. Like, Karma was talking about the way guys talk today, and I was like, that means he's gay, and she's like, no, and then she said it in a certain way, and I yeah, gay, and like that could be the case too, like gay males
Yeah,
getting on
yeah,
there
yeah.
and starting their
Yeah,
own
Could be.
OnlyFans,
Yep. Could be.
crazy shit.
I attempted to make it politically correct. I was attempting to channel my inner Mark. I was like, what would Mark do? Like, they'd be like, what would Jesus do? I was thinking, like, what would Mark do? But, I mean, it just ended up being gay. Like you said, gay was the terminology, and it's just like, yeah.
Now, when we were talking about Mark too, we were saying like
It's
how
fish
much,
pie.
how he was talking about the fish pie. I
Mhm.
think that's what it.
I missed that. I still haven't reviewed that part of the live stream last week.
Yeah, he said
He wanted to cook regular food, and Roger made it such a big deal.
Right,
Like,
right.
Roger made it such a big deal because
Yeah.
pie means pussy.
You, you
Pie
and
means
Roger.
pussy. He was like, pie means pussy, and he was like, yeah,
I never said that.
yeah, pie does mean pussy.
I know
Everyone knows that.
pudding is supposed to mean pussy, but
Why would they? Okay, so listen, on American Pie, what was he eating? What was it?
that was a cherry pie.
No, it was apple. It was definitely apple, and it meant pussy.
Apple.
He
Yeah,
was
'cause
screwing that
it
apple
was
pie.
apple. The movie's called Apple Pie, so yeah, you're right.
He was screwing
But
the
see,
pie.
that was inaccurate, okay? There is no teenage boy that's gonna freaking take a hot apple pie and do that to it, okay? That's gonna
Maybe it was lukewarm room temperature.
hurt. Alright. No,
That's like-
if you remember, she had just made that apple pie and it was cooling down on the cabinet on the shelf. No, I don't care who it is. They're not gonna do that. That's gonna cause damage. It's gonna hurt.
The crazy part is, I used to play the flute, and we used to have to go to band camp, so people used to always make fun of me.
Oh,
I know,
Ah.
because every single time, like I never, because like in school I was really like a kid,
did you
like
ever
it wasn't sexual.
talk
No.
about band camp?
I used to be like this one time at band camp just after I learned the joke, but I was in college at that point. But, I was 18 when I had sex consensually for the first time. So.
I mean, like in your childhood when you were going to band camp, did you ever like have conversations about band camp?
No, what do you mean? I never stuck my flute in my pussy.
No.
That wasn't even. Oh, that's what she did. That's
Like,
what she did.
In the movie, she always had stories about band
Yeah,
camp.
it was time at band camp. No, our band camp sucked. Mr. Myers was an asshole. God, he was such an asshole. He was so mean. Mr. Myers was just like the worst. You don't want to deal with Mr. Myers. He just picked on me, and I was first chair, so I was really good. But then this other girl, no offense to anyone on the stream, white girl, he was like always. We both first chair. We both got first chair position, and he always let her sit first. Though she always made me do the second, even though we were both first chair flute, and I always had to sit in the second. And it's just like, oh, Mr. Myers, you blow balls. No, that's how I felt, because like, why do I have to sit second chair from first chair? How come we cannot alternate? We could have alternated every single concert, but no,
Yeah.
they never let me alternate. It was always I had to sit second, and it's just like, ugh, you're so lame. And I can't say I played better than her, but she was really good. I'm not gonna hate her, girl. It wasn't really her fault.
All right. So
And then I had one teacher, Mr. Williams. He used to touch the girls, and like he would make all the pretty little white girls, no offense, sit up front, right? And so he could and he would drink alcohol in this glass while we were in class. This is in 8th grade, mind you. And then he used to kick me out every day because I used to say stuff about it. Because like I'm like, weirdo, what are you doing? Go to detention. So he'd always do that. Every single day.
It's
Martin,
amazing
that's
how
the-
you guys sound alike. Like you just sounded like Chocolate Thunder just a moment ago.
I'm the one
she's the one who
made it.
invented chocolate.
Ah.
dude.
Right. There is no chocolate thunder. I am chocolate thunder now.
I see. I see.
She's the one who invented chocolate thunder. She's like,
Right.
she's trying to groom me into chocolate
Right, right.
thunder.
She's trying to groom you.
I'm grooming him. That's right.
She's like,
He's gonna
this
wear
is
a
how
hat.
you're supposed to say chocolate thunder. You're supposed to say it like this.
Yeah, you gotta. How did I? Go ahead, show him how I taught you,
You
baby.
gotta be
Well, I taught you how to
sexy
say
and
it.
say sexy stuff.
You're not saying it like I taught you. You understand?
You
I said
sound like
say it
you're
like.
drooling
I said
when
say
you're
it like I
talking.
taught you. Say it like I taught you right now.
Yeah, see, listen to this. Like, and then she's got this fascination over this character that I've created in my story. She's this like,
Oh my God.
she's like this really hot Oriental chick with freaking like leather and a whip.
And
She likes
beat-
beating
and-
men to death. She takes pleasure out of it. Like,
And she's like, oh gosh, she's blood. Because the way he describes her was she's bloodthirsty. Have any of you guys ever drank blood?
no. Well,
Oh, you
if
never
I
had,
cut
you never
if I
eaten a
cut
girl out on
myself,
her
yeah.
period?
If I've cut
You've never
myself,
eaten a girl out on her period?
hey,
No.
no,
So you're no vampires. Oh, okay, never mind.
Jeez.
no.
Never mind. Never mind. We can just share this.
Boy.
story sometime.
Boy, oh boy, man. Nobody's
Boy,
ever
oh
taught
boy.
you. Nobody's ever taught you like the etiquettes of a guy, right? Like, nobody's gonna tell you if they freaking
maybe
earn their
it's-
red wings. It's, you know what
Yeah,
red
right.
wings are?
I know guys that beg for it on the period.
No, you know what earning your red wings are?
No, I don't.
Running red lights.
No, red wings.
It's
Where
the
you-
same thing. You know, when
Oh.
you hit,
Okay.
yeah, same thing. Running a red light, hitting the
Burning
light.
red wing is like running a red light. Okay.
Get out of
It's-
here. I know. Wait.
Adults talking.
I know. Don't do.
It's it's
And we're
where
back.
it's where guys have intercourse with women when they're on their period.
Close the door.
Yeah, that's real. That's nasty.
And you said it's nasty.
Well, there ain't no guy that's honestly gonna admit that to you. It's like you know what
Why
I mean?
did they ask for that then? If it's disgusting to them.
Well,
I
there's
would
some
like to have
guys
a-
I'm sure that do ask for it, but those are the same ones that want to be tied up.
Molesting an alligator.
No, they're the ones that want. They're the ones that want to be dressed up like Spider-Man and tied up and put in their closet. You know what I'm saying?
But okay, again, with the role playing, I'm so here for it. So why would we not? Like, I don't understand. Have you not role played? Are you kidding
Well,
me?
you have to dress for the right occasions, okay? Like, you don't dress up like fucking Conan the Barbarian when you're going to a BDSM freaking, you know what I mean? It's like, well, I guess you could, but you don't dress up like Gandalf when you're going to it. You know what
There
I'm
you
saying?
go. There you go.
Like, oh, I think
funny.
I'm at the wrong party, you know. So,
I thought all guys like that stuff. I
Well,
thought
what
that's what made relationships fun, especially like being married and stuff like that. It's like, how can you go so long without like changing your wig, having the girl changing her wig, like daddy, like changing voices and stuff like that. That stuff's fun. Maybe it's just me. But yeah, vampire sex is definitely fun.
vampire sex.
Yeah, I mean it's an awesome consideration. I would like to meet a vampire. I've never had a vampire before. I mean people run red lights. I don't want to say people, but I've had a red light ran a few times. But like yeah, because blood is not horrible. But I know, I get it, I understand. That sounds crazy. It makes me a psycho. But whatever.
No, you live in Florida. I mean,
Hide your alligators. No.
I'm telling you, you'll never move to any other part of the United States that's like Florida. I know
Yeah, you're
that.
gonna have to have an alligator to get me.
Florida is probably the most unusual state in the country. Well, next
Mind your
to,
mouth.
next to Alabama. Now, Alabama is interesting. They got the Cajuns.
That's so funny that you named Alabama and Florida. And that right there, that's funny. So,
Well, they've got the bayous and stuff. And then, they kind of got a little bit of a hold on New Orleans, but not really. You know what I mean? Like it's within reach. And
I used to go to Alabama when I was a kid. I would go to like Dothan and stuff. But I would have to go to Dothan. That's where the people were at. But Alabama, the only thing I really remember about it is Red Ants. That's the only reason. Ugh, it's horrible. We have Red Ants out here, and oh my God, once they get to biting, they do not stop. But I guess kind of you learn where they're at. In Alabama, it was like they were everywhere, no matter.
now, just so you know, Tan, Alabama is like the equivalent of the Cajuns down there are kind of like the French that you guys have up in Quebec.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What does that mean? How does that?
Alabama is? Why?
Yep. The Cajuns, you should really like listen to them talk. They still have the French influence too. I mean, it's just a different style than what they talk about up there.
Okay.
But it's actually, you guys as French people are more civilized than ours. Ours are they're
Wait,
rowdy.
so Alabama has French people?
Yeah, they have Cajun.
Uncivilized French people apparently.
Now, there are some wild ones. Like they,
Wait, Cajuns are French?
yeah, French American.
I thought they're like. I thought Cajun is. Wow. Okay, I've got.
I thought you meant Creole. You don't mean
Cajun.
I
mean-
Cajun is like.
Creole? Did you say the plantation? What are we even
No,
talking
Cajun.
Cajun,
Oh, I
Cajun
thought he
people.
said the plantation.
Cajun style.
Yeah.
Chicken.
Well,
I
you,
get.
you know, there's like Cajun people that go with the Cajun style, right?
No, I had no
No,
idea.
I didn't
That's
know
what
that
the Fourth
until now.
Amendment is?
Yeah.
That's Creole. I thought they're Creole.
Well, Creole is Cajun.
That's what I was just.
Okay, interesting. Like
Creole.
Louisiana, Alabama.
Yeah. Yep.
I
All
didn't
of
know
it.
that.
And
Yeah.
they've got some of the coolest stuff, man. Like if you sit and well,
I like Cajun food.
yeah.
Yeah, no, especially if it's
Gumbo.
real Cajun food, not just Sesame Cajun with the seasoning.
You
But
guys ever heard of gumbo?
I heard of it, but I never had it before.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
Gumbo.
Chicken gumbo.
Yep. And you can do it with shrimp too.
Oh, you know what? Over rice. They make shrimp and rice. Yeah, gumbo
Uh-huh.
over rice. Over
Good
rice.
stuff. They'll wait until freaking all the crabs come out of the woods and stuff, out of the swamps, crossing the roads, and they'll just overrun the road and these guys will go out there and pick them up by the sacks and just fill entire sacks full of them, take them home, and just start cooking them up right there on a fire.
Mm-hmm.
This girl I know, her name was Dominique. She used to make shrimp gumbo. Now that I think about it, she used to put it over rice. And since I didn't know how to cook it, I always had like her do it. When I was pregnant, people would spoil me like, "Oh, is that what you want, honey?" Like, yeah.
Good stuff.
I do remember now.
All right. So,
Okay.
you guys want to give it up? We've got 8 minutes
You have
till
15
6.
minutes.
Okay. 8 minutes until 6 hours, and it is. Oh, you want to go to 6?
7, yeah.
You've been recording for 6 hours?
It's amazing. I mean, and this is from the time you showed up.
No,
Well,
it's not.
no, actually, we paused it for a little bit, but we had all the crazy shit that freaking Karma started.
Well, yeah, because you started at 12 or 11,
Oh,
like
Karma.
almost noon your time.
Yeah, Karma
Yeah.
came in
Why
here
do
and
you
she
always
just
blame me for your nonsense? Then you were like Joe Pesci.
Karma come in here and she just tore it up from the floor up.
You were like Danny DeVito or Joe Pesci.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. She did not know the difference between Joe Pesci and Danny DeVito.
I thought
Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
They're two people acting in the same movie.
Well, I mean, I even
what?
put
Are they in the same movie series?
They were.
What? No,
I-
I just thought they were the same person. Because when I saw them, Joe Pesci is way more put together.
I showed her a picture of Danny DeVito, and she goes, "You need to get a better picture of him." I'm like, "Sorry, that's probably the best picture you're gonna get of Danny DeVito, man."
Danny DeVito is the penguin in the old Batman movie.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was Joe Pesci.
And then, no, you thought that was Joe Pesci? Okay.
I thought it was.
Joe Pesci, so Joe Pesci is in Home Alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't they
No.
look alike? Do they not? Okay, can you not
No.
see DeVito looking like? Joe Pesci and Home
How can
Alone.
you think the penguin is Joe Pesci?
This like I saw pictures and like the Joe Pesci in Home Alone could have definitely been a Danny DeVito and something where he had his
Okay.
Danny DeVito is just like in his own category, alright? Like you can't like compare him to any other actor when it comes to looks at all. Like I remember back when he was on Taxi, okay? And this was back when he was young. And he was still freaking weird looking. I mean, just straight out.
I'm gonna paste the image of two guys and let's see how.
You're gonna ask me who they are? You're gonna do the same thing, Roger?
I did. I
He
played
did it for a bunch of people, and he's like, "You don't know these guys. Where is it at?"
Give him a second. Let him
Oh,
do
I
it.
thought it just went up at the top. There must be a notification or something.
I will be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay, here's Joe Pesci and then here's Danny DeVito.
Now put a hat on him, and put a hat on him.
You know, why a hat?
Because that's how Joe Pesci was in Home Alone. Put a hat, and it's the same person. Put a hat. Can you do it? Can you generate an AI version of?
No, I can just put a hat on the bald Danny DeVito.
Yeah, put a hat on him right now and see. I bet
Joe
you
Pesci.
like, wow, man, Joe Pesci, like, take the glasses off, put a hat on. It's definitely the same guy. The same guy, different timeline.
Here is Joe Pesci. Okay.
Haha. Okay, no, that's not fair because he doesn't look like that in Home Alone. You're just using the most exaggerated difference that you can find. Nothing like post the one of him in Home Alone.
Alright.
You should have seen the picture, Robin. Let me show you what Robin sent me. To be like,
Put it up in his chat.
I'm about to right now. He sends me like, there's no way.
Okay, here you go. Here's his song.
See, it's like he knew we were talking about him. Okay, this is the picture he sent, and I'm about to send it in.
Sure, I already sent it. Check the chat.
The same one? Okay. Yeah, no, okay, exactly. Now wait. This is the one he sends me of, like, you at least found one of him put together. Because I'm going to show you what he sent. He sends me this picture of the guy and says, like, there's no way it could be the same person in this case. And I get that. But in the picture he sent, if you put a hat on this man, it's the same guy. It's the same
Which
guy.
picture did he send? Show us.
I'm doing it right now. My phone is just making me, because I had to read down my minds. Okay. So look, he sends me that, and so okay, I understand. There's like no resemblance. But if you put a hat on that top guy, shave his hair, look at the nose. They have the same exact nose. Look at it. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they're both Italian, maybe.
Oh yeah, basically. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
But he looks nothing like him in that picture. When he sent me that, I felt like a fool. I was like, okay, well, no, nothing like him. Absolutely not. Because,
Yeah, but Joe Pesci is not bald, right? He's never bald.
he looks bald in Home Alone.
No, he's got bald because he got burnt.
He doesn't have to see.
He got
Exactly.
burnt.
That's what I'm saying. That's not Danny DeVito.
Okay, all right.
Danny DeVito's hair, though, that's kind of like, oh, okay, that's what it's gonna be. But can I ask you a question? Do you make money off mines?
No, I
Is it because you're not active enough, or is it just?
don't. Yeah, I'm not active enough, and I'm not in it to make money, so I don't try as hard. Like, I just post whenever I feel like. I don't, right? So I'm not. I don't have an aim to make money because if I did, I would be like more aggressive with my post schedule and things like that.
Right.
But I'm there just to post whatever I feel like posting, whatever piques my curiosity, whatever I want.
With these new changes implemented, people that are not Plus and Pro, they're not going to have any opportunity to make any money now. Because I make a couple I make a couple coins. Is that going to stop?
Tokens, right? But they are
Yeah.
never converted to real dollars. I thought that they used to before, but I guess.
So if they're on-chain tokens, I really can't do. The only thing I can use them for is to be able to boost my posts.
Right.
And
Off-chain
other-
token. Off-chain.
Yeah, off-chain. The on-chain tokens are the ones that he was showing me about MetaMask and Ethereum and stuff. Okay, about liquidity. Okay, so how much can you what percentage of liquidity does it depend on the day and the actions, or how is that determined? Because he was saying if you transfer Ethereum to Mine's tokens and liquidity, you'll be able to make extra money. And I was just trying to figure out. I was like, what would be the incentive? Like, how much extra money? Because the Mine's tokens aren't worth that much. So
Right.
how much do you make in liquidity in regard?
Right. I can't speak from experience because I don't have on-chain token, but Rogers did. I'll be curious to ask him. But last time we looked at his history, it doesn't seem like it's making much. Maybe you have to add more to your on-chain to make a difference.
I wish Moose would have been able to come. He said he added Roger said Moose added $500 or something. I can imagine that making substantial revenue.
Right. Like Moose would be somebody we could talk to that. But he said that apparently it's not worth it either.
Oh, that's what he said that first meeting that we had. I think on it.
Right.
I just was wondering, what's the
Right. So they have something called holding rewards. So as soon as you have some on-chain token, you just let it sit there and you don't even have to do anything, and it'll earn you some revenue. Now let me just look up. It's called holding rewards on Mines.
Cause every time This is my favorite shirt that has bleach on it. You sharing the screen or just listen? I'll listen.
I could share the screen. Or just have you read the Minds white paper?
What is that?
They have when they released the token system, it's all in their white paper where they describe how everything works, how the rewards work, how the engagement rewards and liquidity rewards work. Let me go.
Do I just search it? Mine's white.
No. Let me show you on the screen.
Okay.
All right, here. Can you see this?
Yeah, that's so neat that you can show yourself on the same time you show your screen.
Okay, it's called holding reward. Okay.
1,000 mines. What does it say? Correctium days held or continuous? Is that continuous? No, consecutive. Okay.
Consecutive days held out of
I'm like,
365 days.
So
So you earn a percentage of a total pool of the tokens that are in circulation. Like, so whatever number of tokens you have, take a percentage of that of the total pool, and you earn a percentage of whatever revenue or their daily revenue is. You take
but
a
you
cut
have
out
to
of
have
that.
at least 1,000.
But see right here at the top one, engagement rewards. When they say
Yeah.
days active out of the last 7, they stopped doing that.
Right, they stopped doing that.
But I mean, like, okay, so you have to daily rewards, off chain. So you have, if you have 1,000 mines and you have 1,000 mines token and you hold it for a year, then you'll get 100 more mines tokens to go with it. Is that what it says? Or is it saying you'll get the 1,000 and that's 10% of the total? Which, how is that to be determined if you have yet to understand how many have been mined already?
Yeah, I figured out this number has got to change after they roll out the new.
I see right there where
Based
they
off of how
say,
many are in production, right?
what is that, developer rewards and bounties? Is that kind of what they were talking about, where they're wanting to change to?
It's TBD, man. Did you see? It's like this is a year and a half ago, and it's TBD.
Oh wow.
Developer rewards bounties. Yeah.
I like this.
Was that? This could be something like if somebody helped fix their bugs or something, right?
Maybe.
Some developer outside help fix their bug, they might get some rewards. But it's TBD, so they still need to come up with something like that.
What is Mine's main focus right now? Is it gaining people on the platform, or?
Don't ask me.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'll give
It
you.
was something Bash she could answer you, but you just bashed her.
I didn't do that.
She won't
That's
come
not
back.
I didn't do that.
See, stop
Yeah,
bringing that
Roger,
up.
Roger did.
That means there's more of a chance
I
to
took the
see
blame
it.
for the anal sex last week. I'm not taking the blame for that.
Well, you kind of were responsible.
I wasn't talking about
Roger,
anything.
did you? You had bought some on-chain tokens recently.
Yeah.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of
No.
reward did they get you?
It should be on there. It talks about holdings and liquidation.
This is it. You got 10% rewards of.
No, I got 0.8. It should
But
be
you didn't buy it.
liquidity
Here's-
right there.
here's
holding
holding rewards.
Yeah.
Is this legible? Can you read?
Hold on,
what
yeah.
it's showing
In
you?
addition to providing liquidity, users will also earn additional token rewards by simply holding mines in their own chain addresses. These rewards create an incentive structure that should increase the circulating on-chain supply. An individual user's contribution will be measured by the number of mines held in their wallet relative to the total number of mines being held, and all users, so is over a percentage. So whatever the percentage is of what they have in their wallet of the overall number. Similarly to the LP reward, a time-weighted multiplier will be applied to the percent contribution to incentive holding assets for longer periods of time. User
1%.
User A holds
Example,
1,000 tokens in their wallet. There are 100,000 tokens stored across all user wallets. Therefore, user A holds 1% of the circulating on-chain. Okay, and will earn
We'll
based
earn
off
1% of the holding reward. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
So
right.
it's not 10%, but it's up to 10%, up to 1,000 tokens. I see.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have 1,000 tokens first.
There ain't-
TNG.
There aren't too many people that has that, but I still get holding rewards. So
Right.
like they give you the one part I read. It said 0.08 is what it was supposed to be,
Okay.
and
But you are getting holding rewards, right? Because you have some.
well, I'm not. There's something that I keep having an issue with on there. It's really hard to tell because they change it up after the first day, and like I'll go back into my analytics again, and I'll show you.
Okay.
Right down here. No way. I'm looking at my OBS when I should be looking at my live
I
stream.
feel like so many people of me. It was like the Twilight Zone. It was like me a bunch of times.
Yeah, that was me. I was showing.
Oh,
I'm
because you're showing your.
My camera showing the
Right.
Jitsi window that has all of us.
No.
I saw me on my thing. I saw me on your thing, and then I saw Project.
She said thing.
It's wild thing.
Okay. Now, right here is what I've got. Down inside.
Holding, yeah. You got 2 cents. Well, but that wasn't that last week.
It's every other day, I think it is. Then you
It
have
says
this.
next payout is in 58 minutes. I'm confused. So
Right.
is it
Now
saying
see,
that today
this
you'll get
slash
$1?
is under daily, and then 35 is for all time.
Mhm.
And then, like, if I go to transactions,
Mhm.
it says holding a reward point
Yeah.
0.022.
Okay.
And then
Is that token or dollars?
That's probably tokens.
Tokens.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So you on-chain tokens, you get holding rewards, which are also in tokens, so they're never converted to
Back.
money. Huh?
But it says up here $7.37.
See,
So
I've got 8 on-chain tokens extra than what I had. I had it for $4.40
Yeah.
earlier, so now I got 4.48.
Yeah. Okay.
so it makes more money.
I don't know
but-
why they put the dollar equivalent if they're saying that you can never convert them to dollars.
Well, I mean, I can. You know, I mean,
You can't.
I can. All I gotta do is
Oh, so you there?
swatch.
Oh, you swap them. Okay.
Just swap them out of my Coinbase
Right.
wallet
Right.
into my
Right. Right.
MetaMask. If I wanted to.
Right. I see.
Yeah.
So not through mine then. Through your wallet, you can do that.
Yeah,
MetaMask, you were saying, right?
Just through
Yeah.
MetaMask or on base.
I can
Okay.
switch it out there.
Okay.
But if I hold on to it on here, this is freaking guaranteed. As long as I keep it in there, it'll keep building up.
Right. And you just wait for when the mine token increase in price, like to $1 US or something. Then you can swap. Right.
I'll probably take out half and leave half of it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, to keep collected.
Because Parma, you don't remember. Well, I mean, you're new, but there used to be a point where the mine's token was worth like $1.50
I thought they
US.
said free something. Like I heard, yeah, they were saying, but so I have crypto wallets and stuff. I have a crypto.com account, and I have eToro, and I have Juno. But Juno, I don't do much on it because it's not a lot of tokens that are supported that aren't already supported where I'm at dominantly. But like with mine, I don't really. It's like I understand purchasing it, especially while it's still young. But that's why I keep asking questions like, where are we going with this? Because like there's so much potential for growth, but what is it that we're looking to obtain in regards? Because like, are we failing it to be like it could be so multifaceted. Like if you think about it, you have the potential to create it into a form of like YouTube with more abilities of movement and outreach because
Oh shit!
room.
I'm back. Sorry.
And then like I was just wondering
Sorry
like
about
because the reason to invest early is for when it grows. But where is it growing to is what my questions are. Like, what do we want to do with it? And that's why I just, before I do anything, because I invest in crypto. I know the possibility for gains, but I just want to know, like, what are we going to do with mine? Because right now, didn't you just say that they're asking for, like, they were asking for, like, investors and stuff like that?
That was a while ago where they had some funding, right? They had some funding a while ago that helped them hire some more people and do more stuff.
What do you think they want to do? Because it's like Twitter sometimes, but it could be better than Twitter because, I mean, well, Twitter, I don't want to say it could be better, but it's just supposed to be completely free speech. But it's like they have the live stream. And one thing is so annoying is having to go to a separate platform to live stream. Even like this, we should be able to do this directly on the server. So where do we take that there? Is it, you know what I mean? Like to where we can have like Stationhead does that. We wouldn't be able to do camera. But even Bigo Live does that. You can have multiple people on your live, but you cannot have like It's not the comment. It's a different type of setup. That's why I was just wondering, like, what's the possibility? Are we gonna like tank it? Because I think Don G was on here one day talking about, oh, we'll just ride it out till it tanks. Almost like that's like the inevitable type of thing. So what's the point of putting money in? And what happens to the coins if it does tank? Are they devalued or the same valued? Or I mean, I guess you gotta kind of ride the wave and take the risk. I don't know. Mine I thought was gonna be different. That's what I was hoping for. But
It's
it's so good.
kind of scary at this moment. That's what I'm trying to say. When I was talking, I mean, I know what I'm saying. It's pretty doom and gloom about it. It's a doom and gloom kind of situation too. You know what I mean? Like normal platforms don't do this kind of behavior. It's pretty reckless.
What? The
Leave on my
demonetization of the token
Yeah.
rewards?
Yeah, that's
Well,
pretty.
you know what they're trying to fight all the bots and all those people who are trying to game the token system.
Well, I mean, it's really simple to use that. Like all of a sudden, freaking out of nowhere, when they want to get rid of monetization, it's like, well, we didn't want mines to be like this. Well, then, if you didn't want it to be like this, why did you start the monetization program in the first place?
But they're evolving it into something else, though.
What? That's the question.
So I mean, I can see
What?
it as being something like Patreon, or
I mean, a solid answer like that would be cool. You know what I mean? What exactly are they evolving into?
Yeah, that's my question. Where
I was like,
what is the projection? Like, what is the plan? Like, what do we see?
well, that's the kind of question that
no.
a Minds insider can answer you.
You
But
send email?
What's his name?
You
Rick.
send email about it?
Isn't that his name? Isn't that his name, Rick? He said that he's gonna come out with an explanation. Let me get his name right. That way I don't.
no,
mess
it's not
up.
Rick. It's Mark, is it?
No, that's
no.
Mark. That's our Mark. You're
Yeah.
getting Ryan.
Did you
Ryan,
get
yeah,
the email from that guy?
Mark Ryan. He also goes by Mark.
He says voting earning programs will turn off this week, and any earnings accumulated this past few weeks you will keep. And then just before that, he said we're looking into it. Oh no, that's Clara. She said it. It was earlier up in the conversations, and
I suggest on the next Minds Town Hall that you attend the next Minds Town Hall and ask questions.
Yep. Be up here. He said he's gonna come out with a video that'll help explain it a little bit more on what their goals are and where they're going.
Right. And last time Bashi was saying that they're doing some sort of write-ups as well on the new system. Maybe they need to come up with a new white paper.
Did you get an email from that guy yet? Or no.
I
Yeah.
mean, I still say they need to wipe the system. Just be done with it and start from scratch. So
Well, they're wiping the token system.
you got to start somewhere, I guess. After that, like the basic Minds platform, just be done with it. Because they don't have the same platform for freaking Minds and Minds Plus. There's no way they could be running both of those programs on the same platform. There's no way.
What do you mean? It's the same code base.
It could be connected, don't get me wrong, but like freaking you can tell the difference. You can tell that there's a big difference between having a regular Minds account and having a Minds Plus.
Yeah, I cannot see Minds Plus stuff.
But I mean, just even like the analytics are different. Like if I go back to regular Minds, okay, there's no more seeing how much money's in my wallet. That's just not gonna happen.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, I'll never be able to see how much money I have in my wallet in my settings.
Oh, because I'm only able to get tokens. I'm not able to make money. Is that what it is?
Right, in
I
my
didn't know.
wallet, where it has it in there where I can go to my settings and freaking on cash.
But like, so what happens? Am I not eligible for actual money with using regular mines? Is that what the thing is different?
Yeah, like
It's just tokens
like
I can receive.
after the changes, it'll probably just be tokens, and there won't be any more cash options. I don't know.
Well,
But,
the cash options will come from the wire and the subscriptions and the super mines, probably.
so subscriptions will still get you cash.
Well, subscription, you have the options of using tokens or using cash, right?
Oh,
So you-
okay. So you're talking
Oh,
about
to pay
the
for
actual subscription, subscribing to Minds Plus. I was talking about like
No,
people,
no. I'm
people-
talking about your subscription that
Yeah,
you
I know what you're saying.
you set up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I do know he did say that he's gonna come out with it. Now he mentioned Mastodon too up here. It's interesting. So are you saying, Bill Ottman said, so are you saying that the protocol, oh, that's a different one. Protocol members are able to have their content automatically published to Minds? That was a while back. They were talking about Mastodon.
Right. Was that what we were discussing a week or two ago?
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. I mean, it's happening right now. And Mastodon's user will get the content shown on our Minds newsfeed.
What's Mastodon?
It's another social network
All together.
that mine has integration with. It's like they use that like what is it called? The publish that protocol for syndication, where minds can interact with other social networks that implement this protocol, right?
Like Element?
It's like no, that's for chat. Minds is for
Social interaction?
Now,
yeah. Well, activity pub protocol.
yeah.
Where so
that
Mastodon
comment-
is another social network that support activity pub protocol. So it's like the Minds. What is it called? The not the multiverse, but
Yeah, it might be the multiverse.
it's the metaverse. No,
Metaverse.
Metaverse is Facebook. It's
Now, that comment that I was looking for that Ryan said, it was actually right there. I just was stupid and didn't look down and look right under it. And he says, I'm putting together a visual post to summarize the changes for folks. And our attention turns to growing the affiliate and other earning programs. So,
affiliates.
yeah.
I don't know. Everybody is. I don't know if it's a big thing.
Do you guys have those accounts? Mastodon?
No, I don't fuck with that shit.
I didn't see
I
people.
never heard of it. I'm gonna see about it.
I didn't see people posting on Mastodon on my Minds feed because I've subscribed to some of them. What's this go? George Takei, one of the Star Trek guy. He's on there. He's posting.
Oh, that's cool.
From what I've read about it, though, it's like a whole freaking bottle of insanity. Just
Yes. A lot of liberals on Mastodon. Yeah.
yeah, and they literally have like internet wars with one another. If they hate each other, they'll ambush each other's freaking freaking sites and just spam the shit out of it.
But I mean, like, that's getting the traffic up, and then that's good, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, war parties. You know what I'm saying? It's all tribal. That's basically what it's internet tribalism.
Yeah,
Liberals
that's
are
what Twitter. It's a lot of bad is happening on Twitter too.
Twitter be wild, man. But I think all social media right now is like really like just dick measuring contests right now. Everyone wants to see who has the biggest Johnson,
Well,
and they're like tripping.
the only person that turned that into something positive was Twitch when they came out with raid. You know, when you could raid people's freaking
Oh, I
channel.
thought you said rave. I was about to say yeah, where you can go watch movies with everyone. I heard about that. I had it for a minute, but no, that's not what you said.
Did you just say rave?
Yeah, have you heard of it?
You don't go watching movies with each other.
Yeah, you do. What
No,
do you do
don't.
with it?
You go listen to Technotronics. You take a lot of freaking drugs and you hallucinate the whole freaking night.
You're talking about a real rave. I'm talking about the app rave.
Oh, okay.
There's an app called Rave, and you can like you like watch a movie with someone. Like me and you could.
Is
just
it
go
like
on
Netflix?
a movie date. No, we could go like on a movie date together. Like we cannot watch Netflix together. It'd be like, you know, like you and I are watching a movie together, but you're at your house. It's like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's like dating at home, from at home. So like, let's say you have a long distance relationship, you like you want to see a movie, and then you can get like a group of people together, or you can
Oh,
do it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Rave.
Kind of like a movie night on Discord when they.
Movie night on Discord.
Yeah.
Like a movie, a watch party. Kind
Yeah,
of thing?
watch party.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Rave is the only
So
site
you
I
get
have.
together in one night and then you just you play it on that site and then everybody
Yeah.
synchronize watch.
And see, that's kind of what I've been trying to say on Discord, and people have a hard time, or no, on Minds, and a lot of people have a hard time with that. Like, as long as the video isn't freaking recording, you're not committing copyright infringement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not recreating the video. You're just
Right.
chilling with your homies, watching it together, right?
Like, I can sit and watch.
laughing at the same time and stuff and talking. Yeah.
I can sit and watch an entire movie on Discord, no problem, as long as it's not being recorded. If I'm on a platform where it's recording the video, then yeah, we got a problem. You know. But as long as it's not recording, I can stream it. Just don't keep a copy
Yeah, but
of
do
it.
not make a, yeah, exactly.
You know.
Exactly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's why we cannot play music in the background because we record.
That's a nice idea. But where would you
record
be
mine.
streaming? Where were you streaming it from?
Well,
Like
they
from the
do.
theater?
Yeah,
They
on Rave, you can stream it from your phone. You can stream it from
Well,
your
you can
browser.
you can do it from Discord too, and it's like on this right here. You know, I can put that video in the background as long as I don't record it, which I
But where you get the video from?
well, I got
On
I-
Rave, they have like a little library.
yeah.
Discord, he'd be like finding it or whatever.
You'd have to pay for that movie somehow, right?
Well, yeah, you'd have
And
to
then
pay
you
for it.
stream it, but it doesn't matter. The problem is it's not just that they can't record it. They're sharing your movie, which means the movie studio is losing potential revenue from those people.
Well, I don't think they're really thinking on that lines. They're just wanting to hang out and watch movies together.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
But then like
The platform probably pays.
all those people, all the platform, the people who are watching them together, do they pay for
no.
the movie?
Like you don't have.
Well, you could charge people, I guess, if you want to be that way. But like most of them,
But how does it work on Rave?
On Rave, I didn't ever have to pay, but I want to see if they have that as an option. And Rave Watch Party, and they changed it to something else. Rave Watch. I haven't had
You
it.
pay
forever.
for like 10 people. You pay
Yeah.
for 10 people to watch, and then 10 people will come in and watch.
Well, not this
Then
one says Rave.
That would
isn't
be
it?
fair, right? Like,
Yeah, but
Well, see, if they're freaking making money and they're big like that and they're just streaming it and then freaking they're using a copy of it, they're caught doing that, then they can get busted. But that's a bigger charge than just
They
copyright.
changed the name of rave. I haven't done it since 2020. And listen, I look for rave watch party, and it shows Discord. Like Discord does the watch party. Like
Fuck.
it's like yeah, we do it. They say Pluto TV as well.
Weird.
Multiplayer
Pluto.
TV for watching TV
Yeah,
together.
Pluto is a good example. You can go to Pluto TV. That's a
But it's
liberal.
up because it does not say any in-app purchases. You don't have to buy any.
Pluto TV is a hardcore liberal setup, and
Really?
like they,
It's owned by Paramount.
yeah, Paramount. Paramount's about as liberal as you can get. A lot of people don't understand that. Like, they,
I imagine you have to have a subscription.
yeah. Have you
Because it
ever
has ESPN, YouTube, Crunchyroll, Prime Video, Disney Plus.
have you ever heard of
Netflix,
Pelican? Have you ever heard of Pelican?
The
No,
movie?
I like.
The TV.
No.
Pelican is ran by NBC or whatever the hell they call that, and they have basically the same kind of setup that Pluto does,
Right.
and they're okay with free television and stuff like that, but they want it to be regulated. You know what I mean? They don't like the whole piracy and stuff like that. Like,
Mhm.
they don't have like a big pirate flag swinging in
Alright.
the wind.
Guys, it's getting close to 7:30 here on my side. Let's break it off and
Yeah.
give Roger some time to sleep.
Oh, I'm past that. I'm already asleep. I just haven't caught up yet.
You just need to lay down in bed and then you're there, right?
I'm probably already laid down. It's just I'm dreaming about this at the moment.
This is your robot.
Yeah.
This is your set. Well, I guess tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? You have an interview or something?
What is tomorrow? Saturday?
Saturday game.
Yes. What day is this?
What day is it? Yeah.
See, that's how you know it's a
Right.
game.
Gaming. And no interview tomorrow, which means we get to talk about cool games. Last week we had a good one. You might have liked that one, Tan.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It was crypto gaming. FTS.
Wow.
And we're stepping it up and getting high tech on some stuff on there. Like, I'm wanting to talk about AI.
That's a cool idea. Crypto gaming. Anybody doing that right now?
Yeah, it's actually a lot
Yeah,
bigger.
Bob.
We were looking it over and stuff, and there's actually a cool game that they have that we were checking out. And
That wasn't last week though. We did an interview
no,
last
we did an interview, yeah.
Sandbox and stuff we talked about the week before.
Yeah. Now Sandbox, don't think that's a good game, but there's other ones too, like that one that we seen where it was like spaceships that transform into robots and fly around in space.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's not Phantom. It's not. I can see him with the robot, and he looks like a transformer, but he's not a transformer. It's in my notes. I just don't have my notes pulled up.
Kind of like Robotech was when we were kids.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. It was a mech.
He looks like he looks like a huge robot, but like an upgraded transformer. But yeah, he looks cool. So yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator, but it's not that. It's now doing the buggy.
Yeah. But yeah, we got. I can pull something together on that because I still wanna get into AI. Oh heck, we were talking about tech. On Tech Talk, we were talking about all that too.
Phantom Galaxies. That's what we're
Phantom
talking about.
Phantom Galaxy. Yeah.
See, I told you I had it in mind.
NFTs. So
Okay.
that's a big thing right now. So that's what we're doing tomorrow.
Cool.
Okay, well I'll be there. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 my time, 5 your time.
All right, and I'll see you later, guys.
All right.
Have a good night these days.
Good
Hey,
night,
you guys
everyone.
are supposed, right? Aren't you supposed to do something special at the end of this show?
He's supposed to if Dan wants to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Well, everybody, thank you for watching Roger Hanson's Weekend Roundtable. We have been here for episode 8 of the Roundtable. Been doing this for 8 weeks. So, yeah, let's keep it going. And I hope to have more people joining and more people watching. Thank you.
Thank
See you
you.
everybody next week.
Bye bye.
Bye.